Greeting and blessing. Good morning, good afternoon, and as well everybody that's going to be following up on our path to a successful and peaceful Africa. Thank you for joining me, and we'll have a great discussion today. And hopefully everybody is pretty much prepared on contributing on the comment section and as well joining my panel. This is a great day, a great Saturday. There's a lot of things that's been happening around the continent and as well around the world. And from the diaspora standpoint on how things are running and how they're going when it comes to African issues or African affairs. And these are the few points that I want to point out today. I just want to make sure that everybody understand we're really on in a situation where people are not really understanding. Well, I cannot say not understanding, but Africa is awake, Africa is aware, and there's a lot of push that comes from everywhere toward Africa and pressure Africa into really adhering to certain people's or certain countries' agendas. But this is the most fortunate thing that we have access to such platform that we can really discuss and really have the conversation. In some of the discussion, maybe we might not mention certain things that's going on, but I believe as Africans, we're all aware about the situation coming in Africa and how things are getting twisted. But we know about that. We all understand where they're coming from. So I just want to have a little clip on SNN where we stand, and we'll go from there.
So Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated, the least wealthy continent per capita, the land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars, people who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day. Well, whether you're an African or not, this thinking isn't new to you, because you have read, heard or felt the same way before. Just type the word Africa on Google right now. Turn on your TV and see what the NGOs portray. Watch movies from Hollywood. Ask your mama, friends, or ask yourself, what is Africa? Yet if you're still struggling to believe, let me ask you this. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Africa? Tell me the first thought that comes to your mind right now. Honestly, tell me right now. But what really is Africa? What is Africa? Listen, There are many theories about the name, but one that is close to the truth is Alkebulan. This name translates to Mother of Mankind, or according to other sources, the Garden of Eden, the place where love, peace, and unity dwells. Alkebulan is an extremely old word. Many nations in Africa use this word, including Ethiopians, Nubians, Moors, and Numidians. For me, this isn't just the theory, but the truth. My truth I choose to believe in. As cliche as it sounds, that's the future I'm hoping for. The tomorrow I'm fully determined to see. The dream I am convinced and dedicated to fighting for until it happens. What is Africa for you?
Here we are. You know, the truth about Africa is next. But just want to play some of these clips that Mika really worked hard in putting it together. And again, I know people are still joining us and coming online. And I want to share also our GoFundMe. We need this. We want to make sure that we all understand it's our responsibility. We are 3,661 euro that's been collected, and let's hope there will be more coming in today and support us in our mission. This is our mission, our African mission. As African, if you got the blood, if you got everything that is about you being African, this is us. This is for us. And here's what Mika put together. And hopefully we're all going to be participating on whatever we can through labor, volunteer, comment, conversation, being part of the panel for a better Africa, for super Africa. And here's Mika.
The world that we are living right now, there's so much lies, and we're living lies. Sometimes, even when you speak the truth, people, they're not interested in the truth. People, they don't pay attention to the truth. They don't want to hear it. But what is truth? What is truth? Is truth, is it what you read from the books? For example, if you want to know about Africa, is it what you read on the book? Things that different people, they write, right? Their opinion about Africa? Or is it something that somebody tells you about yourself, that this is the truth? This is who you are. For me, at least for me, the truth for me is that still small voice inside of me. Like when the whole world is telling you that this is impossible, achieving one Africa in our generation is impossible. We have been struggling for that for like 60 years and we still don't have unity in Africa. It is impossible. There's still small voice inside of me that tells me that it's possible to achieve that. When the world is telling you that, you know what, you cannot do this. I mean, you're African, you cannot make it, especially outside of Africa, because you're black, you cannot make it. There's still small voice inside of me that is telling me that you can do. That is truth for me. And each one of us, we have that agent inside of us. Regardless of what the world tells you, regardless of what has been written in the books, because everything you see is opinion of people. They did their own research, they discovered some stuff and they wrote it. That means you can find your own truth as well. And it's inside of us, that voice. And if you never heard that voice, then I think you can do whatever you want to do, whether it's meditation, whether it's research, whether it's going to school and find the truth at the end of the day. Because the truth will be there. The world we're living in today and the system of this world, it was never created for black people or for Africans. This system, as they were creating it, like Africa, you and me, we were outside of the picture. That's why today, you African, you can go anywhere around the world and still feel like it's not your home, still feel like you're isolated, exploited, you're not belonging there because it's not your system. Our ancestors, when they were taken a long time ago during slavery and brought there, they were brought there not to have a good life. No, they were brought there to work for white men, to develop them, Today, you have a lot of countries out there that are developed because of the blood, sweat, and tears of a black man. That's how it was created. So it's true, today we're fighting for the rights outside of Africa, but I'm afraid that we might not be able to see that. And I'm being optimistic when I say this, because unless that system change, we cannot see that change, because it was never created for you at the first place. But sadly, not only outside of Africa, when you come inside of Africa, we are still struggling with the same system. And today I'm going to share with you some of the lies that we have believed for so long time about Africa and about ourselves. But it's all about the propaganda of changing the narratives and the beliefs about Africa so that we may never succeed. And I'm not going to point fingers at anyone. In fact, I always point fingers at us as Africans. The lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them. So they divided us, right? Divide the continent and give each other some pieces. When you go to Angola, Angola was part of Congo Kingdom, guys. It was not even called Angola, it was Angola. Angola, it means the kingdom. That's the meaning of Angola. Even the capital city of Angola, they say it's Luanda right now, but it used to be called Luanda. But you know, those white men, when they came, again, guys, I'm not anti-West. Don't get me wrong. But again, when those colonizers came, what they did, this is what they say. They say, if you read in the history, they'll tell you that they were not able to pronounce Angola. It is impossible. Like, you are smart, you study, you're civilized, that's how you see yourself, and you cannot pronounce the word Angola. So it changed to Angola. Luanda, it changed to Luanda. And so many other different places. If you type right now on Google, who discovered, the first person to discover Victoria Falls is a white man. David Livingstone, he's the one who discovered Victoria Falls. But the people of Batonga, they used to name that place Mosi Oatunya. The smoke that thunders. That's the original name of Victoria Falls. But today, everybody will say, we call it Victoria Falls. And we say that David Livingstone discovered that. And we still praise the name of the Queen Victoria. The same thing to the Lake Victoria. We call it Lake Victoria. But that lake, it had its original name the way before that guy came and discovered that. These are lies. Not only that, even the word Africa. Do you know who discovered the word Africa? Do you know who named our continent? It's a white man. It was not Africa. I told you that the Congo Kingdom was bigger kingdom all the way to Angola. Let me call Angola. All the way to Angola. And then they divided it. People, like right now, if you see African map, there is part of Angola is inside Congo. Do you know that? Not only that, they use another way to teach different language. So people in Angola, they started to learn how to speak what? Portuguese. And people from Congo, they started to learn how to speak Belgium. Why? They were united, they were strong, but they had to divide them by teaching them different language so that they may not appreciate their culture, they may not be grateful with who they are, they may not embrace their identity and learn another identity. They were not done, they didn't stop there. Oh, they took some of our people. They found some people who, like Africans who were like strong like me, handsome like me. They took them and they took them away of the continent. Skillful Africans. These days we call like brain drain, right? They took them away because they wanted to develop themselves. And today, when you look at African, Everybody out there think that Africa, they have low IQ. Who is the founder of IQ anyways? Africans, they're poor. Africans, they need support. Africans cannot survive without us being there, because from the first place, we went there, we discovered them, we taught them, we helped them to develop. Today, we're even happy when you look at South Africa, the way it developed, and we are happy about that. That, hey, look at this. But you can see what is going on in South Africa there. The division that is in that country, our brothers and sisters, it's outrageous. So the lies began all the way from the beginning to divide us, to change us, and to change our history. Today, Africans, we are struggling with identity. We are struggling with division. We look at each other differently because of our tribes, because of our color, because of our nationality, because of our languages, and we're still struggling with that. We don't think we are one people. We don't think we are one family, because of someone else who had its own interest to divide and to conquer Africa. And it's still happening today. We ask ourselves every single day, why Africa is poor? Africa is poor because we don't have our identity anymore, because somebody else named our identity. And the big person to blame there is us Africans, who allowed that to happen back then, and who are still allowing it to happen even today. I was asking myself, if we know how much unity means to Africa, we know that unity is power. You cannot know the meaning of power, and you cannot know the true meaning of power if you don't have unity. If you don't have unity, you don't have power. Africans, we don't know the meaning of power because we don't have unity. I'm telling you guys, power is not in the military. It's not in that. It's not about that. It's about the unity. And we'll never get to know the meaning of power if we are not united. And leaders and everybody in Africa knows that the only thing that can change Africa is unity and oneness. But we don't pursue it. But we are not ready to do it. Why is that? Because we have been comfortable for so long, living divided, our identity, and we are not ready to put on the work to find our true identity from the beginning, the true history of Africa even before colonization. Know who we really are as Africans. This is what I say all the time, that Africa is a big family with 55 different children. These 55 different children, they don't have same behaviors. They don't have the same, they don't look alike. Sometimes they don't even speak the same language. It depends where they grew up. But we are family. Why 55? Because 54, there are countries inside Africa, and that one country is diaspora. Africans all around the world, and they are our family. Because Africa is not just a place, but Africa is people. Me and you, we are Africa. The world is telling you this, that there's developing country, there's developed country. That's what they say. I never seen an African say that. Who said that? White man. He said that. Oh, you guys, Africa, you are a developing country. Oh, us, we are a developed country. Let me ask you a question. Developed country means you got yourself figured out. But why all the time, constantly, you're looking forward and you try to exploit Africa to develop yourself? If you're developed, you don't need to develop yourself. You're a developed country. You got yourself figured out. And we are the ones that are developing. And yet, you exploit us. The truth is, we are all developing country, guys. The reason why there's this lie, so that you may look down on yourself. You may look down on yourself and believe that you need help, you need support, you need loans, you need aids, and you always beg to that because you want to develop. You are still not developed. What is the true meaning of developing? What is the meaning of that? And today, the system of this world was never created for Africans, and yet we still try to develop according to the Western standard. That development is having tall buildings, like long buildings and all this stuff. It's not about that. What about community? What about where people live? What about food? What about infrastructure? Do we really need tall and long building while our people are dying in Africa because of hunger? Why don't we invest that money into food? Why don't we empower our farmers so that they can produce more and Africa will never struggle with food? Today we have to ask for food from outside to come to, like the World Food Organization, they have to support Africa for that. It's shame on Africa and shame on us. Africa is a continent that can sustain itself without depending anyone, without relying on anyone for 100, even 1,000 years, because Africa is the only continent that has everything. Like, name it, everything we have it in Africa. Is the richest continent in the world. We cannot be free until we're in charge and we are in control of our own narratives, of our own medias, of our own economy. The reason why we're still poor, because our economy is controlled by the Westerners. You can never be free if your economy is controlled. The reason why the media never talks positivity about Africa, because it's not African media. They have their own agenda. Just like I told you, all these lies about Africa, they have their own agenda. They will never talk positivity about Africa. We want to transform and change Africa, and we cannot change Africa if we do not change. Yes, we're talking about the biggest problem we have in Africa is unemployment, but I want you to change that word problem to opportunity. For me, I don't see anything as a problem. It's an opportunity. Unemployment is an opportunity for you to discover, for you to do something to create jobs in Africa. Because in the age today, it's not about sitting and waiting for government to employ you, but you stepping outside, see the problem. One of my friends once said, you have to fall in love with the problem, because once you fall in love with the problem, you do research, you search about it, and you try to do something about it. And eventually you bring that change that Africa needs. If I want to change anything surrounding me, then I have to change from inside out. And I'll be able to bring that change that Africa needs. And youth, we're the leaders of today, we're leaders of tomorrow. We always hear that. And we have that in our hands. It's an opportunity for us to bring that change. Thank you so much.
That's a lot of things to talk about. Mika, thank you so much for echoing every African wanting the history, our being, who we truly are, the birth of mankind altogether. It's just a lot deeper meaning to the globe, being African. They cannot take away our being Africans. There won't be no color without the Africans. I want to thank Ra Gunami, if I pronounce it right. Thank you so much for your contribution. Your true understanding of supporting our voice, our African voice. Africa went through a lot of ways. She was winning at one point, and she was losing on the next chapter. Why? What happened? What changed? How can we reverse that? How can we do better for the future of Africa? Who are we? Are we truly in a position to change ourselves, to stand for ourselves together? There's so many discussion that can have 3,000 or more volumes. I just gave it a random 3,000 volume. But what I meant is there's a lot of things that I'm going to be discussing today. And it's not going to be a straight, good old language that's being spoken, but a word that's being spoken within the heart, a word that we all know, and every word that I'm going to throw in this session. Really, really, are you African? Really, really doing what Africans are supposed to be doing? Are you really, really concerned about Africa? Every time I have my little nephew in here looking at me, and he's talking on the background. I know you noticed, but at the same time, I'll bring him on in between, where I'm gonna show you that these are the children of the future. These are the people that really want to grow as Africans, and that makes that big change. And a lot of things that we see that's going on against the flow of the nature itself, the right to live, the right to exist, the right to do the right things, and to protect and to serve our own beloved Africa. We have the opportunity. Now is the opportunity. We're always going to be doing a lot of things together, because I cannot do it by myself. I cannot do it. Just me, it's not going to happen. Because what gets us in trouble is the word me. There's no word to say us. It became just me, 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 me. Okay. Your existence is about just me. But it has to really work for you with your environment, because me does not exist without the rest of other existence. So we became, I'll call it maybe selfish, but at the same time, we're not selfish. We have a beauty within our heart as Africans. There's me that comes from somewhere else, an influence. Because as Africans, if you're in the wilderness and you ended up in a house, and you tell the house owners, I was passing through, it got dark. The first thing they said, no, you're not going to go sleep outside. Come in. This is the house that's been built. This is the house of Xavier. When I say that, this is every African heart. I know we've seen so much tragedy, so many things that happens toward the blackness, being black in this world. I've seen it so many ways that they will see black. I don't know. You don't call it fear. You don't call it anything. Just being mean to the black race. And I cannot tell you how much it does impact me in a daily life, seeing the oppression of being black. So I'm jumping from one subject to another. I told you today is going to be heart to heart and spiritually being connected. There's so many agendas to cut us in pieces. In pieces. It used to be a big portion. Now they're going deeper to divide us. They are coming with a different, better agenda. Not to serve us, to serve themselves. So basically, if you look at the African continent, and it's in a plate, now they're trying to carve it with a different philosophy. I'm here to help you, but tell me what you need. I'm going to come and aid. I'm going to show you how to farm. I'm going to show you how to do things. But at the same time, they want to have everything that Africa produces in our resource and cut it off, just like I have in the steak format. I think the closest thing that you can call it is a T-bone that can look like the African continent. The way they carve it, the way they want to make sure to get a piece of this and that and this. So basically, it's not about the people, it's about our land, our African continent, the land. They want us there, to just make sure maintain it to certain extent, and for us to feed ourselves. But at the same time, when it comes to the labor, the human resource, they still dream about the old slavery. If the money that I'm paying you per se comes to a level, I measure you to the dollar, I measure you to the euro, to the yen, to anything. So you just measured what you're worth. If it is not slavery, what else can you call it? Because this new slave feed himself. He pays for his rent. He pays for his food. But he gives 200% of his labor. If you don't call that labor slavery, there's a new way, a new form of enslaving us. Tie you down to the mighty dollar and euro. But again, we don't trade with these numbers or currency. Those currencies being given to our leaderships. They're the one that use that currency to use it for different other import, not export. When you export, you import should be minimal. Everything we export is the raw material. In return, what we earned in the dollar or euro or currency, we import a lot of unnecessary goods because they flash it back. And sometimes it's very necessary. And when you look at it, the resource came right back from your backyard. And it comes 10 times the price of what you delivered to them. Without any waiting, I really want to welcome my brother. I want to welcome my brother, Jonathan. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate that, Jonathan. But today we're just going to be talking a lot of the thing that we don't want to mention so we don't get shut down. But at the same time, all Africans that follows us are listening to us and they know exactly what we're going to be talking about. Welcome, Jonathan.
Hold on, Biggie. I don't know if you saw my text to you. I'm on phone on the other line. I'll jump back in a second. And please explain what do you mean, but get shut down and not saying certain things. But anyway, give me like 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. All right. You heard it from Jonathan. He's going to be right back with us. And one of the things that he said he wants me to explain basically I can go in and read all the news that's been going on, but at the same time when I repeat it, There's so many other characters that really, really want to knock us off. Anything that you say when it comes to the Ukraine-Russia war, everybody's listening. When you say certain things about Africa, it comes with that. Whenever you say about NATO coming to Africa, they already did and done and damages in Libya. This is a known fact. But again, to decipher on what kind of situation that we're living in today, we have to be smart in our communication. That's why we say go and find out, go to the resource, not the fake news, but there are resources that are out there. So my conversation today, I've seen so many things that's been happening to the Black community, a Black community that been raided because they have a relationship with Russia, which is not true. I'm just talking about these socialist party in America. They've been there for a long time. And I know I got the architect judging us for the triangle. Welcome, Francis. What's up, Rich?
Hey, I'm good.
Thank you
I'm
for
good,
joining us.
Bridget.
I know you're working. I know you got some short time, so I just give
Yes.
you a priority before I
Yeah.
lose you.
Thank you, man. Everything's blessed on my end. It's good to see you guys back doing God's work again. I will have an update for you. I spoke with Mike recently. I would have an update for you guys by the end of summer. But I'm not only just working on the code in itself right now. Right now, I've gotten into some more heavy stuff like the American Institute for Patent, the American Institution for Patent Associations, or something like that. So I'm working with a whole bunch of people, like some Nigerians and so on, to make sure that we create an IP strategy, so that by the time the idea reach out there, it's not unprotected like sardines among predators. Can you guys can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
All
I
right.
really can hear you.
Okay, good. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. You know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Always working on the double. But
Right.
I had some people came in here, so I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna be back in a second.
Right. Go ahead. And in fact, I'm just going to show him who is Francis, what Francis, Ridge Francis does, and what he's motivated for Africa. And I really want you to come in a position somewhere when you got the opportunity to come in again. We're going to keep you live to tell him exactly what are you doing, who you are. That's very important. And Francis is working on software. I call him from his last name out of respect too. His first name is Ridge, the architect. He's working on a software that's so incredible, so useful for us as African. And he's been working on it on and on and on. I mean, it's so great. I'll put the demo in our piece, so I will make sure I did that.
If you course you to.
My apology. I got my little nephew that just came down. Hold
No,
on.
you should let him speak. What was he thinking?
You said you love Africana?
No, where to catch it?
You see that? You hear him on the background. መኪና ውስጥ okay so
He doesn't want the sunglasses.
no she that's a girl and I got the
Okay, so I can't tell.
boy a niece and nephew. She is 8 years old and he's 4 years old. These are my beauty. They keep me company usually on Saturdays.
It kind of answers your major question. The path to a successful, peaceful Africa are those kids right there.
That's right. And just to meet them, I'm just gonna put it on the video. And here they
Hey,
are.
salam.
Say salam.
Dana nachu?
Say salam.
Danana?
Salam.
Salam. Man nachu? Man no samachu?
This is Naum
Naum.
That's Nahum. And that's Ilyana.
Eliana. Nice. Salam
Nice
nachu?
meeting you. እነሱ እንትን ማይክ ላይ ስላልሆንኩኝ they cannot
Yeah,
hear.
they can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I'll try to get this out. So that's the first thing he said. What are you doing? I said, I have a meeting with all my African brothers. Africa. He asked me, Africa. Oh, where are you from? Ethiopia. And that's when he started, he'd been going around. He didn't want to leave without the answer. So I tried to give him an explanation. I'm going to disconnect that and so they can hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, now you can say about Africa. Where are you from?
Ethiopia.
Samat?
Oh, Ethiopia ነው?
Ethiopia no.
Africa.
አሪፍ አንሰር ኦፍ ኮርስ የታወቀ ነገር ጎበዝ
አንተ ስም ማን ነው? ናሆም ይባላል። ምንድን ነበር ቅድም ያልከኝ ስለ አፍሪካ?
Africa.
I love
Africa.
There you go. These are
Africa.
and this is Eliana. አማርኛ በደንብ ትችላለች እና ሰላምታሽን እና አሁን መሄዳችሁ ነው አይደል? ንገሪዋ።
መሄደን ነው።
እሺ።
ሙሉ አፍሪካ ነው የሚያያችሁ። ሙሉ አፍሪካ ነው የሚያያችሁ። ሰማት አይደል?
አዎ።
ዘነጥኩ ማለት
ኤሊያና እንኳን ወልካም በአማርኛ እንዴት ነው የሚባለው? እንኳን ሰላም አደረሰን ለእሰንን ካንቺ ጋር።
አሜን።
ኤሊያና ናኦም ራስ ናኦም by the way የወንድሜም ስም ነው።
Here's Naum. He's really hiding.
Yeah, that's in any way the path to successful peaceful Africa እነዚህ ናቸው።
That's right. That's right. That's right. በጣም ዘንጠሻል። በጣም ቆንጆ ፀጉር አለሽ።
ኢፕላስቲክና መረሰሩን
እዛ ነው ያለ መኪና ውስጥ። እሺ Thank you.
ጎበዝ አማርኛሽ በጣም አሪፍ ነው።
Yes, this ተናገረ።
አመሰግናለሁ።
እሺ እኛማ
anyway, Jonathan, I'll be giving him.
Thank you for introducing us to the future of peaceful Africa right there. So.
Right there, and I'll make sure that they still have the Amarinya, and they don't forget the language. And now.
እዚህ ነው የተወለዱት ሁለቱም? እዚህ ነው የተወለዱት ሁለቱም?
ሁለቱም US ነው የተወለዱት።
ኦኬ አሪፍ ነው።
Yes.
በጣም እንደዚህ አይነትማ በጣም ኢምፖርታንት ነው።
They're aware of all issues in Ethiopia, especially because the family talk about it, so they're very aware. One thing
Did you just give her your car keys?
Yeah, she still wanted the car seat for Nahum. It's in my truck.
Oh, okay. Yes. Make sure she's not going to drive off with the car.
No, not yet.
In case you might want to explain to everyone that's listening what just happened.
Well, Jonathan, I think I give it to you. Asradacho.
Okay, fine. So I was telling Biggie, like I heard the background noises, and the title here is The Path to Successful Peaceful Africa. I said, well, I think that's going to lay down to to youngins, the kids that we raise, and how we teach them about Africa, and what we mean. And I love the fact that Biggie asked. Well, I asked, and I'm Harry. First of all, both kids were born here in the United States, and they speak Amariña, which is great. At least one language so far that is based out of Africa. And I had asked Eliana a few questions, and she answered me perfectly in Amariña, but she was too caught up with trying to get some sunglasses out of Biggie's car. She just wanted the car keys. But I did ask her, where you're from? And she said Ethiopia. And where is Ethiopia? She said Africa. And then Nahum, which is the younger kid. Yeah, this is exactly, even when you raise kids, and these are not as kids. I think this is your nephew, your niece, right? Biggie.
Right, nephew and niece.
Exactly. So it is so important. That's the path to a successful, peaceful Africa are these kids, and how we teach them about Africa and everything. So bravo on your end, but I'm not surprised, Biggie.
Yeah, I really, I'm very grateful. May God bless her soul. To her, to their grandmother. The grandmother really did a fantastic job raising them in the natural way of speaking the language itself ever since they were babies. Nahum didn't catch up more because she died a lot earlier. But again, still, Ileana did great. I mean, when she speaks to you, I mean, she's very accurate on the words she choose. It's not a baby talk. I mean, she really talk because grandmother never looked at her as a child. She just talked to her straight like adults. She never babied her. She loved her dearly, but she never babied her when it comes to the language. So she can speak proper Amariña. I'm very proud of her. I just want to mention that because the credit goes to her, to her grandmother. May God bless her soul. And I'm very proud now that she did that. Now we want to maintain the language itself. So as much as possible, I speak to them in Amariña, and I have no issue for Ilu to reply back. Sometimes she tend to go to the English part of it, but again, since she had learned the language ever since she was born, literally, to the age of I would say 6. When grandma passed, you were like 5, 6.
6.
Yeah, she was 6. So that's my guest today, also in here.
They're the co-hosts.
This is my other co-host.
Yeah.
It's the beauty. All my kids are 22 and up now. So when you see these little ones.
So going back to your main title of your stream today, it says the path to successful, peaceful Africa, and I generally think it is and I've been saying this for a long time. The younger generation. I mean, I say the youth, but I mean this is even going further back. These are kids, right? Like, I mean, we're talking about. I'm assuming they're like 9 and 7 or something. Yeah, I think that's where that lies.
These are the success of Africa. These are the future. In fact,
yeah, I'm glad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They just came back from Ethiopia, and the experience is totally mind blowing for them. They knew ahead of time who they're gonna visit, all that, and being there, it was another experience. It was a totally different experience. I can ask you, Ili, how do you feel in Ethiopia?
I felt so good.
Okay. What do you see different?
There's new houses that they're building.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of stuff. There was a lot of people. And
was it crowded?
Yeah.
Huh? How you like the gabaya? How you like the souk?
It was good.
What was your favorite food?
Shiro.
Shuro. Did you hear that?
It's my favorite food too. All kinds of shiro. Not just shiro, tukur shiro. I mean, like all kinds of barbarre shiro. Yeah, my favorite thing as well.
Yeah, is shuro made with the zayt or kibe? Huh?
Kiwi.
With kibe? How about with zayt? You like it? You see, it has to be with kibe because she's got
So
a gurage,
for
you
those
know.
that are listening that don't understand what shiro is, it's a chickpea sauce.
Yeah, and she's gurage also, so you know it goes with
Like,
the
I mean,
DNA.
that makes complete
Right.
sense. Go with.
What else did you see different?
There's a lot of dogs.
Huh?
There's a lot of dogs.
A lot of dogs. Okay.
There's a lot of church.
A lot of church. Okay. What else?
That's it.
Nothing that you can see. So what else did you went on during your vacation? Did you went to the Brazil? You showed to resorts? Any resort that you visited?
We went to a party.
Yeah.
We went to a party and then we went to the park. And then yes, we did. And then party. We went to the party and then
No, we didn't.
we went to the park.
We didn't go to park. Oh, we did go.
And then we just ride
Party.
around with the car.
Let her finish it now.
That's it.
Thank you,
But we
Louis.
did go.
Thank you for coming
did
for
go park.
Swati Nation One Africa, and as well Nahum. Thank you so much for being my guest today. I
No,
hope you have a
Arif,
great
yeah.
day.
You made me miss. You made me miss. I think they were not these, but yeah, you made me miss back home. I'm going in like Anduar Kagamash.
كان دور قماش علينا قماش مالت سنت مالت
Tanish.
أه؟
Tanish.
قماش مالت كم
Tanish.
half.
And by the way, Sam, yes, I love Bozanashiro as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Kongo, yeah, but Bozanashiro is the best.
But you know, she's very articulate, which I enjoy. And today, well, it's a surprise diaspora interview with my 8 years old niece and my 4 years old nephew. And I hope you enjoyed the voice.
That was so cool. Thank you for doing that, by the way, Biggie.
These are my diaspora.
No, but really, like I told you, not just diaspora answers your question, like I said, you know,
Right.
for peaceful Africa, you know. So yeah, but no, yeah, Arif Nacho.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I was looking for Ridge to join. I think he's at the same time he's at work. We understand, and I'm trying to find his demo, and try to play it. But we should be discussing a little bit more further because today, like I said, you know, I don't want to say certain thing that is out there that you can. I'm going to point you out to that direction, but there will be a lot of information that I'm going to be doing during the session today because there's very worrisome issues that's coming into the to the African matters. So just give me 1 second because it's getting noisy a little bit. So just give me 1 second. My serious apology, family. The mom is here and everything else, trying to get the car seat and all that. Sorry. Thank you so much, though, for all of you that being patient with me and being patient with our new guest, young guest. So I'm very proud of them. Jonathan, you sit there.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just listening to you getting your.
And you know what we were talking, right? And I'm looking at all these comments, I'm like, oh, he said, oh, I like Bozana Shuro, the one with meat too. You can see Sam, everybody.
Bozanashiro is with meat. Yeah,
Right.
that's why it's called Bozanashiro.
It's so amazing that the fact that I think all diaspora Ethiopians in general, they know about Shuro. In fact, there was a song, um, he eats Shuro and night he eats Doro. Something, it was a very funny little video that this kid was singing. The whipping and all that, what the social part of it. And if I find that video, I'll share it on WhatsApp. And in fact, I'll share it on the comment section. But it was so amazing, the diaspora, how they relate the continent living, and as well living abroad from the continent, and how they see things, how they feel about it. uh, Total respect for the elderly and all that, but at the same time, the way they view things is so amazing. uh, Again, my niece, sometimes, I just let her talk, and she's got this amazing thought process, and the way if she told us, uh, somebody just look in, and she said, oh, this is a live show, it's going to be YouTube. Alzannatkum Alij. You heard that, right?
Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah. But then again, for the ones that don't understand, his niece was saying
Right.
like, "Oh, is this on YouTube? Like, I'm not dressed properly for this."
Dressed properly.
It's
Awareness, you see, presentation. It was so amazing that achievement. You see, that's how quick a brain is, and using proper language. And that, I would say, for all these grandmothers, for all these mothers that are putting all the efforts. I'm talking about the whole Africa, the whole diaspora, that are putting a lot of effort of teaching the kids, the grandkids, kids, their their language, their African language and heritage. I'm proud of you. Keep up the good job. May Xavier bless you all, because we need that. Because losing that language, also part of the culture, will start getting dimmer and dimmer. But if you maintain the languages, when you maintain the culture, Africa still extend, and Africa still going to be there shining among all African brothers and sisters abroad. The one in the country, in the continent, they're always there. But again, the fact, the one that are born abroad and they are truly African, and when you ask them, the first thing, they will say, "I'm Ethiopian." That's what she said. Where you from in Ethiopia, in Africa? So this relation, even though they're born here, they still are connected to the continent, and we're going to have to do better job for those that are in diaspora, to teach them everything we can about Africa, everything that we can. Even if you're Ethiopian, you got to tell them a little bit of Sudan, because you have the neighbor. Or you tell them about Somalia, you tell them about Kenya. You go on the west side, you got Nigeria, you got Guinea, you got all these, Congo, I mean Cameroon, Nigeria. They are neighbors. Share a little bit of that information. Now I really want to work on certain things that today uh, we spent the whole day together this morning, and we're, we're naming countries, in the capitals. And I was telling them about Africa and the capitals, and I turned back again. I thought they would forget about it, but of course they turn around and say, "Oh, Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, Kenya, Nairobi." It comes so fast because they got a sponge brain at this age. So we got to promote more of them to take over on our movements. We need a future, and the future is going to be on their hands. So a lot of things that I said today, when I'm going to be talking about on the highlight, what is the situation in Africa right now? You see, it, we're trying to have a peaceful Africa, and that itself, to make it peaceful, now we got other forces in Africa. So the next phase is, what's the situation in Africa? What is the West wants, the East wants, and how we're going to move along with that? So this is very important for us to understand, and that's why I said I'm not going to go through all the highlights, but I'm just going to say that very easy. NATO wants to expand. That's when I say NATO wants to expand, you should understand who's expanding.
Yes, Biggie. Talk.
Welcome back,
So,
Rich.
welcome back. And he came out right at the heart of the real meat
Yes,
of the
I'm telling you.
conversation.
I'm telling you,
Welcome
yes,
back.
I come in the heart of the conversation. I'm listening all the time, I'm just moving around, but
Of course, we know.
I'm telling
Yes.
you, I'm telling you, what we're doing here, this is God's work. I'm telling you, this is God's work. So I have to listen.
Yeah,
I'll be
but
here.
Biggie, I thought you said we're not going to talk about NATO, and then here you are talking about the expansion of NATO.
No,
So
no.
I'm a little confused.
I said NATO. You see, NATO exists. It's on everywhere, right? But the rest, when I drop these kind of words, it's up to all Africans to search out on what the plan is. You see what I'm talking about? If I say NATO, it's NATO. If I say AFRICOM, it's AFRICOM. I'm not inventing those words. But in relation to what I'm talking about, all Africans should know or investigate from the word. It's up to us to do the research. It's up to us to defend it. It's up to us to really find out more of what's going on. If I'm going to decipher, oh, this is the way it is, the way that, no, Africa is aware. The diaspora is aware. We know exactly what's going on. But this situation now, this week, this whole week, there was a visit from Russia, right? And there was a visit from United States, right? I mean, this is not something I'm going to deny. But what is that? What is this, the in and out? What does it mean for Africa?
It's the rearrangement of the Security Council. That's what's happening, really. It's the
Rearrangement.
rearrangement, yes, of the world order is what's happening. And of course, I think China has been a disruptor, and Africa is just a question mark, if that's what you're asking. So, there's
Right
the soft power of, yeah. So that's what's happening if you really want to talk about it.
Hmm. And this situation, when you look at all these, remember when I was saying, oh, it's like looking at Africa in a plate, like a steak or like a fish, whatever that you want. And I said close enough for T-bones, right? Because it has a little horn on it, right? On the side. And they cutting through on what is important to take a piece. They don't want the whole Africa. They want to carve out where our resources are. You understand? They don't want the whole thing. They just want to carve out, okay, where's the gold? With everything as a resource that we have, raw materials. That's the only piece they want. Everything else, you just carve it out. Some people
And
like that,
And
right?
I think you have to start that conversation from the beginning of what Africa was as a continent within the world system that existed in the past. When, if we're talking about the Soviet Union and the NATO in the beginning was only a few countries compared to what it is today, if we're talking about NATO. But everything has changed in the last 25 years or so. Africa has changed.
Mm.
You cannot even put it in the same kind of map of understanding because of China as well in Africa, because that did not exist during this whole entire fight against the East and West, which is communism against supposedly a democratic systems of what NATO stood for coming out of World War II. So no, that completely has changed in the last 25 years, right? So Africa is kind of like this like blank slate. The countries are making decisions and winning the hearts and minds is one kind of what we talk about sometimes. It's not necessarily that you own a weapon, but the resources alone. And of course, with China having such a huge footprint, and they did it such in a smart way. It's not political; it's economical for them. Where it was completely different for Western countries. When I'm talking about Western countries during the Cold War with Russia on one side, the Soviet Union, as you might call it, and what the Western powers were, that has completely like collapsed. It doesn't exist, right? So it's a whole new form of well governance that is happening, and all of it comes down to two things: it's resources, resources, resources. So for me, I think when you're asking a question about that, and I still don't understand the path to successful, peaceful Africa, and while we're bringing up NATO, but we have to admit to the fact that that whole entire system doesn't even exist anymore. Russia visiting certain African countries, while right before they do or right after, there's a United States government that is, I think, in a sense, almost a de facto NATO representative that goes and tries to talk about whatever they're trying to do to win the hearts and minds of those African countries. I find it interesting. I don't think it's the same thing. But I think Africa, talking about the path to a successful, peaceful Africa, I think Africa finally should realize, like, oh my God, we finally have a say. Like, we're not just being, we're not completely being sidelines. They do have a say. And certain African countries are kind of waking up to that. I hope this is
Thank
not.
you,
I hope this is not what you wanted us to talk about, but I'm just trying to.
No. You put in the national. That's the way we're going to be talking about this, because every time that you're going to be spilling certain words and how has been tackled. This YouTube channel, even for different reasons, even the algorithm change, but because we're talking certain core about African affairs and what benefit for Africa. So any of these sister channels that we have, other channels that we are looking at that are pro Africa and getting a better Africa, they've always been censored, and they've always been, particularly in certain situations, been really banned. So you're right there. So for me, we should operate smart. You understand? We put the information out there. There's links out there. I can put all the news that's coming in throughout the whole week. But again, is that what we were trying to do? It's just we're going to make sure that there's an awareness. And that awareness is the one that's going to direct us on how we're going to behave in the coming weeks, in the coming years, in the coming month. All that is going to be information. So now we have a good flow of information. We know what is fake news. We know what's right, what is wrong. And as Africans are very aware, and the diaspora is very aware, but the diaspora still has that, making sure that they are really putting their foot in the right path and go with the African flow. And that is the key. Because now imagine if any country get banned, okay, or get sanctioned, the diaspora from that part of the country cannot send money. Now you understand? So sanctions are possible. And when they do, we're going to suffer. That's what we have to be aware about. We don't want to get in that threshold.
Yeah, I was just on the phone. It's so crazy because sometimes we don't realize how it really affects the sanctions, right? And I don't want to get too much of detail, but I was on the phone like 2 days ago. There's about 4 or 5 designers from Ethiopia going to sell their goods, like fashion designers at a major show in New York, and they were telling me that, like, oh my God, you don't understand. Like, they basically, it's 25% tax now. So because of what the United States did with, yeah, it really affects people, if we're talking about that, the economical part. But aside from that, I don't think that we should be scared, honestly. Like, if they're going to shut us down because we're saying something wrong, it better be really a good reason, right? Because people are out there saying all kinds of kind of crazy stuff. We're not saying anything crazy, but I don't want to be like muzzled. I think we have the right to say what we think about Africa, about NATO, about anything. So I don't want to be, I don't want to scare people, including myself, from saying what I think, especially for Africans, because that's what they're trying to do. So if social media starts shutting you down, then figure out another way. But no, I don't agree that we should, completely. We're not talking about going bombing a country here. We're just having a normal conversation about the situation, a global situation where countries are being punished economically, for example, with AGOA, and what is what I was just talking about. I should have the right to say that you should not be silenced because of it. And the idea somehow that we have to be quiet, that's ridiculous, because that's exactly what they're trying to do. And
No.
I hope that's not what you're suggesting.
No,
but
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
know.
no, no, no. What I'm saying is, um, what I'm trying to put is to get informed. You understand? We can put those information out there. Getting informed. You see, let's say, look at the war between, I'll say this is something that's still going on. The war between Russia and Ukraine. Okay, you got this big superpower that you're trying to struggle to get out of. You understand? But at what cost? You understand? At what cost? That yes, you're Ukrainian. You want to defend your country. Each nation should defend their country. Do you understand? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But the power that you struggling with, it could have been solved diplomatically. It could have been solved a different ways. And the same thing, anything that comes down to Africa, we got to be really defending our continent in the right way. Let's say I'm just going to say I'm going to call out any Western power or Eastern power. I'm going to call him whatever that I feel like calling him. I can put it in there. It's up to Africa to really make that decision. Because what's coming down to us now in Africa is to muzzle us. The same thing that you said. If you do not comply, that's what the message came, from U.S. You can have the grain, right? This is clear. It's every media. You can have the grain, but any other thing that you're trying to import, they tell us to be aware of the sanction. But Africa is in the position, really minding her business, trying to grow, create alliances and friends, and trying to be somewhere equal level to the global trading systems, and would find allies. But when the U.S. came and said, "Be aware of the sanction," oh, you can have this, but you cannot have the petrol. But we need the petrol. We need the gas. You cannot shut me out unless you give me another option how to do that. Now look, Europe is going to suffer through the gas. This is open news. You understand? But what's behind it? I always said, follow the money. What's behind it? That's the conversation. I'm not getting muzzled, but we don't want to stumble.
No, I don't see. I think the money is very important. I say follow the nuclear weapons in a country or a region. Is really what you really need to look at. Because if that was the case, how would you even explain North Korea? I mean, no, I think it's much more than money.
There's the money. Follow the money. You never go wrong. If you really, okay, when do you produce arms? When you get a backlog. You produce arm, normally, replacing the old with the new, right? Improvement, new improved one. The nuclear itself has been improved, throughout the decades. It's not a one nuke that they built is sitting there, but they even modified it. They even made it smarter. That means there's always room for improvement for anything, right? But what I'm saying is, follow the money, because you normally have an inventory that goes in and out, okay, on the regular basis. The day that you have war, what's going to happen? You got to supply the demand. And the more the demand, depending on what the demands are, supply and demand always work along. So that means when you start selling more arms, you still got something that's running in the economy, right? And who are the one that's going to be benefiting from all these sales? All the major generals and major experts that worked in that area of arms, the military, civilians on the procurement, right? And it comes through again, back to the military.
That's
Now,
what I just said. It
so
comes down.
that's
Look at
money.
the world, yeah. So that's what it comes down to. Really, honestly,
Yeah.
it's not just about the economy. I can give you a great example of what the whole entire what Russia and the NATO is going through right now, and India is just trying to stay out of it because India has such a huge population and depends on cheap oil, right? So they've been smart enough. Like the United States cannot go tell them that they tried. They did. They kind of blamed, but they still need India, so they know how to like kind of not really talk about it. But India's been buying cheap gas, half price, literally. India is selling. I'm sorry, Russia is selling gas, right? A huge population like India.
30% low. 30%.
It's more, yeah. I think it's more than that. Yeah, but India also understands like they cannot survive, and that's why you don't hear all the. Never heard like gas went up in India because like hey. But do you think that would have happened if India didn't have nuclear weapons? I guarantee you that's not the case. I'm just talking about nuclear weapons. Do matter regionally how economically the world has kind of it's not back in the day where the Soviet Union is and NATO. And with NATO expanding, there's all kinds of conversation we have. I hope that's not the conversation we're having today. But at the same time, you cannot forget that Africa is still quite like I always think like if you're playing soccer on a huge soccer field and all of a sudden there's like a mouse or a rat, I feel like the mouse or the rat is us getting in the way, right? Or we could be like a way to be abused and used. But I think Africa is a little bit slowly changing, and I think there are certain African countries that are saying no more, right? Because of all kinds of different things, but those countries are so involved in their own craziness that Africa's trying to figure out within themselves. The greatest example is, again, about the dam. Why do Africans have to fight each other over a dam that is going to help everybody, right? Because of foreign interference, really, to be honest. And some of it might be different. When you talk about Egypt, for example, that just believes, but let's look at what that is about. So going back to your question, a peaceful Africa is like you are better off supporting and making sure you're okay, especially understanding how the global climate change is changing everything. I mentioned this the other day, where economically, like France, the Portugal, Spain, their most economical base, which is their wine production, is completely undermined because of climate change. We don't export food, but can we at least export energy back to you? And this might be a good thing. I'm talking about the dam in Ethiopia, for example. among Africans. So we can't even have that conversation because we're still stuck with this old world order that they're still trying to figure out. And we are still kind of stepped aside in that football field. But I think we are those little mouses that are trying to find a way off the field and figure our own shit out. Um, but weapons do matter.
You see, you brought a good case, right? Right now, if the dam can start working, believe me, not only that whole horn can be lit up, okay, but we'll have more power when you have all these turbines in line. So we can really supply electricity to the other part. And already Kenya signed the with Ethiopia to export electricity from Ethiopia. So what's going to happen is, if when you're a supplier, right? If you're a supplier and you decide, hey, well, you're not part of my, geopolitics, whatever, you're not partner with me. Just like Russia is happening right now with the gas. They don't want to be hooked and then become dependent on it. Because at the end of the day, the dam belongs to Ethiopia and it's Africa.
That's a very good point. Why they might feel like I can understand what your point is. Right. Now I can understand.
Who want to have
shut
in
down.
this part of, in that part of the world, who does not want power? Egypt is short in power. They don't have energy. They don't have enough energy from Aswan dam. So imagine we just go and plug ourselves in the grid. Not only this dam not only it lights up Ethiopia, but it's going to light up the whole eastern horn of Africa.
That's how there's going to be so much electricity that's going to be provided to actually export to Europe, which is kind of insane, right?
That's what I said.
The actual original study says that's what will eventually happen. And even Europe should be thankful. And this is renewable energy.
Right. And
yeah.
I was in high school. When my physics teacher told us he went to the Nile and measured the speed of that water. And it was 400, I never forget that, 437 liter per second, the highest cataract, the highest. And he said, if you build a dam on the Nile, he said he will light up the whole East Africa, including Europe. He just said it. Now here we are now.
Yeah.
We got this dam that's been built. And the most amazing thing, you have Egypt that's saying, hey, please stop from getting the third round to fill the dam, right?
It's already done.
It was done the next morning to that letter. It's done. What you're talking about? They didn't even feel the pain. On the street,
they would never feel the pain because there've been so much rain in the highlands of Ethiopia, where the rain comes down from. If you've been even seeing Addis Ababa is like being punished with rain. Addis Ababa, which is not even
flooded
like crazy. Yeah. So the dam is not only, the dam is not being built to irrigate, by the way. It's just literally for energy. Yes, it is going to take some time to fill, the reservoir. It's been studied. Everybody knows. It has nothing to do with it. It's a power play, right? So Egypt is still talking about the most recent one that they keep bringing up is that the 1950s deal that they had signed with England, for God's sakes, like Ethiopia was never colonized by England. It was never colonized. You cannot sign deals with countries which Ethiopia was never a part of and just tell them what to do or not to do. And it's not hurting Egypt. It definitely is going to be helping more than anyone. It's going to help both of them because Egypt has this reservoir that just basically, I'm talking about the Aswan Dam, in the middle of a desert that just, the whole entire water evaporates. Like the dam in Ethiopia is actually going to help. It's so crazy to me because Sudan actually understands it because it affects Sudan immediately in a very good way, in so many different ways. Make sure they don't get flooded. The electricity part, right? Even the fact that the water that goes down, that they irrigate. Mm-hmm. The one in Ethiopia, the dam itself, it's not for irrigation; it's for electricity. And I think everybody understands that. Those three countries get it. I honestly believe it's about power. It's the idea of who has control of the river, which I think it's not the control of the flow of the water. It really is not. The rain is going to come or not, whatever, right? Now you have this huge reservoir in Ethiopia. If there's a drought, even if there wasn't, there will always be enough water for everybody. I'm just talking about just for the use of whatever happens downstream or upstream, as they call it. But for Ethiopia, why shouldn't Ethiopia use the rain that comes down from the earth and lands on their land? And this is what they're trying to say, no, you cannot. And then not only about the filling, now they're saying, oh, no. Then we also have to sign a deal that whatever you do, that we equally have the right to sit there and manage it. Like, what country does that? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That's basically saying, like, I give up my rights as a country.
And come running.
Putting my own economic, whatever it is, to another country. So this is just going to be screaming. And I mean, it's a done deal. It's done. I think they're going to scream. I think they're doing it to pacify their people. And it's been a long time coming. And I think that external governments outside of the African continent itself kind of play a huge part in confusing people when it comes down to that. I would love to hear like how the last 3 years of filling the dam has ever affected Egypt or Sudan. It has not. So like they have nothing to say except constantly complain. But that goes back to how we get to in a peaceful Africa. It's like to actually understand what benefits us as a unit, as a region, period. So the dam in Ethiopia or something that might happen in Kenya or another dam in somewhere else, wherever where the resources are coming from, as long as it doesn't everyone or anyone in a significant way, but everyone is using it equitably and fairly, that should be a benefit to everyone. So if you want to live peacefully, is to make sure that you definitely agree that a source of energy, which is so important in today's economical development of anything, and especially when we're thinking about, clean energy, you cannot think of a better one. As a matter of fact, I think they should build more on the Nile Dam of these kind of dams. And I think they do have plans to build even more, not just in Ethiopia, but also in Sudan. Sudan also has a couple of dams on the Nile, the same way as Egypt does. But for Ethiopia, this is the first one, which is 80% of the source of the water to Ethiopia with. So to tell Ethiopia not to do that is ridiculous. But that's a whole another story. So if you really want to think about peaceful development of Africa, is that Africans need to realize that they're better off working with each other. I see Jonathan, your mic is...
Yeah, Jonathan is my... I was just about to say it got staticky a little bit. Can you hear me? Thank you, Sam. I was about to say something, but Jonathan was right on the flow of the topic. So now you're clear. Actually, I don't hear no static.
Okay, good. So I just want to finish that topic, that area of idea. It's just ridiculous to me. If you really want to work with each other and have a peaceful, Africa. First of all, is to understand that it's a much more regional. You cannot look at just even country with borders. We're having problems with in country, but can you imagine,
Yeah,
like
you
in
say
about
regional,
30
Jonathan.
years?
Jonathan, you said
Yeah,
regional. Can you expand
yeah.
on that? Because what does it mean regional? You see, a lot of people have a little bit hard time of bringing it together for that. What is regional?
Well, regional is like these borders that we don't even understand. They for some people that don't even exist. I think these are the kind of issues that we have with Somalia and Ethiopia and Kenya. And let's just say, if you really want to go that far out, where there's always this kind of interfighting that is happening with people that have been pastoral that just cross borders. Supposedly, these are not borders; they're just normal things that they've been doing for thousands of years, and now all of a sudden they become countries. We understand that. But then when we're talking about sources of using energy, for example, the river, economically and all of that, it's so difficult to do when you're trying to tell people, oh, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. And even within countries, like the fact that I don't, I, again, I always say I hate using Ethiopia as an example, but these regional, decentralized, ethnic federation, whatever, and that's within country. But imagine the idea of how that has also been a problem. For example, with northern Southern Sudan becoming two countries, or but at the end of the day, everything that happens economically affects everyone, right? So the water that comes 80% from the Nile really affects the whole existence of not okay. Let's put it this way. Honestly, I would say about 80% of Sudan would never exist if it was not for the rainfalls in Ethiopia, right? With the Nileans. And almost 100%, I would say 99.99% of Egypt, rightfully so, would not exist if it was not for the rainfalls that come from Ethiopia. It's a regional thing. This is a much huger. It's not a simple thing, and we don't have the same cultural history and all of that. I get all of that, but if we don't start to think like that, then basically what we're doing is signing off our death. Either we kill each other through wars or trying to. Can you imagine if like Egypt decided to just bomb? I mean, first of all, if Egypt ever did that, they're not that stupid. But if they did, not only would it wipe down all the down upstream countries, including Sudan and their own country, it's impossible. The dam is done. So if they don't actually get together and understand, Ethiopia will always be in control of how the dam is run. You cannot tell Ethiopia, oh, we need to also run it with you equally. That's crazy. All of a sudden, you want to be a part of Africa. First of all, they need to be told that, where were you for the last how many? you know, you didn't even believe you were a part of Africa. You still don't even believe you're a part of Africa sometimes. So we
Not
could, you
sometimes they
know,
don't. That's one thing that we have to understand about their stand because they're part of the Arab leagues. They don't look at themselves really being within the African continent, and it affects that whole northern region of the whole Africa from east west. And because of the influence of the Arab League, you're saying okay, you're Arab leagues, but you are in Africa. You are within the continent. First, this is what I was talking about: accepting that fact and then denying it, and then become something else, and you don't have a good landing because you're not prepared for the landing. Because the day that Africa started uniting, I started with the North because that was symbolic. But at the same time, you start from the South and you go all the way to the North. That's a different outlook. And that Black Africa will be united a lot quicker, a lot faster. And then, of course, the North, they already got differences. It's not just Arabic language. You got the Berber and everything else on the west side. And you're still going to struggle with within the being African, but not believing that you have to act as an African. That it's a problem. It's an issue. Again, when it comes to the regional, like you said, there's a lot of benefit. In fact, Egypt, while they were in dispute, other people, other sources, they told them, hey, listen, there are other rivers, okay? Whatever the percentage that you calculate and is missing, because they're talking about 15% um, lower rate than usual by having the dam, right? Because it has to go through the turbines and everything. By the time it reaches, you still have that 15% uh, issue. So what they said is there are other rivers that can contribute to the Nile, but again, you have to build canals. You know, you're going to have to build those things, and to really make things to balance. And we're talking about several other rivers that unheard, but they're there, and you can still make them navigate to contribute. When they heard that, so the highway that the Egypt want to superhighway really to build that goes from Egypt all the way down on the east coast of Africa, Ethiopia was not included. It's supposed to go from Alexandria, Cairo, comes to Khartoum, from Khartoum bypass Ethiopia, and then go to through Kenya or something like that. It was some kind of weird way of going. First of all, the routes that we're talking about, the north, okay, whether you like it or not, you know, you're gonna come to Lamalimo or different other mountainous area, but you still can build other superhighways that goes right through Ethiopia and through Addis, you know, on the outskirts of Addis, put it that way. Because the Egypt should realize that, shoot, you know, I'm growing all these fruits, all these goods, and I got 110 million people down south. So if I don't build that highway or help out with the build out of these highways, I'm going to lose out 110 million people. You cannot bypass Ethiopia when it comes to that highway. And we also have the right to use it upstream. So that's what you call a neighborhood.
It's downstream, by the way,
Regional.
just so you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're upstream.
No,
You're
no, no.
right. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
I'm talking upstream because they
Okay.
want to use the other one. So it would be beneficial to have a peaceful region that includes Egypt and include Sudan and goes all the way south, including Kenya, Somalia.
Somalia doesn't have a touch of the water, but they just went to Egypt and they were having some kind of conversation. They don't even really have any source of, but it will affect them because it will actually give
Yeah,
them power.
because
Yeah,
remember now.
yeah, but there
when
is
they
no
built,
touch of that water that is in Somalia. But anyway, but you're absolutely right, and I
no,
think
I'm
there are
talking
people
about
that really
from
want to.
trading aspect.
Trade,
From
I mean,
trading
energy
aspect.
wise, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is clean energy we're talking about, right? So,
Hmm.
this is, to me, I think it's almost, it's so ridiculous. It's a non-starter. It's already done. We all know that. But the fact that these countries, especially, unfortunately, these two countries, and I'm gonna call them out, and I wish somebody would from Sudan would come here and justify what they're complaining about. And I will say the same thing about the Egyptians. Come here and justify. You've been taking this water and you have such a huge reservoir, it dries up. You still, like, even if Ethiopia was filling this dam and doing whatever it's doing, it will never affect you to an extent that you say it affects you. It's just politics. It really is. And talking about the path to successful, peaceful Africa is to understand that you regionally have to work together because the water of the Nile is not a joke. It's such a major aspect of survival long term, not because of generating. Because don't forget, Ethiopia is not going to use the Nile water at least right now, the dam, is not for agriculture, but for the, the upstream countries to Sudan. It's honestly, if it was not for the almost 80% of the water that rains down in Ethiopia, which is not using for agriculture, and it comes down to you, which is actually gonna really help you to feed you, like, you have to work together. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I think, again, it's politics, it's misinformation, it's other countries getting involved. It's, I think, the Egyptian government wise, I think they're using it for their own purposes, because you can see how it has changed over time, because Egypt has gone through a lot in the last 15 years, and like 10, 15 years. Ethiopia is going to do what it's going to do. It is going to benefit not just Egypt and Sudan, but Eritrea, Kenya, Uganda, South Africa. I mean, because they're so connected to the grid. And this is not a negative thing for anyone. I think it's more about geopolitics more than it is about the survival of the people themselves, for feeding themselves, or whatever, what the Egyptians are talking about. Look, if it's really a big deal, why don't you do a better system of the Aswan Dam? Like, how do you store that water? It's like it just evaporates. We're actually going to help you, because we can actually give you more water now. But what they want is, they want Ethiopia to sign a deal that says that Egypt has to sit on when the water gets released, who controls the water in Ethiopia. And that's what Ethiopia does not want to do, because that's giving up literally your legitimacy of being a country. What are you, like? We're not Egypt. And what they need to realize is, like, you work with us, to be a successful, peaceful Africa, we have to work regionally. But we don't have to sign deals with you about you being a controlling power of how we control our waters. Because where were you 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago when you were signing deals, when you took 80, 90, 100% of the water in 1929, when you signed a deal, for example? So no. So they need to get over that. And that's why I said I hope that we do get an Egyptian here and a Sudanese here to explain what their issue is.
Yeah, and at the same time, true, Jonathan. My understanding is that, yeah, when you start filling the dam, yes, there's an issue, how long it is going to take to fill it up and all that. But again, this was so natural. They didn't even anticipate that it's going to flood. The Nile flooded the dam. It's not even the first fill and the third one. It was not controlled. It went over and filled the dam. It was not something that was purposely done, because there are gates. There are cataracts that you open up.
Well, I'm just going to go back to the biblical things, because you guys are all like religious on here. So let's go back to Gion, okay? So that's the Nile. So listen, and it comes from Ethiopia. 80% of it, deal with it. We have sat here and watched you completely, like, look at Egypt. 99% of their people have electricity. Ethiopia, 67% of the people in Ethiopia don't have electricity. Like, we're just talking about electricity here. Like, I don't even want to go there. And the idea of fighting over the use of the water is insane to me, to begin with, Okay. So finally, we're doing it. Like, it took forever, and we're not even affecting you. Like, get over it. Like, really, honestly, get over it. Unless you can come and do, like, really justify what your problem is. And they don't. All they say is, oh, it will. But it has not. So, and this is the third filling. So,
Egypt was criticized for not using the Nile properly. Okay, they got Aswan Dam, fine, but at the same time, when it comes to the agriculture and what they could have done with the Nile, past all these cataracts, what they did and how much they used that water, it was not just water. It comes also with dirt. Okay, it has earth that's moving along with it. They drench it. You kind of drench it and you bring it to a land and start growing things. So it's being criticized not to make it to a good use. Now you have Israel that's selling 50,000 cubic liter of water to Jordan. Israel doesn't have water to share 50,000. They have a
Again,
pipeline.
I
They
cannot.
have a pipeline from the
No,
Delta. They got a pipeline of water, whatever that they find,
no.
and they're sucking the water 50,000 cubic liter.
I
This
don't know
is
how many times I can stress this. This has nothing to do with the power of water. It's a power of regional power of those, really honestly, two countries, Egypt and Ethiopia. Let's be honest. That's what it really comes to. Sudan is caught in the middle. Sometimes it sides with Ethiopia because it knows, it's just politically. But it knows that actually the dam is going to help both countries anyway. And Egypt knows that it's going to help Egypt as well with this dam. It's not, it has nothing to do. It's about, all of a sudden Egypt has decided that it's, has to be the boss of Africa, at least in that region. That's what it comes down. It's political. It has nothing to do with the water itself. Egypt knows this is actually going to help it because most of the water that's being, in the reservoir in Ethiopia will never. It's in the highlands. It just doesn't evaporate. So if there's a drought, Ethiopia can allow for more water to get down into the downstream, upstream countries like Egypt and Sudan, but also control it when if sometimes that there's too much rain, right? So that Sudan actually is very happy about that. This is more political about it. It's more about regional power, and it has changed the whole game for them. And Egyptian politicians have been using it, and they keep using it as a political thing. And I find it hilariously funny because Egypt decides to be Africa all of a sudden. Uh, Wants Ethiopia, because I swear to you, like 12 years, 14 years ago, Egypt would have never sworn. Most Egyptians will say they swear they're not even part of Africa. All of a sudden now it matters. I mean, enough is enough, and they need to be told that. And I don't find that very fun, but the truth hurts. They can say whatever they want to say, but Ethiopia is going to do what it's doing. It's going to benefit from at the end. The government knows that. That's why they're not dropping any bombs, but they're using it as a source of winning the souls and minds of their Egyptian people. And let's not forget, the three largest population in Africa, it's those three countries of Nigeria first, of course, Ethiopia second, and Egypt third. But Egypt, out of all three of the most populous countries, completely depends on the Nile water. So I can understand their concern, but their whole entire mentality about it from the beginning, saying that they have 100% right, is how they started. Like, no country can ever use any of the. I mean, that's what they started out with, right? Arguing with Ethiopia, it's like, you cannot build a dam because we have 100% right, because we signed this deal in 1920s or something like that with our colonizer called England. And then they said, oh, no, no, no. And then Ethiopia said, we never, we're going to do it anyway. And they went to the 1950s ones. Oh, no, no, no. But Sudan also and Egypt signed this other second deal in the 1950s where Egypt gets like 50% and Sudan gets 48%, whatever, and no country gets anything. And Ethiopia is like, whatever, we're still going to do it. And so it's just like this building constantly over time. But it's such a shame, because if you want to have a successful, peaceful Africa, it's like, use your natural resources equitably among all countries. And so what the other rest of Africa countries that do actually produce most of the water, which is not Sudan nor Egypt, is they signed something. And Sudan signed it kind of partially, but Egypt refused to sign it. And so that's where we're at. But at the end of the day, it's over. It's not an argument anymore. It never was. But I hope that they have such a smart, I don't know, a leader in their government that could tell their population that it's going to be actually beneficial for them, because that is the truth. But what they want is control. They want to run the dam equally, not equitably, but equally with the government of Ethiopia, to tell the government of Ethiopia when they can release water, when they cannot. And that's what Ethiopia does not want to do, because that means literally giving up your sovereignty. That's what the problem is right now, in case people don't understand. That's what Egypt wants. Egypt wants Ethiopia to sign a deal where it basically manages the dam equally.
ምትለኝ ያለው ከኛ ጋር ቁጭ ብለው ራን ላይ ያደረጉ ነው የፈለጉት
They want equal. Yeah, that's what they're fighting over. They started with the filling, but the filling was one side of it, like how long it will take to fill. They asked for 25 years. Can you imagine? Like, Ethiopia is like, are you kidding? We spent too much money. No, it needs to be filled within 10 years. Right? That was one thing. And then they immediately said, no, not just the filling, but we also want to make sure that we have a seat at the table of when you release water, when you don't. Meaning that they want to run like equally with Ethiopia, how it's managed. They use the word manage. Manage means that they also say when you release, when you don't release, like basically they own the dam, right? And so Ethiopia is like, hell no, this is our dam. We built our dam, right? So that's the main problem. And this is what Sudan just does not understand in the middle of it all, because it keeps going one side on the other side. What Egypt is so scared of is, rightfully so, to a certain extent, is like, what if there's a drought, right? Well, you have like a whole entire ocean of water that's been reserved that we can always give it to you. But they want to have enough power to say who releases the water to flow down. They want to control the dam, is basically what I'm trying to say. That's, if you really look at what the whole problem is right now between Ethiopia. It's not about Egypt. I'm sorry, it's not about Sudan. It's really between Egypt and Ethiopia. Egypt wants to have a certain amount of power about how to run it. Not fill it anymore, how to run it. That's
what you call control. That's the idea of control. They want to control how it's going to get filled, how it's going to be followed. This is Ethiopian dam, which is an African dam. The long run, when we are building this one unity, that dam belongs to Africa at the end of the day. Whether you like it or not, you're still in the land. But at the same time, let's say if Ethiopia said, okay, we'll deal for the next 21 years, 25 years, how to fill the dam. So that means they have a dip in how to run the dam. And the good thing is, what happened to that dam is, that dam, when it needed to fill, it came in literally like you plan to fill it. It surprises a lot of even Egypt knew that Ethiopia did not fill the dam accordingly. It just came in and filled itself. It went over. This is the region where the area actually from that highland. They're talking about all this hurricane that comes and hit the United States. Okay, it's created there. There's so much when it comes to this rain in the atmosphere itself, where Trump, he said, why don't we just nuke this hurricane? Okay, and then when they look at the source is in Ethiopia. So basically, he had the idea to nuke the idea to nuke a part of the atmosphere. to stop from having this hurricane to come. He even said at one point, I would have blown up the dam itself. These are the unnecessary narratives that bolster Egypt. Okay. At the end of the day, they will benefit a whole lot more on all the water that they wasted all these years without developing the lands. At least Sudan now got smart and start, having the farming and still take few thousand, not few, but a lot of the water to get the cattle growing. You're talking about 10,000 acres at a time. And it's growing, and that water is needed. So because Sudan used it, why should I be blamed? They're using it down the stream. As far as Ethiopia is concerned, they're not using it from our land, and they have the right to use it.
Oh, no, trust me, they eventually will, but that's besides the point. It does not hurt Egypt. They know that, I'm telling you. This is more geopolitics right now with Egypt and Ethiopia, because Egypt has kind of had this. I don't think people realize Egypt and Ethiopia have a long history. They fought 2 wars, actually. And I don't know if people even realize that Egypt actually tried to invade Ethiopia once before, and they got kicked out. Like, this is not the first time. And Egypt and Ethiopia have a long history also religiously because of the Orthodox Church. Egypt and Ethiopia have a long history going back to the pharaohs, for God's sakes. Like, look into, we know that they came to Ethiopia and traded with Ethiopia. We have a long history of working with each other, just sharing each other's, economic benefits or whatever. This is something else. This is completely about self-sufficient and self-aware, what Ethiopia has been trying to do forever about the Nile waters. I don't think that this has anything to do, honestly, with anything except geopolitics. It's not about resources. Egypt knows the dam is going to help Egypt in so many ways. They know that. Even the scientists will tell you that. It's something else. They have their own issues in Egypt, and I think Ethiopia also has its own issues within the country of Ethiopia, and they're using, the government sometimes are using these geopolitical infighting for their whatever immediate purposes. But the honest truth is, everybody knows that the dam is really going to be very, very helpful to both Egypt and Sudan. They know that. That's why they just talk. They don't do anything. They will go complain.
The whole region.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talking about region, the whole region, and at least, in fact, you'll see Egypt selling Ethiopian electricity to Europe. Just watch.
No, but that's the thing, because there is a grid that is actually halfway connected to Israel and whatever. And
correct.
Ethiopia plans to sell electricity to Europe, for God's sakes, because of this one great and many more dams that we might build eventually. We have to get off gas, right? You don't have this. Renewable energy is going to be always the big thing, and I cannot wait until the Congo builds. Supposedly, it's going to be the biggest dam ever in the Congo, which is one of the biggest rivers, and they're going to do that as well there. And then once you have it all connected, all these grids together, that's long term, and it will benefit everybody, right? So that's, I'm going way too far ahead here, but right now with the gut, I think that it is being really talked about in such a negative way.
You got a little static that started again. I want to welcome BJ. She was waiting patiently. Hi, BJ. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you guys doing? I love the topic. It's very, very interesting. It's extremely interesting to see the idiocracy of Egypt and all this other stuff going on at the time that many regions around the world is dying for water.
Uh,
The Hoover Dam that supplies California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah is drying up. I'm looking at some things, some parts of Europe is drying up, and you're crying about a dam that's going to supply waters to everybody and saying it's not right because it's not what I want. You know, you're talking about your gold physically in the ground. The real gold is going to be the water because people can't find water. The world is heating up. And, you know, you talk about food security with the dam because you can supply water to all these farms and agricultural. They're looking at you guys, and you're sitting up there fighting 1900 problems in the year 2022.
Very true. Because really, you know, with the Xavier blessing, we got this Nile. If anybody has some time to go and search up on how the Nile started and how it got big, it's an amazing story behind it. A very amazing. It started like a little stream, and in fact, that very stream is a holy water. Okay, people line up to get a little bit of that stream of water, and how it got bigger. It's like a miracle that you see on it every day. Every day, that little drip is still dripping, is still a stream. And now you have this big, big river, so powerful, it would destroy cities as it comes down. And
Wow.
we are able to build a dam to control it a little bit. A little bit, we cannot control it. All these, the first one, the second one, the third one, it filled itself. It was so much rain, it went over and then filled the dam. Here's
So
Egypt.
y'all saying, hey,
The,
I'm
the,
in control of
no,
this. I'm in control of
and
this.
Xavier is in control. You know, he's in control on what we want. And this building of the dam, it was way in Haile Selassie time when he said, "Yes, we don't have."
Thank you for telling the story, Biggie. Please start
Yes,
telling him the story where it all began.
yes,
And actually started way before that, by the way.
and
It started even before Haile Selassie, but go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Biggie.
no, go ahead. No, since he started it, I just let you do that. Because really, is the big history behind it. Jonathan, you know that story, so I'll let you say
Yeah,
it
we need to hear that. Yeah.
from Jonathan.
All right. So let me tell you, it was actually, it started with the Zagwes. The Zagwes used to look at the river like we need to, in a small little thing. I'm talking about like 1100s here, right? But Haile Selassie was the first one that actually started talking about it. And really even started and it's the same region, by the way, where the dam is being built right now. And he had scientists from all over at the time where dams were being built. And Africa was not we used to build dams that are much smaller. And then, of course, immediately the whole entire the second Italian-Ethiopian war happened, and it kind of got canceled. And Mengistu, which is the communist era of Ethiopia, which lasted about, it feels like 20 years, and it was one of the worst histories of Ethiopia, really. But even he tried to continue to do it, but it just never happened. So every single government, whether we agree with them or not, in Ethiopia have been trying to do it. And we have to really be generally thankful about the last government, which is the TPLF, right? The crazy people that were in Ethiopia. They are crazy, let's be honest, because they've done some good things, and every government in Ethiopia has done some good thing and some bad things. But that's when it started with Meles, when it finally got started. So this did not happen overnight. This is over, really honestly, over thousands of years in a way that you could even say. about how you can dam the Nile, which is a very difficult river to do because of the geographic nature of Ethiopia. But the one area was just right on this border of where, almost on the border of Sudan and Ethiopia, but it's always been considered that's what's going to happen. And yeah, it happened during the TPLF time when TPLF was actually a decent government, at least thinking about Ethiopia as Ethiopia. And we should be thankful that they started it. And I always give them so much credit. And even when the whole entire idea that no international financial institutions normally where you go to build something so important like the World Bank, the IMF said no because of Egypt predominantly, and they didn't want to see Ethiopia to becoming, self-sufficient because they always want you to be, poor Ethiopia. But yeah, TPLF and Medla said, hell no, we're going to go to our people, right? So we're going to just raise the money to build the dam. And they started that at this point almost 15 years ago, really, when it first started. It didn't happen overnight. You don't build a dam like this overnight. With no financial help from traditionally, what you would do is take loans out. So Ethiopians, I should say, built this. So we should be very, very proud of Ethiopians because they understood that they have the right to use the river, which they've been trying to do for so long. And even when international governments are trying to undermine you, it's because they want you to stay in the dark, right? Talk about African Renaissance, and that's why I think that it was called a Renaissance dam in a lot of ways, especially for Ethiopia. But I think it's a Renaissance for Africa in general, because it's not that we're not capable. We have the resources. We're just have been told not to. Mainly because in order to build on that, you have to take loans. So thank God for all these governments over the years, going back to Haile Selassie. You're kidding me? It goes even back further. So for thousands of years, Ethiopians have said that we have to, and every single time something happens. But fortunately, it took us, Ethiopians, over 1,000 years, at least I would say, to get to them. Yeah, thank God we've gotten to this place where we finally are getting our people out of darkness, really. And it's really affected Ethiopia. Whenever we talk about how this affects, how this is going to change Ethiopia, people forget, we have deforested most of Ethiopia for basic things today as the population is growing. We've been burning wood. That means that you're taking the forest down. It has affected what you can grow as food. Well, I think global ideas of what forestation or deforestation is. Ethiopia has deforested itself because of the growing population. While it could actually make electricity from its, rightful use of its own waters. So finally, we're doing that. The deforestation of Ethiopia, it's not just about electricity. It really has affected the starvation of Ethiopians in the 80s. They talk about the drought. Well, how did that affect? How did the drought happen in those regions? It was not just about the weather. It's the fact that we've completely deforested our traditional lands for firewood.
Yanata, they know this stuff, and if you deforest, because a lot of people don't even understand here, logging is major industry. If you constantly cut those trees down, you're eventually going to create a desert. So they already knew. Okay, keep them taking those trees down. They will be living in land that they can't grow anything on it. They always know what their end game is going to be, and we just do not fight up against it.
Yep, exactly. So during, right before Haile Selassie's time, what they started to do, especially in Addis Ababa, where the population was really fastly growing, is they imported what is called barzaf, which is eucalyptus trees from Australia. So if you go up into Toto Mountain today, it's all barzaf. I mean, barzaf is not a traditional tree in Ethiopia, but it grows really fast, and it kind of brings back the soil and actually breathes where you live. But forget all of that. But that's going on everywhere because you have to understand Ethiopian population is the second biggest population in Africa. And it's the seventh or eighth in the world, by the way. So that's crazy, right? When you think about it, it's not a small population. It's 130 million, something like that today. To feed that kind of population in a geography that is so diverse, but at the same time very limited about where you can grow food, and especially with the depopulation of trees and forestations and all of that, they've understood that they have to feed themselves in a different way. Whether it's importing food, whatever, that means economic development. And this has been happening more since the 1940s and 50s, but really, I think in the last 20, 30 years. And the dam has become such an important aspect of not just Ethiopia, but the region as a whole. And, food insecurity is always social insecurity. People will fight and get into wars and, all kinds of things because of limited resources to grow food. And Ethiopia is still predominantly what you would call agrarian country. People are still dependent on growing their own food to survive. In Ethiopia, it's about like 80% of the population is agrarian, meaning 80% of the population in Ethiopia depends on growing its own food to feed themselves. I'm not talking about even, that's crazy, right? Like, that's insane. There is a reason why Ethiopia is in the bottom 10 of the poorest countries, but Ethiopia doesn't have to be. It has the resources, and it's been told not to use its resources because of who, and finally it's doing it. The way I look at it is, thank God, finally, and that's how Ethiopians feel, and they're doing it for themselves. And so if an Egyptian has something to come and say about it, if a Sudanese has something to come and say about it, I would love to have that conversation with them. I would love to take them to Ethiopia and show them what is going on in Ethiopia. So enough is enough, That's what Ethiopia is saying with the dam.
Yeah, I mean, no other country, nation, anywhere on this planet does not define what it needs. I mean, it's like, how dare you, America, the West, China, whoever, to tell me what I can do with my own land. But yeah, if we even utter a word and say America needs to do, Europe needs to do, how dare you? This is our sovereign land. We have the rights. The hypocrisy is just endless. Ethiopia needs to and must decide what it needs for itself.
And it is. And it's not just Ethiopia. I think Africans in general are finally waking up and saying, you know what? We've been playing this game with you guys because you put us in this kind of positions. And I think African countries are doing that. And you're going to get a pushback, even among your own African brothers and sisters that are neighbors, because they're constantly also being influenced from the outside. I mean, that's the only way I can generally say some countries kind of are understanding what this means, not just for Ethiopia, for the region, for themselves as well. But they react certain ways sometimes and they don't other times, depending who the leader is within that African country. But for the most part, I think that is the difference. This is not the Africa of 20 years ago. This is a different Africa. And thank God for that. And again, I think God is just one aspect of that realization of Africans to just say, like, no, we're going to do us, and you should be supporting us. This is exactly what you should be supporting. This is what you've done for your country to get where you're at. And, but yet they said, no, we're not even going to fund it. You're on your own. And we're going to keep telling you that you're wrong for even doing it, So, I mean, there's so many things to unpack with that. That's why, again, I say, I promise you, I would love to hear from a Sudanese and an Egyptian coming on here and defending their fight against this dam, because they really don't have a justification for it. But outside of the dam itself, It's the idea of what the big question is: the path to a successful, peaceful Africa, and a successful, peaceful Africa is a sustainable Africa, and that's regional. It's not. It crosses borders. Um, it's not just political, but it's sustainability of having a constant flow of water into Egypt or Sudan, which Ethiopia is not like cutting off, first of all, but it's also about energy because we live in a in an in a world that energy is such a huge part of development, and that happens through electricity, and it has to happen through renewable energy.
And,
So
and again, it's clean energy, which is
that's
even
my
more critical.
exactly. Yeah, so they should be a part of it, but you cannot tell Ethiopia to say that you have to, that. I mean, if Ethiopia is gonna like, I find it the whole thing hilariously funny. This is what Egypt was sort of demanding is that they run the guard equally, meaning like, first of all, that is a complete craziness. That means that it takes away the country's sovereignty. Like, then they should also allow Ethiopia to go run the dams in Egypt and Sudan. But of
Yeah,
course,
that's only fair. That's only fair.
yeah.
If you want to take over mine, I
If
should be able to take
if you're
over
gonna
yours.
say that, then let's all run our dams together, right? But then if you want to talk about something like that as a regional thing, we can all communicate with each other. But you cannot tell us that you're gonna come here all of a sudden out of nowhere and say that we're gonna run your dam equally and tell you what to do, when to do, how you're doing it. That's ridiculous. I think that
But Yanata,
it's
you just
racist.
saying that, and you know what's going on with the oil shortage and everything. Is Egypt sitting up there making alliances with the West, and then if I got control of the dam, I could then siphon off all the resources from the dam and just sell it off to you, and then you're still sitting in the same pool that you were prior to having a dam, because now you've got no water in your region while it's being diverted to supply everybody else.
Yeah,
It's
I'm reading Johanna's comment out, Biggie. Can you address Johanna's with take an example from Eritrea and step together as one against their push for isolation? I'm not sure. But
Roll Johanna. Okay, we should take an example from Eritrea and stand together as one against their push for isolation. you know, uh, Jonathan, just to say it, okay? Eritrea exists because they are Eritreans. They don't go into different definition. It's only one Eritrea, and Ethiopia should be the same way as one Ethiopia. There's no nations that divide themselves. Together as just being Eritrean, it never been about Hamas, it was not about Bilen, it was not about Mandafara, it's about Eritrean. There's no divide. That's exactly what he put out there. Because if that unity, any Eritrean that you communicate right now, anything that is at the age of 25, 27, they all served Eritrea as Eritrean, not as divided different nations. There are 9 different nations within that made Eritrea, but they all called Eritrea first. They bring the whole Eritrea as one. So that oneness is the one that gives Eritrea strength. There's no divide through where you're from within the country. Where you're from, you are from Eritrea. And that's one of the message that he's putting out there, just to remind us that we, at the end, Eritrea would be a lot easier when it comes to being African, because now they're Eritrean, but as Africans, that'll be very easy transition. But if you're gonna be through divide of nations inside the nation itself that made it together. That's when, because I refuse to call them tribe. They're not tribe. The society. They have their own justice system. They got their own economy. They got a lot of things on their own. They can run that part, not as just tribe. Tribe becomes really on the lowest level. So they want us to be so-called just tribal. It's a tribal issue. It's a tribal issue. I never heard it as a Beher level. You understand? Beher no. Beher is about nation. That's what we're talking about. So these nations, the first thing that they believe is one Eritrea, and they're all Eritreans, and that's one Africa, and the Africans. That is about what Eritrea is about. And that's why I said the fact that it should take an example, because one, Eritrea have food security. She's got her own. There's nobody that contribute to it. Zero loans. She doesn't depend on others. It's the people that made Eritrea. They don't bend over for any financial institution because they are independent on their own. When you look at the military, yes, they built the military system. I would say about Eritrea is all militarized when it comes to war. The nation itself for the last 27 years was training. So that means 27 years ago, they had new recruits over and over the years. So an 18 years old that was then, 27 years ago, he was trained to protect Eritrea, his country. So that's why this example comes from Eritrea, because Eritrea is militarily ready for anything that comes. If you come to the point where we're going to be on the guerrilla fighting, yes, we can do that. It will be worse than the Taliban they experienced. But again, we don't let anybody come in and coming out of the country to destroy the country. The unity of the people makes it a strong Eritrea, militarily, and as well when it comes to their economy. Self-sustained state in Africa that defies anything that's going to be enslaving her. That's what he said. We should take an example. We should take an example from Eritrea and stand together, because Eritreans stand together. Including now when it comes to Ethiopia, when it comes to the TPLF that's going to be launching all this offensive, who is there? Eritrea, ready with everything. And of course, as you know, the king enemy for TPLF is Eritrea. And Eritrea will stand with Ethiopia because they know what kind of cancer she had. Now Ethiopia is out of this cancer. But now we got to unite the people of Tigray. People of Tigray, they need to be really in a level to understand there's only one Ethiopia. The division between Beher Beresab is not going to benefit anybody. They should take example from Eritrea. The people believe in one Eritrea. There's no Hamas in Eritrea. There's no billion Eritrean. There's no other nations Eritrean. There's only one Eritrea. And Isaias did a good job unifying his people, make them understand one day we'll have this issue. And the people of Eritrea was ready for one day. In 1998, they proved it.
Well,
And from that on, there's no West influence, there's no other influence. Eritrea is one. That's why
I don't know. That whole entire region to me is one of the same people. The only difference is maybe Somalis, but even Somalis are one of the same people to so many Ethiopians. That whole entire region is a mess, but in a good way, which they're not really realizing, like if they really look at each other. But it's so shocking because in a small region, the differences with the languages and physical appearance and all of that, you can say all kinds of things. But the history of that whole entire region is actually recorded well, both within as ancient as you can go to, if you look at, but the Egyptians, probably not the earliest we can talk within the continent, but even the Persians, they actually had different people that used, the kingdoms of different regions in the eastern part of Africa that used to come and do what they do, which is give them their, their gold or whatever. And you can see the difference. And some of that is still reminiscent of what certain regions in East Africa wear. And here we are, 5,000 years later, and we're still having this ridiculous conversation. To me, I think it's so ridiculous, but it is what it is. I think language in particular kind of tends to do a great division. The whole idea of Eritrea and Tigray, to me, I still don't understand. I think that they speak the same language, and we think about Amharic. Somebody said this the other day that Amharic supposedly is not even part of. I'm just talking about the east, and then there's Somalia, right? And then we have eastern part of what we call Swahili today, and wow, how did we get here? And who decided to get us here? But that means that it must have been such a huge amount of land that divided us between each other for long periods of time for us to have these specific dialects to develop on their own. It doesn't happen overnight. But there were no countries either. There was no such thing as Kenya. There's no such thing as Sudan. There was no such thing as Eritrea. There was no such thing necessarily as Ethiopia. There were kingdoms like Aksum, and you can go on and on and on. But the geographic idea of what we understand what countries are today and how we include within those borders so many different people. I don't know. Africa is a very tough place to successfully, peacefully unite because of that. And again, I'm going back to your thing, the path to successful, peaceful Africa. And it's, I don't know. I hope I have an answer one of these days, but I will start with just, at least respecting the fact that whether we like it or not, here we are living in a border that is called this country or whatever, but also understanding that whatever happens next door between this state and that state or that country, whatever, especially when it comes to natural resources, is going to always affect us. So, go ahead, BJ.
I'm sorry, but Jonathan, what we don't see, but we need to understand, the greatest way to unite is to find a common interest that benefits all. Either it's going to be by a positive self-interest, meaning like the dam, or it's going to be a negative self-interest of invaders who are trying to destroy everybody in the region. But finding that self-interest that unites everybody is what's important for Africa, because right now, being separated, there's no reason to unite, because I'm doing fine over here, and my people are we're peaceful. We're not trying to get in the middle, whatever. We're okay. So there's no incentive to unite, but you have to find that incentive because everybody else on this globe is uniting regardless of what language they're speaking, because they find that common self-interest, and it's to their benefit, and like it or not, Africa has to unite because everyone else is uniting against Africa.
Very true. And I'll come to
Very true.
very, very true. And that was the situation in Africa this week. Okay. That was this show. I programmed it sometimes for July 9th. And I never touched it. Okay. Everything that comes in my life, it's not coincidence. It's not accident. It happens for a better reason. Because this is really the right time for me, from what I look for. The path to a successful, peaceful Africa. And now we just went, can you imagine, from Raholt, Johanna, came in about the example of Eritrea. Eritrea has been really isolated. You can call the dictator president, this president, whatever. This man will die in Eritrea. He will die for the country. And he want to make sure within that 27 years, hard fist ruling, training, getting the people ready for any type of thing that's going to come against Eritrea. Eritrea will stand together. Now they have Ethiopians that will stand behind them. They are example for Africa, but they want to squash it. This is the path to a successful, peaceful Africa path, to be self-sustained, have your army, have your people to be together. And this example to the west or east, it doesn't matter. You cannot divide and conquer if Africa stand like Eritrea. If I establish a good military, we're non-nuke, but we have uranium. We have the scientists. We do. Putting this shit together is easy. It's just we're on the time they don't want us to figure it out. We already figured it out. We have scientists all over the world, including people that I know personally that works in the nuclear energy. Okay. For us to go over having a nuke, first we got to use our unity. Which direction we're going to go. So this is the seed that I plant in Africa. The path to a successful, peaceful Africa. And for those that's going to listen to this, in the diaspora or in the continent, I'm seeding this peace for Africa. It's your duty. If you're black, it's your duty. If you have a drop of that black blood, it's your duty. You are African in the continent, it's your duty to move toward a peaceful Africa. What you put in your mind is your big dream, your dream. Your emotion is the peaceful Africa. Regardless how it's going to be attained, at least I'm seeding that seed for the future of Africa. And the diasporas to unite. When we talk about the Swahili Nation One Africa office, it is a big deal. It's our unity. What is our dream? to create this peaceful Africa. What does it mean to have Swahili Nation One Africa office? What does it mean? It's not going to be the only African representation out of Tanzania. We're going to replicate this as long as there's an African. We're going to be putting these offices that will defend the authenticity of us as Africans. This schedule was July 9th. If some of you look on July 9th, there was some schedule that I tried to put in. But you know what? Today is the day. When I looked at of everything that happened from July 9th to yesterday, and what the people, even in the Western world, whites are looking at it. The white that you call so-called the discrimination between black and white. Even the whites are coming really together. It's like they're trying to slay Africa. Again, to come into that 1885, the Berlin talk, but a different talk. This is the time. Because this topic is supposed to be July 9th. It meant to be today. That's why at the beginning, word that I will say is word that you're going to get it spiritually. And as well, you listen to what I say. But those are the codes that comes if you believe that Africa is good, everything is working now. I don't think so. You have the answers. But what can you do for Africa? For this successful, peaceful Africa, where are we? Where we stand? Today we talked about the GERD. The GERD is a very important topic. I didn't start it with a GERD. I didn't talk about that, but I know something that's going to unify us is that if Ethiopia and Eritrea put it together, okay, it's nothing to feel sorry because this is supposed to be the conversation.
No, it just kind of led to that discussion because I thought it was an important.
Very important. That is the source.
Because you said the path to a successful, peaceful Africa, and I think that regional integration is a good way to be successful, peaceful Africa.
Absolutely, and that's why I emphasize, to explain the regional part. It's not that we don't know, but again, if we're gonna reverberate it again, make it alive again, okay, over and over, that'll make us the best continent. Because have you noticed when your parent tells you not to do something, they repeat like a broken record? You ever heard that expression? Over and over.
A broken record is keep skipping, right? Same thing all over again, but no sense.
It skips, it goes back again, the same word.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
If we don't put this word, if we don't put or seed the successful, peaceful Africa, when are you going to see that? This is the time.
But Biggie, is that I think people see it is that they don't want to buy into it. People are afraid of the unknown, and we need to stop being afraid. And just, if what you're doing now ain't working, it's time to do something different.
Hey, listen, for me, it's been the fact that so many Africans don't even want to believe that they are African sometimes because they're just so stuck in their little regions. And Biggie, don't get me wrong when I say this, the whole Eritrea thing, sometimes I think it's great, but I know what that also means because sometimes they think that because of the history of what Eritrea is, the Italians mean something different for them. So, of course, I've been very quiet, but I'm going to say it. Yeah, they really don't want to attach themselves to being a part of. It's true. It is true. There is quite a lot of that population that I think the Italian influence has changed the mentality of them being, and the same way that some other Africans might think differently. But I will say, like, again, I'm gonna bring it back to the like recorded history, right? So we know the oldest human beings have always been found in Africa. Let's just start with that. And then if you go further, and then the first few civilizations, right? There were about three, obviously the ones that we find in what today is Iraq, the the Persians eventually, and then the whatever, but also Egyptians in the beginning. But Egyptians are Africans. They, whether they like it or not, they were Sudanese predominantly most of the time. They were going back and forth. Where Sudan and Egypt is today is still Africa, whether we like it or not. And then even talking about the different religions, right? So the oldest Jewish, the oldest Christians, the oldest Muslims are also found in Ethiopia, for example, in that region as well. So we can go on and on about all of that. I mean, if we want to talk about history, that's where we need to remind our kids and our nephews and nieces and make sure that they understand that is actually not just because of recorded history, like actually written history, but also through genes, like our genes, like human genes, you know? And that's where we come from. The oldest genes that they can find is actually in eastern part of Africa. And some of it goes further back, all the way to some parts of what today is South Africa. If we want to go to science, like we all get that. Let's all understand that. But then to have this kind of conversation, that's where you have to start everything with. And then make people understand successful, peaceful, anything, not just Africa, because I think there's this idea that somehow like, yeah, it is Africa is extremely important because we are Africans, I get it. But we're so interconnected globally. And this whole idea of just looking at Africa, especially as a diaspora and a diaspora show, it would be ridiculous to not point out the fact that we all are affecting all of that change. Because look at the Chinese, for example, right? Huge country, but I swear, most of the people that are running all the big science, anything that you want to think about, are Indians and Chinese that are not living in China. They're living in England, they're living in the United States, they're the doctors, the scientists. We're globalized,
Right.
and this idea of just constantly just thinking about Africa in that way also undermines that we are a diaspora like everybody else at this point. The Chinese will never talk about that. They don't. Maybe they do, and I've not been on their shows, but they don't. Yeah.
You know, and the thing is it's okay to have a different point of view. It's okay to have different experiences, but that common bond should be there because, like you see, just looking at China, you know, the ones who are running it or having huge influence in China may be living other places, but what do they all say? I am Chinese. My roots, my allegiance is to China. Africa, you know, it's like we are forever running and colonization, the 500 years of bondage. I get it to a certain extent, but it makes no sense because you need to be unified as a whole, even if you do have different experiences, different perspectives, different goals, and different allegiances. Your common bond should be African because everybody else's common bond ain't you. You are not on the top of the cream on the top of the cup. So by not aligning yourself, you are weakening yourself. So how can you be strong when you're just a petal among an ocean of water? You know, and
I want to add one thing, BJ. You're not done.
Oh, okay.
One thing that you said is Chinese. When you say Chinese, it's equal to Ethiopia.
Yeah.
It's equal to Kenya. You're talking about one country.
Yeah.
Unification. You're talking about Eritrea.
Yeah.
They're not Africa. They cannot run the whole Asia. Asians are really different in their way of running and operating.
Yeah, and nobody ever
We
looked
cannot
at
compare
as China as they have several different provinces and ethnicity. No one sees that unless you're over there. Here we see them as a monolith, but they're not. And Africa, when I look at their situation as being so foreign, it's the same thing. They had to fight that battle a long time ago. That's why you don't see the fragments, but the fragments are still there.
yes.
I
The
I think
Chinese.
that's a very difficult thing to say because if you go into any major institutions, educational institutions today in the United States of America, to an extent that they're trying to pass laws that they can no longer like discriminate because they're realizing because of certain things that are happening, which are if you look at
They
MIT,
still
if you
discriminate.
look
The
at
problem.
well, I know
They're
they
not-
will say that,
They
but at
still
the end of the
do.
day, the people
It's
that are in there
systematic.
are actually people that are coming from China, from India, that are actually basically doing the sciences and all of that. Anyway, the point that
Okay,
I'm trying to make with that was,
Jonathan.
yeah,
One
go
thing
ahead.
that I want to one thing that I would say, okay, in that aspect of it, uh, pure and simply, you don't hear United States of China, okay, purely to say you don't hear United States of India, right? They're all Indians, right? They're all Chinese. When it comes to Africa situation, Africa is so big, as small as they can try to put it and represent us in the map. We have, we can have the whole China in one region, and you can call it the East Coast of Africa.
But you know, Biggie, the reason why you don't hear that is that they understand, and we so dense. And no offense to anybody, but we are. They
Look at the United States of
understand that it is
the United States
power
of
in
America.
being unified. I'm a Chinese. I get my
That's right,
power because we're one unit.
right. I'm American because you said you are United States of America. It says clearly before you say America itself, it says United States of America. It's a state that went and believed in one movement. It's like Eritrea has 9 different beers and nations. They believe just like saying, "Hey, we're Eritreans." You see, we have to understand the the game that they play. At the same time, we go back to history and how we can stand as one. the whole the whole move that we were doing is to bring Africa to be one. Because one, geographically, we are a huge continent. We can include the United States, we can include China, we can include India, and we can include some all the Europe, and then the Britain, Madagascar is there. That's the same size. In order to unite all that, Chinese got it made it easy. Americans made it easy. Europe made it easy because that's how much space you occupy and how many people live within that space. We have all these differences with nothing. It's not even differences. It's just our culture, our
And,
nations
and
that
then,
are
and Biggie, what you just saying that Europe, how many languages are spoken in Europe? Yet they're unified. We got to stop using these little excuses of why not and figure out a way to.
Niha, I think there is a Niha. I'm speaking a little Chinese here. I think there's somebody here with a halfway. I don't know what the yellow and black color
it
means,
is.
but please
That's
explain.
pie.
You know.
That's
Is that
pie.
black? Really? Oh my
Pie,
God.
welcome.
Hi,
Welcome to the
Clyde.
club.
Hey, Biggie. How you
Hi,
doing, son?
3.14.
How you doing?
What's up?
I'm good. I was trying to ask for the link earlier, but I had to save it on my phone when I went outside because I didn't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I sent the link. I put the link out.
Oh, okay.
No, the link is so far up in the stream because I had to search way up in the stream. So you might want to put it back out there.
Yeah. Please join this panel. I mean, this is us. It's about us. So
I
join
mean,
us.
So, I have to ask you a question before I forget. Like I heard that it was like some kind of a love fest with an 80-year-old woman that came out of the United States government that came to visit your country recently. What
Yeah.
happened? Like they were
Oh, you're
dissecting what
entertaining
she was
old American
wearing.
women, huh?
She's like 80 years old, I would assume, right? They were talking about how high heels, like what was the inches of a heel, what she was wearing. Like, is it that crazy that no American came to Taiwan for that long? I mean, what was it so shocking? And why not about the politics, but instead they were fell in love with her?
Oh,
Well, like, see, it's because there's never been a House Speaker in Taiwan in the last 21 years, so it's kind of a big deal. But as far as Nancy Pelosi, though, after her visit, there were a bunch of there was like a blockade, and there was on multiple smaller islands that China controls in the South China Sea. They were doing drills. Basically, no ships could go in or out for a few days. Pretty much is what happened, and they're doing live shooting exercises in it's called Xinjiang. Like a lot of Chinese say, "Oh, we never conquered anybody in the modern era." But if you speak Chinese, literally it means like Xinjiang. It means like new frontier, which means that they're not even Chinese; they're Central Asians. They conquered them. But yeah, that's pretty much what's been going on. At least for me, though, I've been making alternative plans just in case anything happens. Like if I have to study in Singapore or go back to the Caribbean, just if anything happens, just for a backup plan. Like if I want to continue learning Mandarin, you know what I mean?
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, can I answer Sam's question real quick?
yeah. Go ahead.
He's talking about all the Chinese have the highest college rates, mortgages, and et cetera, et cetera. Sam, I don't know if he understands that's because of the power of China. Just like India rose because once you start owing these people, they can make certain demands. And I'm not mad at India or China for demanding their people when they're over here or their people around the globe are treated with ultimate respect because you owe me X amount of dollars. Now, when China was impoverished, did they have those same rates of mortgages and et cetera, et cetera? No. And that's what Africa doesn't understand. When you rise, your people rise around the globe. When you fail, your people fall to the bottom around the globe. That's just my little 2 cents. Thank you.
On that aspect, BJ, Pi, you got a little comment from. I would say it is rising as it's bright yellow. That's from Sam to Pi.
Are you guys trying to figure out what flag this is?
It looks somewhere between like I don't know, a Ukraine flag / I don't know. I couldn't figure out the anyway.
No, it's definitely not Ukraine, but it's like one of the it's like similar to one of the flags of the they called the Garifuna people that when they were exiled by the British from Saint Vincent because they beat them down so bad. They didn't even execute them or enslave them, whatever. They just exiled them to I believe it's Honduras, Belize, and most are in the U.S. now. But Honduras and Belize, there's a lot there as well. But it's pretty much the warriors that used to be in my country in the Caribbean, pretty much. But they still do some like cultural like events like between the two islands, but there's not the money to like do this like some kind of like Ghana thing where like bring diaspora back. But that's like and it's not Ukraine, definitely not. No way. I wouldn't put that as my flag.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
never knew that.
I'm sorry. I just want to quickly answer something that is. I'm looking at the. I finally figured out how to look at the comments. I didn't know that you could actually click in the comments. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the one.
I know, Johanna. I have to say, it's so true because I always known that's all I know that I am. I get it.
Yes.
I completely get it. And personally, my whole entire family, like, I know for a fact my father is part Tigray. My mother's side has northern Ethiopia. Even my father's side has what they call Eritrea today. I mean, all I knew and all I have known all my life is I'm Ethiopian. So I completely get it, Johanna. So yeah, I get it. And
Yeah, I just want to explain
I
everyone
just want to
one thing
say
about
that
that.
that's what Ethiopia is. No matter what they want to tell us, I mean, it's a law. It didn't happen overnight. It's a history, right? So it is a
Yes.
border that we
And
have. So that's
one
what
of
I
the
am.
thing, when you said the painful thing is that Ethiopia used to be united for 30 years ago. If you are inclusive about Eritrea being united with Ethiopia, you're wrong. Because Eritrea, when they got rid of the Italians, and when it came in to whether an independence or not, before that, it used to be Ethiopia Wemut. That was the
Yeah, and
Eritreans
it was
were
regional, by the way. Nobody said their ethnicity. They said, "Oh, I'm
right.
go jump Kalu." If they okay, for everyone that's listening, I want to explain
Yeah.
something. Ethiopia was not divided into ethnic groups. All right, so it was regional, and so even back then, I'm talking about even 1,000 years ago. You just say certain regions because it was called because of the whatever regions were called, but it was never because there were so many different ethnic groups speaking different languages that lived in the same region. Ethiopia
Mhm.
became this ridiculous country that is today, which is when this crazy government decided to come and divide it by ethnic groups instead of what it always has been. I mean, honestly, I remember growing up, and it was like the names were the Ethiopian different states at the time. They were definitely states, don't get me wrong, but within each state, there was no ethnic group. There were so many ethnic groups that lived in those states. Not Bardar, I mean, they were Africa now. I'm sorry, it's been a long time. But the names of Wallo, for example, right? Wallo is, they make it sound like it's some kind. No, Wallo is just a region. So within that region, you had Romos, Amara, you had Tigray, you had everybody living in it. So it was just a region, a state that just was geographically kind of some way that you call a state, right? And that's what Ethiopia used to be. And then it's a very, very, very recent thing that it became where they divided countries in Ethiopia by state, by ethnicity, which is crazy. You can't do that. Here we
You
are
know,
fighting all this crazy stuff. Yeah.
the
So, but going back to,
Muslim,
so let me finish what I was saying. So back then, when I was growing up, as I was growing up, I swear to God, I know for a fact that my family had. Thank you. I think Sam just said Shawa, Wallo, Bagamder. That was the map that I remember. Harar. Yeah, exactly, Sam. Yeah, that's. Oh, I'm dating myself, but yeah, that means back in the day. But it's true. That's how Ethiopia looked at itself. And this government that came recently decided to basically make every state an ethnic group, which is impossible because within those ethnic states, every kind of ethnicity live. And that's, I think they did it on purpose, to be honest, for whatever reason. But yes, so me, the Shawa region, for example, that Sam is talking about, in Shawa, you had everybody. In Woodlow, you had everybody. In Berem,
No, but Yonatan, they always do that to divide and conquer you, keeping the fight amongst yourselves
but
so then they
Ethiopians
can
did it
easily
for
slip in
themselves.
and take everything.
And BJ, the sad thing is an Ethiopian government did that. And they managed to do it for 20 years and they used it. And now we're trying to come out of that. And it's going to be so difficult for Ethiopia. And it's where we, unfortunately, honestly, that's what we're trying to come out of from. And I know for a fact, as I was growing up, my father has got every ethnic group in him. My mother has every ethnic group in her. We know what it is. But, I wish.
yeah, no problem with that. Those days, you don't have any problem. One of the things, okay, when Eritrea went for the independence, okay, 10 years ruling before they hand over or being annexed by Ethiopia, the British had the administration. Okay, Eritreans are screaming, "One Ethiopia, Weymouth." At the same time, when the British didn't understand, they want to hear it, and actually they do understand, they ignore the voices, they ignored what they want. It was an administrative through the British system because Eritrea was the colony of Italia for 60 years. Major disconnect. In fact, when you look at certain wars, Eritreans went to war with Italians to fight Ethiopia. This is history. But once those Banda, so-called, all these other things that you can call beside the one Ethiopia Weymouth, that's when you heard one day freedom than being slave forever is better. One day freedom. That's when the Eritreans start screaming. But again, nobody heard. The next thing you know, Haile Selassie just annexed the country. It's supposed to be two countries, two states. It's supposed to be Eritrean state, Ethiopian state, and to be one. And they didn't really care whether Haile Selassie is going to rule over it. It's just two different states. When the annexation came in 1962, the first Eritrean went to war against Ethiopia because it was annexed. It was not voluntary. And that war, let's respect those who dies on the Ethiopian side and Eritrean side because they died for that land, that Eritrean Ethiopian land. Each sacrificed their lives. So if you're going to ignore it, that means all this blood, 1 million Ethiopian Eritrean died on that war for 30 years. For me, the independence of Eritrea meant a lot more because it's not the independence of Eritrea, but the war stopped. The killing has stopped.
So, Biggie, who truly benefits the most from that?
Nobody.
Well, no, it's always somebody going to benefit. So, did the West benefit more from that because it keeps this conflict going?
No, there was a small group of people in Ethiopia called TPLF that benefited.
Okay.
Let's be honest. Okay, let's be honest. That's it. That's just we need to be honest about that. Because I guarantee you, even the people that hated what happened 20 years before that would die to go back to the worst part of their experiences. Because at least back then, they believed in being one thing, being Ethiopians, and a very small group of people called TPLF absolutely enjoyed that.
But Yonatan,
they're finally getting kicked out. No, but it's true.
No, but Yonatan, don't you think that was part of the so-called like neocolonial negotiation though, when they're at the table with TPLF and the U.S. State Department because they wanted to landlock Ethiopia?
Well, I think both groups kind of enjoyed it for their own benefits. I think Somalia will have a lot to say about what benefit Ethiopia at the time. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff you want to say, but I'm talking about as Ethiopians, as an Ethiopian, I'm telling you, it was a very small group of people that benefited from it. And honestly, the scar that they've left is going to take a long time. And we can say the same thing about the ones before, right? When we think about Mengistu's era, which most people left Ethiopia in droves, especially the knowledge-based people of Ethiopia. We can say the same thing, but I swear to God, looking back at it, understanding it, and understanding what Ethiopia as a country means, because as a country, there's so many ethnic groups and all, I get all of that. No, I think...
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, just get scratchy again.
TPLF was probably the worst thing that ever happened to Ethiopia, ever. And they know that. And we're paying the price for it even more now.
Yeah, I want to say one thing, Jonathan, because Roholt Johannes wrote ሃይማኖት የግል ነው፣ ሀገር የጋራ ነው። And I'm 100% with you. I agree because in my show or on any show that I join in the Swahili Nation, One Africa, I always said religion is personal. And if you really look at it from where I come from and my creed, my belief, and everything else, our great grandfather, in fact, there's a name to it with my last name, is Jengaren. And Jengaren was within the North Eritrea. And he always said, whatever you believe is on you. But when it comes to the family comes first. It's not religion that comes first because blood matter. And he always emphasized, do not have those fights because of religion, because there's no such thing. It's something that we all have to believe in that. Okay, that's one thing that I want to answer. And also, Sam said they were not really Banda, as they had no choice. Either fight for Italy or get killed by Italy. Okay, on the Banda time, they had two different way of Banda. It's basically the espionage and the play during those attempt actually to invade Ethiopia. Okay, and even though the populace was saying and Ethiopia were moot, they played a role between the two. Okay, and they call them Banda because they were really not into, they're benefiting themselves during that situation. So it says espionage that they benefited from both sides, because the Banda also reported to the Ethiopian side, oh, okay, this what every time they get successful, the next thing you know, they're gonna bring a bigger troop on the other side. So the Banda part is it was not beneficial to the Italians nor to Ethiopia, but at the same time, they always want to get a better place in position and ruling. So the Banda part is a very what do you call it? There are people that really looked at were pro-Eritrean, 100%, and they were called Banda also because they collaborated with the Italians more, right? But they're not. They really want to have the independence and saying bye-bye. But the majority of the time, Eritreans, that was one Ethiopia or more. And now it's so funny that after all these things that happened with TPLF and everything else, and when you look at this unity of Eritrean Ethiopians, it's amazing. It's just the best thing ever because both sides were looking for that, especially Eritreans. They never had any beef against Ethiopians. It was about the leadership, which is TPLF.
Yeah,
Nobody
TPLF
heard
was evil. And
Yeah.
I would
Nobody heard, after the war.
they were definitely were. And let's
Yeah,
be honest, like I'm gonna tell
Your
you
mic, your mic is messed up. It's static.
it got started again. And what happened is, after the independence, okay, everything is fine. Eritrea is independent, no problem. No, what they really want to exercise was another force. We want you to take over ASAP because that was the manifesto that they had in 1976. And that really conflicted because when they said ceasefire, and Isaias noticed that the peacekeepers of UN are doing so much corruption between the borders, he got rid of them. Now they cannot spy on Isaias. Now they cannot know about the country. That's when really they emboldened the TPLF for an invasion in 1998 again. After
Okay, so let me
1990,
go back.
it was
Let me go
independent.
back and quickly say
But
before my weird
yeah,
phone always does a weird thing. Um, Back in the day, and it's funny because I heard this from my mother's side, and this is not that long ago when you think about it. This is in the 40s and 50s, I guess I would assume, when or 30s rather, before with the Italians the second time around when they came in. Back then, my grandmother used to, you know what, how you transport food in Ethiopia is called a mesob or some kind of something like that. It's like a very weaved basket you move around. So back then, the way that they moved around bullets and guns was inside these things, and these people were doing that, and they were Ethiopians, and they moved from region to region to region to region, and nobody ever thought about. And then when I've heard the story, it's like they went from Wello to this region. It was never an ethnic Amara. There was none of that. Ethiopians, even in the 30s, did not think like that. This is such a very more common thing that, yes, we're different. There's so many ethnic groups, but this is such a more common thing when you start hearing the stories about how these Ethiopians had fought the Italians, even the second time around. I'm not talking about the first time around. So when you hear the stories on why they just got so disgusted with TPLF, and I understand because none of them thought about Ethiopia that way. Honestly, they did not. And that's a very recent thing. And I'm so thankful that it's going to take a long time to get rid of that mentality, because I think the whole constitution has to change, because it should be regional, I've always said. Because if you have different ethnic groups that they always did in the past, then we will get rid of this craziness. Talking about a successful, peaceful Africa, I think it has to be regional first. Even the regional
Absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you,
and
because you know
yeah,
what? When you start working regionally, it's like this. Look at the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia. That even their rules among the state and the district. Imagine it's not just the state, but dealing with this district as a state itself. The legislation that goes on, just that fact of it. You know what I mean? Can you imagine when it comes to the regional part of it? They're all states, okay, and they all have their own rules and regulations and how to integrate each other and to have this communicate. That's the most important thing that can be done faster, because they all are neighbors. Sorry, I was coughing. So like you said, that's why I said, and I asked you, Jonathan, to elaborate more on the regional part of it, because this peaceful Africa can only happen within the neighboring regions, and then you're neighboring to another region. And if you
because
start,
historically, like honestly, historically, Ethiopia was not like that. This is a very new thing for Ethiopia. Let's be honest. I think that's why we're going backwards. It's kind of crazy. I'm just talking about Ethiopia. And then if you take it even regionally, let's be honest as well. Like we're talking about Egypt. Like we're talking BC, right? Like back when they were like still putting bodies and wrapped up into, I'm talking about like 15,000 years or whatever you want to talk about what Egypt was doing. Egypt is in Africa, and Egypt and Sudan and Ethiopia were always
and don't forget,
interconnected.
and don't forget the
Interconnected. Yes,
pharaohs.
they're Ethiopian. They used to call them. I mean, there's recorded history between Egypt and the western part. There was no such thing called Ethiopia as a country back then, but it is the coast of Ethiopia, which is the Aksumite Empire eventually. And Aksumites, I mean, we're going back to like 400 BC. If we really want to go back, we can always record the history of society in general. The Greeks talked about it. The Bible talks about Ethiopia. I mean, we can go, if you want to go into religions kind of stuff. But even if you want to go into religious stuff, the oldest Jews are still found to this day. To this day, they say the Ethiopian Jews are the oldest Jews because they have actually kept the oldest Judaism of books. Not that the oldest Jews, but they still, the Falashas. And that, to an extent, that Israel, a country that is so racist as possible as you can ever imagine, has admitted to the fact that Ethiopian Jews are actually one of the oldest Abrahamic Jews. Okay, let's go with that. Ethiopia as a country, if you want to go to religion, Christianity, right? I mean, we can go on and on and on and on and on about Ethiopia. I don't want. If we're talking about that, and here we are fighting amongst each
But
other, which is crazy.
listen,
And then let's go to the Islamic part of it.
Jonathan, one thing.
That allowed the first wife of the whole entire group of Islamic people, and it's also recorded. So we are the oldest Christians, Jews, and Muslim, if you want to even go that. But way before that, the Egyptians, when they were like pharaoh people, who did they trade with? It's what they called on the coast of Africa. I don't think it was just the country of Ethiopia. I think it's the country of what is today Sudan. Obviously, they were one and the same, and the two of them. But the further down was Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, even to a certain extent. So I think we should be very proud about who we are, with history of where we stand within. I mean, there was no such thing in Europe. They were still in the ice ages over there. Like, honestly speaking, they really didn't even exist. Right? We're talking original civilization. So we should be very proud about who we are. Maybe I'm going on and on and on here, but like,
No, Jonathan,
we should
one thing that
how we approach everything today. We should come from that perspective. To
Jonathan,
them, we're better than you.
someone?
Yeah.
Is someone?
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay. One thing, Jonathan, I don't know how to put it, but when you look at Ethiopia, right? That that part, okay, it was very divided, but they united when it comes to wars. Okay, each nation had his own king. They had kingdoms until Tedros tried to unite Ethiopia. Okay, he was not descendant of the Black Jew. Okay, he was an outcast, but his fight was to unite, and he didn't care about religion. And in fact, they talk about him as being the Antichrist because of the movement, because he didn't care for the churches, because the church always tell him you're not the rightful person for the throne. But again, throughout history, that region, including the Nubian and everything else, they defeated in the name of Ethiopia. Actually, when the English went to Israel, the fourth century, the fourth year of death, right? It was the English that was representing Ethiopia. Ethiopia at that time that included the whole Nubians. And it goes on to the Queen Sheba rules. You understand? But they had their own kings. And what King Tedros was trying to do was to unite the whole Ethiopia. Before you come in the Sudan and all that separation, all that. Because that corner below Egypt was united when it comes to wars. They defeated Romans, for God's sake. The Romans trying to come south, they were defeated because of their unity when it comes to war and the enemy. They used to call on each other. They were very respectful of each other. They had a little bit of border issues, land issues. And the way they solve it is they marry the two opposites, a female from one side, a male from the other side, so be it, everything is peace. That's how fast they used to resolve the issues. So the history about Ethiopia not being colonized, that part not being colonized, and understanding the unity and how the unification came, we should understand how they did it and how it worked to replicate it for the rest of Africa. If this part learned a way to unify and to become under one leader, Ethiopia was successful because none of the foreign countries could come and conquer it. Because you know what? They vowed to each other to support each other as kings. There were a bunch of kings in Ethiopia, but they believe is this foreign enemy comes, they unite, including the Nubians. It goes all the way to Nubia, which is in the Sudan region.
And
The
Egyptians, and there
No,
were
at
other
that
big
time, no,
civilizations. Yeah?
actually, at that time, when the Romans tried to come, they already conquered Egypt. They had the whole Egypt. But when they came,
Oh, you're talking way further down the stream here,
uh,
but I'm talking about like recorded
exactly.
history.
That,
If you're talking about
that's,
recorded history, like we can go there. But I honestly think one of the greatest things that has ever happened is genealogy, and genes are genes. I mean, if you honestly believe in science, right? So they have figured out, like they said, okay, there's an Adam and an Eve, and trying to take it really as far back, the furthest you can take it back. And usually those genes go back to what you call today East Africa. It's not a country that today Ethiopia, but necessarily, but not just where we're finding bones, right? But literally the oldest genes to this day are actually go to the clicking people of South Africa, to be honest. But they also have kind of taken that genes back down to what is today East Africa. East Africa is a huge region. It's not just one country. So we should be very proud about being East Africans. And I take that generally in such a beautiful thing. Like, oh my God, I'm from East Africa. But like, can you imagine if I was from Ukraine? Like this flag that looks half Ukraine to me. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna make fun of
yeah,
you.
no, sorry about that.
Um, but in general, like it's just amazing. Being Ethiopian, it like honestly to me, being Ethiopian in East Africa, in the region of East Africa, knowing all this thing is just amazing. I think we should be very thankful, and I'm so thankful for that. But that does not mean somebody
I'm
that's from
proud.
China, that somebody's from Korea, or somebody from you know uh, Turkey or whatever. But we know the truth. The truth is that humanity came out of what we call today East Africa, right?
Yeah,
Let's just
wait. On that note, I think two things. Did you know that I think the Khoisan they originally came from the Horn, number one, and number two. Do you know that the Khoisan and the Himba they gave birth pretty much to the modern Asian race, like the whole continent when they're
Yes,
doing their migrations.
yeah,
yes,
the migration of people in general, yeah, and then I think humanity, right? Like I don't know how much we believe in science, and it all depends on how much science you believe in, right? But the one thing that I think that we could definitely like generally, it's such a truth. It's genes. It's genes. You cannot lie, right? Like it is. It is in your a science that just happened very recently to an extent that criminology in the United States. I don't know if you know what they're doing. They're going back to like old like recorded crime that might have happened with just a drop of a blood in the 1960s and 50s, and they will take it back down to a family and find the person. I mean, it really is true. And the person admits, yes, I did that crime. So, yeah, genes, that stuff, that science is true. So, if that is how we're looking at it, then yeah, the oldest humans so far that they can trace it back to are what they call East Africans. And most of
Lucy,
them,
Lucy, Ethiopia,
no, actually,
Omo
it's not
River.
Lucy, but
No, they
but
found a 6 million years old other bone. They're trying to figure it out.
it's still in East Africa,
Prospect.
right? Like, so that's the point that I'm trying to make.
Mhm.
So here we are. Let's be honest. That's our life. So we are all one and the same. We understand how people have changed over time and all of that. Let's just be, let's start from that. So to me, when people ever, anybody tries to tell me that you're better than me, I'm like, oh my God, I gave you life. Oh my God. So let's start with that. And sometimes they're not very happy to hear that. Like white people, for example, and I call them white people. And some of them need to be called white people because that's how they want to understand themselves. But I keep telling them, you're Africans. Because if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even exist. So that's part of it. And then the other side of it is how we are so undermining ourselves within our own regions and areas. And we're allowing these people that came after us that we should call them out. And I know we're not going to talk about NATO. You told me not to talk too much about NATO today. But no, you have to say no. Like they're not gonna drop a nuclear bomb on you, but you still have to call them out.
I'm building SATO. This is something that I always said. The United States of Africa and as well SATO, the Southern. And so they're North, so fine, so be it. So we should have our own. At the same time, I always talk about national security, and I always talk about self-serving, having our own food security. Not depending on anybody. We have the land, we have the manpower, we have the mentality, we have the know-how within our own planet. So it's very important that we can do that.
And countries and people are doing that. So, and if you saw the leader that we have in Ethiopia right now, he gave this amazing speech in front of God. And I thought it was one of the most important speeches to ever give. And saying, look, we're going to do this, we're doing it, it's what is happening. And sometimes it's just blunt, right? It's just basic truth. You come along or you don't. And
yeah, I just want to pass on.
Them, so.
Yeah, I just want to have a little break within about it's about a minute or so to really keep in mind to support also our brother Ridge. Okay, I just want to put that because some people might not know about it. So I just want to run this video. It's just a short demo of a triangle. Let's see if I have the right one. So let's start.
You want to support independent economic movements around the world but don't know how? Welcome to Triangle, an independent social economic network right in the palm of your hands. Check on the progress of the projects you are interested in. Watch live videos of the projects that you either donate to or are interested in. Comment on the project with your friends, or contribute to the project while it is live. Check the hottest business plan submission all around the globe. Get an instant update on new business ideas that are submitted through our unique submission system. Upload content about your own business progress. Start a live video to show the world or pictures of your progress. Get personal with the people that had contributed to your project, and also to the people to whom you have contributed to. Search the globe for all the active projects to see what you might be interested in. Start engaging with the future. Sign up for Triangle.
All right, thank you again. This is one of the African software that's going to be released hopefully by next month. We're still trying to make things right and make it happen, along with the Swahili Nation One Africa website. This is all about us. And Ridge joined us earlier. For those of you that not know him, and I'll try to put some information about him, and he's working hard to make this software available to all of us, for Africans and actually in the world. That would be a great things for us. So now going back to our discussion. Actually, before we go to our discussion, I just put it out there the Swahili Nation One Africa GoFundMe to make sure that everybody that sees this is our African office. This is going to be a representation. A few things that I said that I don't want to discuss earlier. It's just that our mission is just so complex and so big that this is gonna be the first headquarter for Swahili Nation One Africa, and we're gonna multiply that throughout Africa through the 54 states, and as well, we got the diaspora side. We're gonna establish some offices. It's a representation for all African to be heard, to all Black to be heard, and this is where you can voice yourself and representation and being live on any comments, anything that you might think that's better, and how to do for all, especially Africans, and as well the one that really believe in our move. Unfortunately, sorry, my thought got snipped because of this little information that's keep coming on the comment section. I don't know why they be bombarding us. It's a diaspora talk, and those of you that are there, I know Sam knows how to block those, and some of you that can block them, please block them, because this is not a point of our interest. We don't need this kind of information. We've got a bigger fish to fry.
I got distracted, Biggie. I was like, what's going on there? Like,
They always bombard us when it comes
that's
to
crazy. I don't know I don't know how that happens, but
you know. Well, we'll find out, but you know, even if you find out, they just come in anyway and blast you over. But again, you know, you're not gonna pay attention to those.
well, Biggie, thank you for doing an amazing job, by the way, so far. And I'm still waiting to hear more from. I know. Well, I don't want to call him Pi because he keeps coming on with different names. But yeah, Pi. Yeah,
all right, Pi. I think Pi is gonna be the highlight. Okay.
I know.
Here's the highlight. He follows a lot of things closely, and a lot of information. Pi, I'm going to throw a question on you, right? Because this is to have the successful, peaceful Africa. Because, like I said, you know, this program is supposed to be done July 9th, but for some odd reason, you know, not odd reason, but you had that also a show that came in later on and everything else, but I never entertained it. It was still holding a space on my StreamYard, and every time I try, I said no. But this week, and as you saw, you know, the week before, that was the Russians representation that was going. Lazarov was going around Africa, and did his communication with the Africans. And then they have Blinken that came in, the ambassador, United Nations showed up. What do you think about all these moves? And now we got also the Taiwan and Chinese issue. Can you give me a little bit of or updates? You know, because it's information anyway. It's out there.
Yeah, as far as Taiwan though, I don't know if you know this, but did you know that in Eswatini, Eswatini recognizes Taiwan as a country still? It's one of the only countries in Africa that's still it's a region in southern Africa. There's 2 countries within. It's actually 3 countries in South Africa.
I'm laughing because it's a country that no African even heard of. But go ahead.
Yeah, the Eswatini.
I'm laughing because, like, seriously, what? Never heard.
Can you put it on the comment? So, because this is how you learn.
Oh, I'm on my phone right now. I can't. I'm not on my computer. It's slow down.
No. If you can access the private chat, just type it in there. I'll pass it on the comment.
You mean the link?
Yes.
Oh, can I wait? I have my other phone right now. Can I post it in the public chat?
No, first of all, can you just tell us what the name of the African country is again? Because
the country. I thought you wanted the link. Sorry.
No, I've never heard of this African country. That's what I'm saying. Like, what is this African country you're talking about?
Yeah, it's Eswatini and Lesotho.
Lesotho, I know.
Oh, Lesotho, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, the basically the king of think it's the monarch of Eswatini, always goes over to Taiwan for medical procedures. That's something that I never knew. But as far as Caribbean though and Taiwan, actually I'd say probably most Caribbean countries recognize Taiwan as the representation of China instead of China, but I don't know, because in I don't know if you noticed, but in the Caribbean, even the last few years or so, instead of them being more apart and more reliant on the block of the Summit of Americas with like the US and Canada, UK, all the normal players, they've been more into trying to get into BRICS. Even there's a Pan-Africanist country in Barbados in the Caribbean that's working together with China. So it's a lot of pretty much most of the continents are shifting towards Asia as far as Russia and China. Even see South Africa, I believe the South African foreign representative was talking to Anthony Blinken. Even she told him off about because I think it was like some kind of video of Wangel telling him that he's like saying that they have to choose. He was saying they have to choose. He was making like basically a subliminal that they have to choose between U.S. and China and Russia, and she pretty much called him out for it and told him off about that. So again, I think the next 15 years will be a war in South China Sea as far as Taiwan and China. I believe U.S. and China, their economy is pretty much going to be destroyed. I think they'll come back. I think they'll pretty much be a power, but I don't think they'll be a number one power in that instance. Even if you look at Nigeria, their oil production, they're not doing as many neocolonial operations as far as the oil. They actually have been able to increase oil production in its exports, because even the U.S. knows that like if they go to war, if these two go to war, then they need a lot of oil in order to sustain that. So I think it's kind of at least for Africa, I think it's kind of like a window for them to create their own like trading block. You know what I mean? Because if like for example, Nigerians, they're everywhere. There's over 16, I think it's like 16 million Nigerians in foreign countries. They're in every single continent. And they know a lot of different languages. There are also a lot of Nigerians that speak Mandarin. But you see, the problem is like disorganization and disunity. Like there's so many of them that speak a language that I don't know why they don't do this. But literally, all these, they could just send them to university. I mean, they've been going over there anyway the last 10 to 15 years or so. And all these complicated like engineering jobs complicated like fields like AI technology, like nanotechnology, medical technology, like all this type of engineering, manufacturing, all these type of stuff that we always complain about. Oh, Africa doesn't have. They can send them over there, and then they could take that and take it back to Nigeria and try to replace all the BRICS project with Nigerian project. So instead of like because a lot of times they're dependent on like the money system, like as far as taking loans, they wouldn't have to use loans to trade, or they wouldn't have to take out like foreign currencies to trade. They could just trade with their resources and without any interest loan, like between Africa. Like they could have their own block as far as Nigeria, because I think there's going to be a war, and I think there'll be another power rise, hopefully in Africa, but no one thinks about that, I think. But yeah, that's just basically an update.
That is a very interesting point of view that you just brought up. I hope that people from Nigeria can unpack that even more. Because, Nigeria as an African country is a very populous country, as you know. And culturally, I think it kind of is right now representing in so many ways, not just economically and population, but even culturally, because of Afrobeat and everything. I think everybody that is not from Africa thinks Africa is Nigeria. Right? No, it's true. I'm not saying that in a funny way. It is true.
No, I know. I know you're not.
You know? Yeah. It's the representation of how dominant Nigeria is, and rightfully so. Big population, great amount of resources, but also a huge amount of diaspora that lives everywhere, in particular in two countries that basically um, put any kind of media out, right? The music industry, the film industry, and everything outside of Africa, Netflix, you know, the idea of Afrobeat itself, but nobody even understands there's still so much Africa that's doing all cultural things. So all of Africa is being considered Nigerian culture right now, um, in so many ways. So yeah, I think there's got to be,
Don't forget the
if you think about
resources.
Afrobeat, yeah, if you
They
think
have
about Afrobeat, what
resources.
country is that coming from? Is definitely not coming from 99.99% of Africa. But here, everybody outside of the United States, outside of the African continent, even sometimes within African, unfortunately, what dominates is this one culture. Um, that is so true, what you said. I'm thinking all kinds of things, obviously, but it is a conversation that we should have about representation about Africa and what it means outside of Africa as well, including in Asia. Anyway,
One thing that I want to add to this conversation, where we've been talking a lot of, uh, I'll tell all my African brothers and sisters why we talk a lot about Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is in the making of a powerhouse. Okay, and Ethiopia fundamentally did fight against colonials and get all the independence. All Africans will say, Mother Ethiopia, and including the president, the, Uhuru, said, when a mother is crying and bleeding, we all should be there for her. And all the deals, when it comes to AU, and when they sign documentation, okay, it was signed in Addis in Ethiopia. Every document that's going to be pertaining in the AU, all the African nations, where is it signed? Ethiopia. Who's Ethiopia? 3,000 years old independent country. What Ethiopia is moving toward to? A better life for all Ethiopians. We got the GERD, now we got other power also in the real power and energy. And at the same time, all the international community that you see are really in Ethiopia. So every time that any country said, "Oh, when did you sign that?" "Oh, we signed this in this year, this time, in Ethiopia, in Addis." Actually, they call it Addis. They don't call it Addis Ababa anymore. They call it Addis. Basically, what it's telling you is all the legislation that goes on in Washington D.C. That's where everything. Oh, where was it signed? Oh, we were in Washington D.C. They don't call it Washington D.C. They said D.C. So Ethiopia is doing the same impact for the rest of Africa. But at the same time, there's a lot of other influence to try to move her away from that powerhouse. But Ethiopia is going to be moving to a powerhouse. At the end, the unity, just the way she did the decolonization, she's going to put the African unity. And it's in the leadership. At the same time, the fact that Eritrea and Ethiopia are together on this and trying to make a better region and inclusive of Somalia, Sudan, and Kenya. Actually, that's going to be another move. That's what you call the regional movement, and that's what you're going to call everybody that's going to be reporting when it comes to AU. It's going to be in Addis Ababa. All the signatures, all the execution, every time that they came in year after year, in between, and the signatures they required, they signed it in Addis. They don't want that. They will definitely fight that as much as they can, because Ethiopia was the first trigger for decolonization, achieved that goal with her people, African people, because these are her children. get them out of
Yeah,
that.
we are a little bit spoiled, but I have to admit, like since you're talking about Ethiopia that way, I don't think like I always say that I think that's not about a country at all.
Because
But I have to admit,
Haile Selassie went on
I have,
that treaty.
no, but
Listen,
I have to admit, like one of the greatest, coolest things ever is athletics, right? Like I love track and field, and it's all about endurance. Like I think there's two different ways. You know, there's the fast running people that come from West Africa. That's who dominates that. And then who dominates on the longer running to the marathon level is, of course, the East Africans. And at the World Athletics, just like 2 weeks ago, both the women's and men's were both booked by Ethiopians. I think the men got number one and three. The first person that did actually finish the marathon world record number, and this is just right underneath the Olympics. I'm so looking forward to that. There's nothing like watching these distance runners winning, and when it's from your country anyway, and the women's side as well. So if we ever have to even imagine, well, consistency, and I will say within the athletics of idea of who can run the fastest? Like put any country down there, and people in East Africa always win. I was so proud of the Ethiopians to winning the last several awards, not like gold medals, but silver and bronze, and those. I mean, coming up, amazing, amazing times. So I hope that we can do that outside of athletics in our minds. Acrobat, but you get the point. But that's exactly what is happening, and it's just it's not just the sports part of it; it's the mentality that makes people say, "I can do it," And there are so many in this young population of East Africa that are doing amazing things, um, knowledge-based
no,
things, running
yeah,
businesses,
that's what
and doing
no,
all
what I'm
that.
saying,
And I'm so proud of them.
Jonathan.
Yeah,
Jonathan,
yeah. Go ahead.
the history of Ethiopia from League of Nations, the invasion of the Italians, where Haile Selassie went and addressed that, everybody was laughing. In Geneva, they were laughing at him. He said, "Yes, you're laughing at us today. We're going to see who's going to be laughing." And guess what? When he declared and created the OAU in Ethiopia, that's when the laughing stopped because he was very systematically fighting for the independence of the rest of Africa. And that decolonization, now where we sit today in Ethiopia, when every African country that signed documents and agreement among all the nations is signed in Ethiopia, in Addis. Again, Ethiopia is still within the. That's what I was telling you. We'd rather have still the African Organization of the Unity, OAU, because it's work in progress. The decolonization is the first phase. The next one is the unity. If it was the OAU, it was still the organization of the One Africa unity, it would become a lot more elaborated and faster. When it comes to AU, everything got closed because the OAU never dealt with the colonials, but decolonization of the country, of the state of Africa's. And guess what? And that now it comes AU. Who funds AU? There's another entity. They thought they were going to play the equal role. No, it's the influence, how it goes. They tried during these wars. They tried to change the mind of Africans where they stand. This is what we're fighting right now. So that's why I said OAU should never be dismantled, because just the fact that you got decolonized, now you're gonna go and get your economical development and education, science, and all that. It should be developed along with that.
Well,
And if
the
we
truth
did
is,
that,
Biggie, the truth is, I think that there was a 40-year gap of just complete, honestly, Africans was just asleep, honestly, at least a good 40 years of asleep. I don't think that was the case in the early days of OAU, as you suggested.
exactly, That
Yeah,
fire should never be
yeah,
put
right
out
before
because you got independence.
ECA happened and ECA took over, which is a whole other
Mhm.
story. But yes,
Right.
it's true. Meaning this, there was an error, and I think you guys were sharing some pictures the other day. Uh, Even my mom sometimes, because she worked in that original organization called ECA, which kind of came under the auspices of what OAU was. And there were people in Addis Ababa that were doing that. I came across that generation from my parents' side. And it's amazing. The way that they related to each other was completely different. I think, honestly speaking, there was more of a Pan African mentality back then than there is today.
That's
Period.
what I'm talking about. That's
Yeah,
what you
it's such
see.
a sad
That's
thing.
what they
And
put out.
we're just talking in the 80s, 70s, and 80s, like early 70s and 80s, yeah, for them.
Because
And
the
further back,
organization changed. You see, the
yeah, yeah.
organization changed
So I
from
completely understand that,
OAU
and
to AU.
yeah. Well, the Organization of African Unity, OAU, Kapai,
Yes.
even ECA was different back then. It's so funny because a lot of people don't understand. Like both my father and my mother travel a lot back then, at least in the city of Addis Ababa. Most people travel within Africa. I think my brother was conceived and had in Libya. My mother worked in Libya at the time. My father and my both my parents have been everywhere in Africa, Kenya, and Tanzania. We always had T-shirts, and I always grew up with these T-shirts that came from somewhere. These African parents constantly traveling within Africa. They don't do that today. It doesn't even exist, except the fact that you have some YouTube channel people that might be traveling, but genuinely back then it was, I think, was smaller populations, but they were actually more connected. There was more unity of Africa back then than it is today. And it has to do with the fact that I think in the last 20, 30 years, Africa has become completely like impossible to even travel among each other, which never existed before, I think. I could be wrong, but since there
Yeah,
have
if you really
been,
look into it, even on the abbreviation of ECA, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, right? And still, it's a United Nation, okay? And that introduction was like really after the OAU changes and how the United Nations is really incorporating with it. You see what I'm saying? It's already pre-planned. It's already there. So automatically, when all Africans are independent, decolonized per se, right? And now we got to create from AU. Now you're done. Now we're gonna move to the next level, which is the AU. Okay, and what does it mean when all these changes comes? Because AU should be African by Africans. It's the unity what Africa can put in for Africans as united. Okay, as whatever the different nations are, the contribution toward another African country in developments, right? But
yeah.
yet we're still dependent from other nations with influence, with bigger guns, okay, and bigger narratives. When they don't like you, they will bless you and bury you where you don't exist. We're in that dire situation right now about Africa. This is the time that we make our movement, be heard, and unite, and make sure that we start thinking really borderlessly. We don't have borders. Anything that comes in that continent is going to affect every single nations. Before they regret, you start uniting, start developing your national security, start having your food security. Work toward that.
I think this is
All the
also
political
a
parties
time
and
to
everything.
decide what Africa means. I think we have to really understand that. I understand SNN, and obviously I'm here, the idea of that, but I'm telling you, like, it's the world in general. I think all kinds of directions could happen. But yeah, the part that we're trying to do, I hope, meaning the idea of Africans understanding they're actually better off uh, working together to successfully have a peaceful Africa. Yeah, that is a work. Um, but I guarantee you it's still a work, you know, a lot of them. So thank God that I'm
Laziko
listening.
na to. Laziko
Know,
naman nila lot. That's why
and I,
I'm saying there are certain things that
yeah,
even though
yeah,
you want to say it, you're like a moving target. You understand? Because this is the history. This is the basics. That's what happened in Africa, and everything that we have to revise our history and how these things are interconnected. Because in a few years, even if you Google OAU, you're not gonna find it. Okay, you have to be very specific to find those stories. Even the bookshelves, they're gonna be filled with different books. This is the time that we read our ancestry, make sure that we have understanding which way we're going as a unit, as one unit, and how we're going to be caring. It's not about Ethiopia. It's not about Nigeria. It's not about Tanzania. It's not about Kenya. It's about the continent. The whole continent is targeted right now. It's a different. It's a different map. It's a different plan. It's a different ways of running the continent. Like I said, it's like a steak served in a plate, but this time they're not looking for the fat. That's excess, but they're looking at the nitty gritty resources that Africa has, and they'll do anything in order to put their hands in there. And if you don't collaborate, they will have militaries that's going to make sure they excavate and get hold of those resources. Before that time comes, the unity of Africa, think borderless. Like I said, think borderless. There's no border. You look at the continent the way it is. If you're an African, you're African. It doesn't matter where you're from. That's not the question. The question is, how can you protect your other African brothers and sisters in any level, in any level, in any career, in any part of governance? How much can you protect Africa because you're an African? That's the mentality. That's the seed for peaceful, successful Africa. We want to win all wars through peace and processes. And the peace has to be reorganized within ourselves. The change is here. The opportunity is here. Are we going to see other African countries being slaughtered like Libya? I don't think so. We're too smart for that. But in order to make sure that doesn't happen, we have to be united, one word, together. If we all stand together and network together in mind and emotion, and as well work that is required, Africa will be on another level. And I'm expecting to see that as we go forward, because the coming days there will be different flavors of who is with Africa, who is not with Africa. And those that are supporting Africa, we welcome them. But again, you have to do the background check. We have to look at the money flow. Follow the money. You get inquisitive and interrogation and investigation that follows with that. How come this guy that never had guns now suddenly got guns? It's because he acquired some kind of finance. Somewhere there's money involved. And if you follow the money where it comes from, then understand the situation, how dire that is right now in Africa. All the leadership cannot afford, whether old, young, cannot afford losing this battle. They all have to stand together and show unity. Nobody's going to come and show me how to do things in my continent. Yes, we have poverty. Yes, no problem. But we deal with it. We're working on it. What we need to work more is intelligence among all the nations. Collaborate more, understand more, strategical, critical thinkings. How can I protect my neighbor? Your family is automatic. It's there. But your neighbor. That's the mentality that we have to take. We have to stand together. We have to think together for a successful, peaceful Africa. Because without peace, there's no success. It's a failure. So the peace among ourselves. War kills your brother, your sister. It's not going to get us anywhere. Especially, I always said, a young African or any African should not raise his arm against another African. When he comes inside the nation, he's African. Still, you're raising arm against another brother and sister. This is the mentality. This is the seed. That has to stop. Because eliminating another one, you're doing other person, other entities favor by eliminating your own people. Let's get smart. We can deal about the land. The land is so fruitful. There's enough land, enough resource for all of us. In fact, the population of Africa, the whole 1.3 billion, you can put it on the corner of the United States and there's still going to be enough land. But we got the whole continent bigger than anything else. That includes America, that includes India, that includes China, Europe, including the Britain. We have huge land. We didn't explore it, but other part of the world will come explore it for you and enslave you by throwing a few coins here and there on you. That coin that they already spread on you, they come back and collect those few coins that they gave you. So we have to stand strong. Think Africa, sleep Africa, eat Africa, drink Africa. Every day, even a simple prayer, when you think and you pray for this beautiful continent to succeed for generation, for our children, it is our responsibility as African brothers and sisters. If you're black, I don't care where you live, just throw a little prayer. I want my Africa to be safe. I want it to be successful. I want peace in Africa. Those of us are strong in peace, pray about peace in Africa. Those who are strong in different field, pray for that and engage yourself. This is what we're screaming as Swahili Nation One Africa. Having this office is not for a Kent, It's not because to show off we got an office. It's going to be a working office, a replica throughout the continent, including diaspora, if need be. What shows is our unity. This is a very simple test for us as Africans to put such move as YouTube started, where we are working, talking and working, and as well walking the talk. And we proved it over and over. At this point, at this level, when we start pledging to have our own office, it's just like the GERD. It's by the people, only by the people. We don't want other entity. I can go different entities, and I could have had this office last month at the beginning. No, we're not for sale. We're going to build this by ourselves. We are accountable for our action. And this is an opportunity. And I want to thank Mika Shavala for putting this together for us. We can voice ourselves. We can talk about it and walk the talk. May the peace and glory of Gazabia reign in Africa. Because without that, with all these prayers, with all these people that are really out there concerned about their Africa, we that are in diaspora should support and pray with them, and as well be with them to what it can possibly can do for Africa future. In fact, just plant a seed, good seeds that Africa needs, and we know exactly what Africa needs. Unity is the big one. The think alike is a big one for Africa. I cannot say it any different, because Africa is our priority. It is now, and it's the future of the world. So if we don't take care of it, if you're not concerned about it, somebody will come and take care of it, and you'll become slave again. So, Africans, let's rethink the option that we have. One day liberty or slave forever. It's been said before. I didn't invent those words. It's been said. So let's stand together. What comes next week, or in the coming couple of weeks, different narratives are coming. Be prepared. We're not going to be colonized again. Ever. Not the physics coming. The French is there, the Americans there, the Chinese there. No. They're going to be equal partners. We accept. If they're not, we're going back to the next 500 years that we gained through the internet, and we are able to communicate like that. Then we refuse. And when we refuse, they believe in writing, so we feed them back in writing with all the legislation, with all the treaties, with all the things that have been signed, reminding them Africa has its own sovereignty represented by its own nations. We are independent. We want to preserve our independence. We're not here to be listening to some bullies. We have the lions, we have the tigers, we have the whole safari. You're the bully, we go fight our safaris. We're human. Them be respected as black. We're all over this world, very successful. And of course, we're always going to be chopping down the one that cannot be on that top. Again, it's us as Africans that need to protect those that didn't get the opportunity to excel in life. to get rid of the poverty in mind, the poverty in the stomach, and as well the poverty of not having the energy that we need to achieve the goals in common for a successful and peaceful Africa. It's up to us to stand together or to fail without unity. It's your choice, both in diaspora and in Africa. Our forefathers fought for their freedom, independence. Once they achieved something, the rest of it went to sleep. Wake up, Africa. This is your time. Your unity is in demand, is on the line. While we're communicating, let's achieve that. We don't have time. We don't want to be chopped up like 1885, 1895, so 1884. Let's be smart, because the way they're going to chop us around is going to be different. It's worse. I'm not putting fear, because we believe as Africa we can achieve that. We're not cowards who fight back, because we got the blood of our ancestors, our forefathers, that ruled. They ruled over the world. But they tried to put down those history, like we are people that live in a tree or something like that, calling us monkeys. And I'm sorry. I don't accept that. We are loving people. We care for people. We're peaceful. But if we start our war, we're going to be the warriors you never want to meet, because we got warriors. And it's been explained in the past. And they always fought wars that they fight to win. And they always won. So I really appreciate all of you that commented and those that participated. And Jonathan, you back. Thank you for coming back. I'm about to close the session. And again, we have a lot of work to do. Any last word, Jonathan?
No, I'm gonna look up. You kept talking about the French Revolution, so I'm gonna go back and try to understand that. You kept. I don't think you realized that you were saying that, but yeah. Anyway, so no, I thank you for doing an amazing job today. By the way, first of all, introducing us to your niece and nephew that were amazing. So, like I said from the beginning, that's the path to a successful, peaceful Africa. Is
Mhm.
are those kids out there, and how we individually understand history of our one Africa idea, and how we pass that on to the younger generation, but they always will make the decision. So but at least being mentally there and arguing and not agreeing sometimes, the stuff that you were saying was crazy, but it's okay. I think it's history, and
Yeah,
then you don't always have to agree, but having that opportunity to come and talk about, for sure. So yeah,
absolutely.
and you had a few people that jumped in and out earlier that I think were also saying the same. So that is the whole idea of trying to get a peaceful to Africa, is having honest conversations, even when you don't agree. So hey,
And thank you, Jonathan. I really appreciate it, because you know what? Uh, again, it's our responsibility to have this kind of conversation, making sure that our voice is heard, our concern is heard, and any concern when it comes to that continent, to our beautiful continent, and anything that divides her or that does harm to it, it's our concern because it's our brothers and sisters that are affected. Sometimes, they have no idea when it comes down hard and something lands and, oh, or they're, oh, peacekeepers or whatever the reason they give them. But again, uh, we're going to carry on this conversation for successful and peaceful Africa. And in fact, maybe next week, I'm going to try to get more information if we're going to do that Horn of Africa discussion. I think it's coming this month. So,
Yeah, I just want to say, I hope that we all understand. Whether me, like today, I talked a lot. God knows what I've said that might, offend. At the end of the day, we are actually not on the ground. We're not even. Sometimes I feel that what we say could actually be a negative impact outside. So I worry about that a little bit. So I always wanted to make sure that as and a person that was born in Africa and come here, I've lived here. I probably have some rights to say what I think, but I know that sometimes it's better to hear from the ones on the ground because honestly speaking, I think that we could also be speaking, out of place sometimes. So
no,
if it ever came across that way to anyone, I just want to say, uh, just because I love my continent and my people and my everything. It's not, but I understand that this is not a talk from people that are on the ground. I would love to hear more from people on the ground because trust me, actually, they are more positive about a lot of things and think about the whole entire subjects that we talk about differently because they're actually on the ground. And I hope that we get to hear from more from them. I know we do, but
mhm,
even during your, sometimes when you think about diaspora talk, I think you need to also have local people kind of putting us in place and saying, "No,
mhm,
you're crazy. This is not what is happening on the ground." You know what I mean?
right, absolutely.
Hopefully that we'll have that more often. But anyway,
And
but
and and that's one of the things that
if
we
we're gonna have
focused on. That
yeah,
that's why we focus more on the Horn of Africa because he said regionally. So regionally, we had a great discussion last time, and everybody said we want to have that come back again. So hopefully, we can organize something by next week because we're going like end of the month right now, and when we look at next week, it's going to be mid. Either it's going to be on the 20th, uh, and 20th would be perfect. Third week, right, of the month, and I'm gonna have we have a meeting on Sundays, so I'll suggest that, and we're gonna put a lot of information just to make sure that our participant that comes for that region, especially the Horn of Africa region, to come together. Great conversation last time, and it was, in fact, I had to cancel my diaspora talk because it was really diaspora mixed with the ground and a lot of information. And we're always encouraged to have that, and as well we can have a western region, southern region, and this is gonna be an eye opener for what you said, having somebody from the ground talking about what's going on. So let's hope next week try to organize it because really it's the third week instead of going on the fourth week on the 27th. I think that the 20th would be appropriate to have this conversation again. And thank you so much for reminding me, Jonathan, because again, regionally, you can achieve a lot more. And as well, doesn't mean that the rest go to sleep. You have to really work at it. But again, I really thank you, Jonathan. I want to thank BJ that joined us. Um, I want to thank Ra that contributed, Tony. for the show. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sanuti just joined. Sorry, uh,
As
Sanuti just
usual.
yeah, and yeah, I should get the tail end of it.
The
Uh,
tail end of it, yeah.
yeah, uh, and
And Sam, by the way, at the same time with these two, and they're going at it right now. It's kind of funny.
yeah, they started now. But anyway,
Anyway,
let's
so
see if
yeah, no, thank
Sanuti,
you for doing
let's
what
see
you
if
did today.
Sanuti can join. I know Sam is not joining,
From
but maybe
Hazelab. Hopefully, she heard some of the stuff that we said earlier. Hopefully.
right. So Sanuti, here's your invite. So if you can join us, let us know because she's our own boss. So let's see how bossy she is right now and make that decision. Um, so, Senu is she's awesome. I really love her presence in the panel, and she really shake things up. And
Yeah, I think you're from Canada, like on the border of Canada or something. Maybe I might be calling it out. Like, sorry, Sanu, if I'm like calling out where
mm.
you live, but I think somewhere on the
Oh,
border.
you know she joined. You know
Oh,
she
she did
joined.
okay. Oh, damn. Okay. Then I apologize.
Senu,
Did I call out where you live? But I think that she said at some point that it's on the border of somewhere between the United States and Canada. Is what I think. But
yeah.
anyway,
Sanu,
salam
welcome
alaikum.
to the show. You know,
Salam
Hi, hi
how are
guys.
you?
Thanks for having me. I know I came a last minute. How are you doing, Biggie and Yonatan
Good,
and
good.
Sam and everybody in the chat?
Yes.
I miss listening to you
Great
guys.
topic
Yeah, it's been
today.
a while. Huh?
Yes. It was a great topic today.
Talk right? Anything that has to do with the
Yes.
diaspora, it must be.
Yeah, we had a
So
great
if you,
discussion.
I know I'm sorry I missed it. I just got a little bit busy with work.
Right.
So to sum it up, what would be the 5 points that I can take from what I missed?
Oh wow, that's a very good question. Oh my God. Okay, okay. I'm running. Listen, I'm pulling out my notepad, and while he goes, I'm gonna write my notes. You know, go ahead, man. Oh wow,
Did
that's
I
a
did I
tough
put did
one.
I put you in the spot?
We're all
But
over the place, so that's impossible.
yeah,
Okay, go ahead, Biggie. Go
uh,
ahead. It's your
yeah.
show.
The main highlight that we talked about the GERD, what it means for actually not only for the Ethiopians, but also for the continent, because at the end of the day, it's an African dam, and this was built by its own people. We talked about a little bit of Eritrea because there was some comment that came in about being as everybody should take as an example as Eritrean, the way the country will live as being Eritrean and pass on that uh, literally patriotic uh, understanding. If you are from Ethiopia, you're supposed to be Ethiopian. Not Wolaga, not Tigray, not that. You are Ethiopian. If everybody has the same mentality for their own nation. The other thing we talked about is the Pi came in. Pi gave us a little bit highlight of what's going on in the Taiwan straits, put it that way, with China. We talked about also the visitors, the foreign visitors that came into Africa and putting their word. Basically, we had Lazarov that came in from Russia. You had Blinken that came in. You got the American ambassador to UN that showed up, giving us a warning about the, make sure that you can have the grain from Russia, but anything else, kind of, what if we need the fuel? So these are the highlights, and then toward the end, the more we would, I was talking about the understanding that our unification and our thinking borderless, and we put in also some words about religion. That is personal. It's not the religion, but at the same time, I put a word of our unity, and not to go back to the old 500 years ago, 1885, when they decided how to carve out, and we represented Africa being in the plate and carves out, just looking for the resource, not the people. So, in the nutshell, this is what really went on just for you, Sanu.
Awesome, awesome.
So
So
the
listen, I have
was peaceful.
nothing to add to that except the fact that he told you everything, like to the T, except the fact that he didn't tell you in the beginning. He
Ah,
had his niece and nephew, Eliana and Naum, what we met. They were
Oh, that's
amazing
awesome.
on
I
live
have to go.
video. So he completely
I have to
forgot
go back.
to.
Rewind it. Yeah, I have to
Yeah,
rewind
that
it.
was
yes.
for me. That was the best part, and they both explained the fact that they're from Ethiopia. And anyway, long story.
Well,
I cannot believe
and
you
and
forgot
now
that
he
part.
said he love Africa.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's
But
wonderful.
everything else,
Yeah.
he definitely, yeah, it was amazing. Make sure that you watch that part. It was really nice
Yeah,
meeting
I'll
them.
rewind it. Yeah, for sure. That I mean, the
Yeah.
kids
Yeah.
are the children is the future,
Oh,
right?
the future, exactly. And
Yeah,
I sounded cheesy by saying it in Amaringa, but it's
hundred
absolutely
percent.
true.
So
Yeah,
true. Yeah. So
yeah,
if we raise these kids to believe, you know, to believe whatever is out there, right? To believe the common whatever, whether it comes to religion, when it comes to Africa, if we say Africa's a dump, Africa's not the future, life is better in America, life's better in the West. If we speak those languages, if we act those, those behaviors, and if we have religion statue on the walls that's not even representing us, we're also brainwashing these kids, right? So if they believe that the white is better, that bleaching your skin or whatever, like the West is better. So obviously then we're not creating true leaders, right? Because then they're just like, they're replicating what the enemy wants you to say or continue, right? To
yeah,
continue with that, right? So if we don't, yeah, like my kids, I make sure I tell them about Africa. I tell them, we have a plan to move and this and this and that, right? So I put that in their brain. I drill it down to them, and they'll ask you, questions that even white people will ask you. They'll ask you this thing because they're like, can I play my video games there? Can I will I be able to do this? Or you know what I mean? So it's like I will tell them, you won't even remember to play your video games or your games because you'll be out there, outdoor, playing with other kids, doing things, discovering nature. Because you don't have to worry about your kids being stolen. Like here, we have to watch our kids. We have to hold their hands, left and right, because they'll get snatched. It's really getting bad, even here, like in Canada too. So yeah, like being honest with our kids, even just being truthful, and not passing hate. That we're one Africa, like East Africa is no better than West Africa, or we say those things. Like I know growing up, I love my parents, but it's like this thing, like if you're lighter skin, because my mom is very light, my dad is darker, so it's like, when we were kids, it's just a name. They would call you Baria. Baria means like nigger. you know
yeah. It's called
um
body back home. Yeah,
Even
that is
here,
true.
like even us growing up,
Okay.
like when like
But body
Eritrean
actually means
parents,
a few things, by the way. Body also means slave in
like
Ethiopia.
it means like dark skin, like,
Unbelievable. Yeah.
right. But the thing is, they don't understand that it's a thing, like they use as a name to call you, but they don't understand the weight it holds. So
The
when you know
impact.
the history, yeah, right.
Listen,
Because
I have learned over the years, in the last 15, 20 years, specifically, very recently, actually, even more, is that all the stuff that I used to hear, you cannot. I'm understanding more now because there was certain terminology that people used against ethnic groups that I didn't
yeah,
understand. You cannot use that now, and
yeah,
why? Yeah, but again, as children, and then this is why I said the path to a successful, peaceful Africa is teaching your kids proper,
yeah.
correct ways, but also not to hide.
Mhm.
You cannot say, you cannot do that. You have to point it out. I find myself doing that to my older people, like my uncles and my aunts. I'm like, don't say that.
Yep,
They look
yep.
at me like I'm crazy, but I'm like, well, I'm older than them now, and I understand this wrong.
You're
But I
wiser,
think
yeah. It's
sometimes,
true.
yeah, it becomes so normalized, back in those days. It's
It's
horrible, but
Jonathan, it's so true what you said, because just a few days ago, I was talking to just my cousin's friends. You know, we were just, you know, and we were just having a conversation, right? And I know I know they're not coming from a bad place, but it's like, you know, they're like, is there something? Yeah, we were watching something on TV, I think. What was that? No, it was that movie. Whatever. There was a show or a movie on TV, and then it was about slavery. You know, it was on Netflix. That's what it was. Yeah. And then he made a comment to say, "Wow, is he? Like, how can I say it again? Like, he goes, those people. He goes, those people. You can't even see them. They're so dark. You know." And I'm like, I said, I turned back to him and I said, "So what are you? Like, okay, but he goes, but I'm not as dark as him. But you're still African. And in Africa, I had to educate him. I go, Africa comes in different shades, but he's still African. And so here, you living here.
Melatonin, melatonin, right?
Huh?
Pigmentation, melatonin, I don't know. Melatonin.
Oh, melanated. You're trying to say melanated?
Exactly.
Melanated. Okay. You're saying it in Amharic. Okay, melanated. Yeah, we're all the same. We just come
faster.
Okay. No, yeah. So we have different shades, but our peoples, our family members, they still need to like be educated, man, when it comes to that stuff. Because the thing is, they think, and they're not bad people. You see, if someone's like, you know, in a situation, whether black or white, whatever, I know they would go out of their way to help them. But still, the words that come in your mouth, you know, the stuff that your judgment, and I don't blame them, because I think it's with society, with things that are shown to us. We're shown to hate ourselves. Like, the darker you are, the uglier you are. The lighter you are, the more pretty you are, right? And we try to align ourselves more to the white side. So it has to do with like the whole, you know, the whole system basically. Because who runs this? Let's be honest. Who runs advertisement? Who runs magazines or whatever? Like all these magazines that you see, this fashion stuff that you see, like you barely see dark skin, beautiful women on the front of magazines, right? It's very rare. Now they're bringing it a little bit here and there, but it's very rare.
Huh?
Yes.
You know, when you go to South Sudan, all the models that you see in the fashion shows are major advertisement.
Yeah, they're using them. They're high. They're taking their energy. You're right. They're taking their energy. They're taking their tallness, but at the same time, look at the average.
They're gonna use and abuse them, and then
that's it.
Forget about them, they move on. It's a fashion.
Don't believe.
Don't think that is.
No.
Exactly.
I would say
they're beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Honestly,
one thing that I want to say about it is that whether they use them, abuse them, right? The fact, the darkness, and their beauty
is being celebrated. Yes, I agree.
Yes, that's the
no. I'm very thank God. You know, finally that is true.
All this time,
trust me, it's always in the industry. It's a fact.
All this time, you know, like Sanu said, you know, always has been, you know, a negative for darker skin. Okay, always. I don't care what shade you come, as long as you're black. You know, there's the light skin you are in the plantation used to work inside the house. Okay, because they're lighter, they can mix, right? But what I'm saying is, when it comes now to the now, you see, to the now, the more they show the black beauty, okay, the more they show different things. Like when you go to Gambela with the plate in the mouth, you know, the bigger plate is the beauty queen in that society. You know, it's just the world doesn't understand that because it's not they
brainwashed.
Exactly.
We've been told that the lighter you are, the more beauty. You know, I remember this when I went to visit Eritrea in '97. I went to visit.
Look at the
Yeah. Do you know they used to watch Indian shows They probably still do. Like it was very
Oh, yeah.
common. You know what I mean? And then you would have the skin bleaching to even make themselves more lighter. This is in Eritrea. I remember, like in Asmara when I went to visit, and I used to wonder, like why, you know? But you see, like it's just that society, the power that be. But once you know, because the more melanated, the more darker you are, the richer you are. To be honest, the more you're protected, the more you're like closer to God, even if I may say.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's what
Yes.
Sam wrote, melatonin.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And we need to realize that and acknowledge that, because the thing is, you know, like East African, are we like 100% black? I don't know. Have any of you guys done any DNA? I'm tempted to do one, because I don't know if I'm
My brother
pure.
did.
Yeah.
My brother
Oh,
did.
Did?
Yes. Yes. And
so
I
tell us.
am like, yeah, that's about born. Like I am. I swear to God, we're probably all cousins. You know, we really are. And there are other fews that I've done. It's the same thing every single time. It says 99.999% East Africa, and it includes the whole entire region of not just Ethiopia, parts of Somalia and parts of Kenya. It's like this regional area that we have pretty much a similar DNA. And you also have to understand they're taking it back. Now, the science is going way back to your father, which is the main DNA that is the strongest. Yeah, and the first one that my brother got, actually, Gamashu, was everywhere. It was like in North Africa. They didn't know how many percentage of was from East Africa, whatever. But there's also a lot of blood from South Africa as well, like Southwest Africa. If you guys have not done it, do it.
That's
But just
interesting.
know that once you do it, you can look at it. Or just look it up. His name is.
See, is it the Kosa? I'm saying this wrong. The Kosa. There's a way of saying it. Kosa people in South Africa, they're very light. Very light.
The skin. I think it's about DNA, right? Yeah.
But it has to go. Like you wonder, right? You wonder because well, I mean, because I feel like I don't know. I feel. I mean, we look different, right? There's, of course.
Oh my God, we obviously do because of the region, yeah. Because people have been living.
Maybe it's because of the region. Maybe you're right because of the region. Because even in Kenya, the Kukuyus, I was surprised. There's a lot of light skin. Because you would think when I associate Kenya, the Kukuyus, they're more darker, but there are like really light, and they're not mixed with anything. They're not mixed, but they're just not. I think it's because they're closer to the coastal line. I don't know, but they're lighter in skin color, right? So even their features, but I always thought it was more darker tone, but it's not true.
Yeah, and it depends how if you're looking at migration did not happen. It's not a new thing. It's been going on forever. People have been migrating within Africa everywhere because you can find people in the middle of the desert in Mali, for example, that will tell you the fact that their lineage goes back to East Africa, for example. And there are West Africans that will tell you, because we've been migrating now, everywhere.
Exactly.
Africa is a big continent, that is true, but Africa is still, at the end of the day, a continent. People have been migrating in and out, whatever. So there's a lot of connections, and the DNA shows it.
True.
I believe in DNA, so I'm not like
and then
one thing, if you don't mind, guys, I want to really thank Dilla Democracy, our brother out there, or sisters out there that donated in 1999. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, family.
1999. I missed
1999, Dilla Democracy donated.
Sorry. I thought you were saying 1999, the year.
No,
sorry.
Actually you put 1999, and I don't know if it has any meaning to that donation. But
and thank God I can read Amarinya because I can actually read it. Dal democracy.
Dil la democracy.
Dil la
democracy.
Democracy.
La democracy. So thank you so much. We really appreciate that. As a family, make sure you follow us, and I'm pretty sure you're following us. This first that I see in the democracy right now, but I'm pretty sure you probably listen to us, and thank you so much for your contribution. It means a lot. You know, Mika Shvala is working hard on this mission for One Africa, and thank you so much. I really want to thank you. And I can see, um, whenever people donate, including you, Sanudu, and Jonathan, whenever we
No,
don't.
you know what? It took me a minute, but dil means like, okay, let me, I'm trying to dissect. Dil means for, right? Like, dil means for
Victory,
democracy.
victory,
Okay, so he's saying for democracy,
victory,
right? Okay.
victory, la
Dil
democracy.
malet let it be or let it something. Dil malet
No, no,
for it to
del
be,
victory,
have
no.
it happen.
Del
Oh, really?
victory.
Okay. I think dil means for, but okay. Did let
No,
it
del
happen is how I
victory, no.
dissected that. Yeah, the democracy part I understand. That did I thought it meant did mean let it. It's almost like gambling, like let you win, let you have. What doesn't let us know what it means?
No, he just replied to you.
It means
Uh,
to be for
it,
yeah. So
Victory
I
for
was right.
democracy.
yeah, it's victory. Del Marag, victory, no.
Okay, no, but I kind of halfway got it right, if not completely. Let it be, or for, or the higher being, or something like that. But little Malet for me, it's like let it, yeah, for democracy. Okay,
Victory, no.
I got it now.
Yeah,
The dill part is the one
let
I
me give
want.
you an example. Is that? But I'm where you. Sorry, I'm using Amarinya and Inglisenya at the same time. English. Na የአድዋ ድል ነው የሚባለው። አድዋ ድል። Jonathan. Hello? Sanu, can you hear me?
I'm listening. I can hear you.
Yeah.
No, I can hear
የአድዋ
you too, but I think the way you said it, I think it's not actually proper
no.
of what you mean.
የአድዋ ድል
Let it be or something like that.
No. ድል ማለት victory. የአድዋ victory ነው።
Yeah. Let it be,
የአድዋ
meaning
ድል
a good. Okay.
let it be ይሁን ነው ይሁን
So Yuhun is okay. Dil Manat is basically what I said at the
victory.
beginning, meaning like
Victory, no.
meaning like you're gambling and like being a winner, right? Like a sort of
ድል victory.
yeah, okay. I see.
ድል ማለት ነው። ይሁን
Amaranya lesson. You should
ይሁን
call this
ደግሞ
Amaranya 101 right now today, but okay.
yeah.
I'm telling
And,
you, I need to learn.
Yeah.
Those are
ይሁን
Me
I want
or
to learn Amharic and I want to learn Kiswahili. Those two things, you know. I should learn.
and
I should have been interested before, but I wasn't, to be honest.
አጆኸ ማኒ
But you
ትግርኛ
know, when you get
ዛረቤ
older, you become wiser, right?
ሰኑ
Yes.
ማኒ
Yes.
ትግርኛ ዛረቤ ጥልያን
Yeah, me
ዛረቤ
too. Me too. Uh-huh.
ሞ and at the same
أنا
time
سأخيون. تقدر أنا سأخيون مالتي.
it sounds like this to me, you know. You guys took me to the church.
Tigrinya is like, you know, it's such
Good.
Tigrinya is very
you're
good.
speaking from your throat,
Yeah.
you know, like it's hard. I used to get annoyed talking it actually. It's my language. I should be proud, but it's like you're speaking like from your throat. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that. But,
I know for a fact
but I'm
that
Amharic. When I hear it, it's soft.
Yeah.
Like it's not.
You think so?
Amharic, yeah. Like it's not like you don't have a like you don't have like you know, like a lot of, you know, it's softer to me. I don't know. When I hear it, it sounds more gentle.
The language, I think we had this whole discussion with Sam. I'm sure he's about to come in here soon. And like, at least in the text, he's going to be like, what? So our understanding is that Tigrinya is the closest thing to Ge'ez, which is the original biblical language that came from the coast. In particular, what we call, you know, Aramaic languages, Sabaean languages, you can say. I don't know. Amarinya is one of them, but Amarinya, he says, he swears to me, Sam, that is not part of Tigrinya at all. It's in a whole different family. I don't believe it.
There's a lot of words like that
It's
sound
the same thing. Yeah.
right in Tigrinya
And
because I
at
can
the same time, again, Tigrinya and Naga is so similar that if you're in a church and if you speak Tigrinya, you will understand it
I
is.
understand that.
Whereas in Amarinya, it is true what he's saying. It seems completely different. But
And
how
that
can it
explains.
completely change?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'll
And
tell you
it
one
is
thing.
true that a lot of the Amarinya language took the languages from the southern part of and the east part of Africa in general. It's combined. The northern part of Ethiopia in general, when you're thinking about, well, Tigrinya is not a language just in Ethiopia, it's also in Eritrea, don't forget. So it's very much that older Aksumite kingdom language. And I think the further they went south, the language kind of combined and it became Amarinya. That is what we understand how it happened. But Sam, he completely says it's not even from the same Rutilad. Right, Sam? But I don't believe that because in Ethiopia, I know what Amarinya, it sounds almost similar to Tigrinya. So
Trust me. Okay, so Sam says Tigrinya and Tigray has nothing to do with the Sabians.
that's what he keeps saying, and I wish you would come here and explain that to me. And I'm trying to understand that.
Oh,
Okay.
That will completely.
man, that's the day that everybody in the Swahili nation is expecting.
I'm waiting for Sam. I need to hear it. You know, when I look at Sam's picture, I keep thinking I have this thing that he's the president, you know?
And actually, he's your neighbor.
Or he looks like him. I don't know.
Remember that?
Yeah, he is my neighbor. He lives downstairs. I live upstairs. So I should go visit him.
One day, you know, can you please, you know?
Sam, I'm coming down. I'm gonna come down. I'm gonna come visit you.
But Sam is in a mission, and that mission, and I hope, anyway, to the audience, you know, Sam is working hard on this translator device, and he said he's coming close to that, and he'll be on our show in the panel, and hopefully he'll be on my show because today is my show. But again, any show of Swahili Nation. But again, please give me a heads up because I really have questions for you, especially for Sam. I guess the whole family has a lot of questions for Sam. Sam really is a silent co-host in the comment, and is doing a great job in that environment.
No, Sam is a silent bomb thrower. He says in the chat and just throws bombs, and then we have to fight it out live. He's like, or she. No, they just throw bombs, but they never.
I'm a dude.
What they say.
I'm a dude.
Yeah,
he's a dude. You remember that?
He's a guy. He's a guy.
Sam.
Yeah.
Sam said he's a dude.
Unless
okay,
Jonathan, unless we're gonna go by, you know, what the pronouns are nowadays, right?
Well, Sam could be anything. Samantha, it could be Samuel, it could be all kinds of things. So that's why.
Oh, Sam, you need to come out and defend yourself.
Yeah.
Hey,
Sam, you need to come out and defend yourself.
Oh yeah.
No, but he always drops bombs, and then we have to come and argue about it on here because
right.
You know, Sam.
One thing, when I went to Israel, okay.
You've been to Israel?
Yes, and
because he's Jewish, didn't he tell you? He's actually Jewish.
No,
hey,
I just happened. My name.
This is another conversation to have, but sorry to cut you off, but Jewish, you know, those, you know, the Jewish, where did it start from? It's, you know, Ethiopia, and then also in West Africa too, like parts of Mali, parts of what do you call it, country in West Africa. So don't believe the real Jew, who the real Jew is, you know.
Good Yodit.
Look,
I believe the Holy Land. The Holy Land is in Africa. But anyway, sorry, I digress. Go ahead. What you were saying?
It's fine. One thing about this Jewish Nagaruch, when we talk about those, right? 450 years of slavery in Egypt. Who got them out of Egypt? Musi, right? Moses did, right? And then I'll give you a clue, okay? Moses left Egypt, right? And when he came back, he married an Ethiopian woman. Where was he? And Mount Sinai, now they say we found it is in Saudi Arabia. Okay? So that means Moses left the greenery, right? And went into the desert instead of going north, right, to Israel. He went down south, Saudi Arabia.
Oh my God! You know what? Where are the Hindus and the Buddhists so they can argue this with you? I mean, really, seriously?
No, seriously.
Like, no, I'm just asking. Like, you know,
No,
it's
no,
so easy to.
I'm
Yeah,
just,
go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just. Remember my conversation today, right? Is something people have to do research. I'm not gonna say this and that. For me, I know what happened, and with all full evidence that's written by Moses and how this thing happened. But there's so many things that was mistranslated. By the way, in his time, Red Sea never existed. You understand? It was Eritrean Sea. And the Indian Ocean was Ethiopian Ocean, including the Atlantic. And how
Yeah,
they
around the
divided,
same time, there was about like 3 times the population of those people there believing completely something different. I'm just saying.
no. I'm just throwing
No,
things.
no,
I'm
no.
going
I
to
have to throw
the
myself
with the
there.
language, with the language about the Jew and the Ethiopian Jew and all that.
Mm.
That's where I'm trying to come down, including the this is the Queen Sheba and Solomon after Moses. You understand? And how Queen Sheba and the relation with King Solomon, and how this thing works out. How come?
Did you say
Uh,
Shiva, or
no,
did you say Shiva or Shiva?
Saba, mark it
Uh,
down.
I heard Shiva.
No,
I'm kidding.
I
Again,
heard
I'm playing around here a little bit with
Sheba.
what you're doing.
The only
Well, there were millions of them believing on Shiva on the
there's
other
no
side. But go ahead.
there's no Shiva and Solomon. Sheba and Solomon.
Iggy, are you quote?
Saba.
Sorry, are you? I just can let me ask you a question? Are you are you getting the story from the Bible?
Through the Bible. It's
Which
written.
version?
It doesn't matter. The Old Testament is still there. The Old Testament. You're right. Which version? Old Testament. That was
The Old
written
Testament.
by Moses.
See, to me, I have a problem with the Bible because the thing is, like for me, I want to research the original Bible that's in Ethiopia, like the old Bible, like you know what I mean. And I know some
Yes.
of it is hidden in the Vatican, but this Bible that's circulating, that has changed hands so many times and has been the story. When the colonizers got hold, of when they took over in power, right? A lot of things, like imagine what they're doing now, just a bigger picture, right? Because this is not about what you believe or not, but look what they're doing. They take stuff and they convert it, like anything. With anything, they take something that's not theirs and they make it their own. They make us believe that it's theirs, right? So what makes you think the Bible is the story that's being told is the truth?
No, what do you have
I
to
mean,
look at is that
I'm just
a lot of
saying, like,
things. Okay, absolutely.
these people, they don't fear God. They don't, you know what I mean? We are spiritual people. We know that. We fear God. We're good people. Even when people do things to us, we give them, you know, still welcome them. You see, that's our nature,
let's
right?
put it this way. Okay, let's put it this way. One thing about the Holy Bible, right? The Holy Bible, okay. Uh, when King James got hold of putting everybody in the same room,
I remember King
accepting
James
what
created
they
his
could put.
own religion. Remember that, right?
So,
He created.
so
He was a
they
Catholic,
put,
and then he moved from Catholicism into Protestant, I think,
okay,
because he wanted to divorce his wife, right? So,
right,
like, you see these people.
convenience,
How
right?
do you?
No,
Yeah, but and then he
convenience,
created his own
right?
religion. So how do I
No,
know?
at the same time,
I don't know.
at the same time, uh, the the Bible itself, it has 166 books. Okay, that's the full Bible,
That's right.
and there are
That's
some
right.
missing. And in fact, there are some missing. That is out there is in question to bring them in, but the really the Bible that was put together was the Ethiopian Bible. And if you come to the BC, you'll see the oldest Bible in display. This is what they call Christian Bible. And at the same
Even
time,
the I don't know,
at the
man. I don't know.
beginning, okay, at
Mm-hmm.
the beginning, okay,
Mm-hmm.
when when Christ
At the
died,
beginning, what is the beginning?
when Christ,
Yeah.
when Christ died, okay, when Christ died, which is the
And how do we know Christ died?
the opening, the opening of Christ, okay,
What proof do you have for that?
meaning, put it this way, uh, about Christ, not only that's been Christ, but it's documented in Lake Tana. Lake Tana,
Where is that?
Lake Tana is in Ethiopia, which is the Blue Nile. You know, the Lake Tana, the Blue Nile comes from the Lake Tana.
So
Tana.
we know if it was documented
there
in
was
Ethiopia, then we know it's
in
an
Ethiopia.
yeah.
In
I saw a
Ethiopia.
picture with an afro, you know. So, but now Jesus, all of a sudden, he has long hair, blue eyes, right?
That is whatever that.
So that's what I'm saying to you. How do I know? I need to know the. I cannot buy this nonsense
I
now.
think
what I'm saying.
No disrespect to anybody, but
can we just be honest? Can we hold on? Can we just be honest with each other? Honestly, no, we have to be honest with each other, right? This is a huge world. Honestly, it is a huge world. And religion, honestly, is such a personal thing. And I hope that there's a lot to learn from religion, and they're really interconnected in a lot of ways. But let's be honest, there's so many different religions, right? Like I just said, there are like a whole entire, I would say about almost 80% of the population of Asia, for example, does not believe in any of the religions that are considered, Solomonic. For example, I get it, I get all of that, but you have no clue. There is a whole entire population in the billions that does not believe in any of that. They have their own gods, right? So gods are gods. But religion should stay individually and keep that away from government. Keep it away in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
but unfortunately,
100%.
that is not how it works. And they
100%.
attach it to up to, I mean, what is happening in
But part of
Afghanistan
the
right now,
division,
again, is crazy.
Yeah, but part of the division that we have as a people, especially on the continent, is religion. You know, whether we like it or not. This is what was brought to us, right? So that's why I say to you, like, we need to be more spiritual, be connected with nature, we already kind to people, we're doing all these things, but even the priests in Ethiopia or I feel like they're not even doing the work of peace. You know what I mean? Because how are you going to accept, if you know your true history, how are you going to accept a picture? And besides, in the Bible, it actually says, it does say that you're not supposed to accept any form of image, correct? Is that correct? Would you agree?
Depending which one, because there are certain religions, even in the beginning, Christianity, you
They
could never do
described
that,
it.
meaning the image
They,
of, yes, yeah. And of course, Islam does not do that.
oh,
Need, if that's what you're saying. But then Hinduism, there's Buddhism, there's all kinds of religions. I
no,
mean, which
just
religion are you
specifically to
talking
what's
about?
no, specifically to what's that's Christianity, to what's happening in Africa, right? We have
Sano,
Christianism,
Sano, Sano. I
like
always said that.
forget the other ones. So to me, it's like, okay, some part of the Bible says, he has bronze skin, coarse hair, right? Even in Ethiopia, the old, like, the, I don't know if it's Lalibela, or I don't know, like that old church that like was built, many thousand years ago. They have a picture of Jesus, right? Supposedly, right? And the saints, they're all black. So this was before even the Bible came out. So this tells you who the original people were. But yet, in the Habesha community, this just, like, because in Israel they're printing all these white Jesus, Mary, and all this, we buy into it. You know what I mean? What is wrong with the people? Like, why? Like,
Sano,
how can we
Sano,
wake the people up? And
Sano.
my phone might die. I have 1% because I'm outside. This is just making me mad. My phone's gonna die.
Just to
But
give
go
you,
on.
just to give you, just a very small
If
percent
my phone
on that.
cuts off, you know why. But go on. Yeah, I'm
I
listening.
know, but the thing that I would say, always I said religion is personal, right? But the fact that I always tell everybody, if you want to talk about Islam, read the Quran. If you want to talk about the Christianity, read the Bible, no matter what version, because that version in the Bible doesn't tell you blue eye and blonde, whatever the number. If you really read it, when it comes to Jesus, right? When the first Christian that came in was an Anush that came in on the 4th century during the time of Pilatus. He came back to Ethiopia with being baptized, but being baptized for him, there was no such religion saying Christianity. There was on the 4th year, there was no such thing as Christianity. Christianity developed later. You understand? But the Bible is a written book that's been collected over years. But what I would say is, for it's not about being religious, but you can read it and say, hey, I found this out, this out, this out. But what happened is a lot of people judge because it's being said blue eyes, a religion, this religion. But read the Bible, read the Quran, Hinduism, Buddhism, be in the theology aspect of it and make your own assessment. That's something that I always said before saying
I'm
anything that
so glad
somebody
you
could have
said that.
collected. You
I'm
know,
so glad.
just
You said make assessment?
yeah, you make your own
Yeah, I've
assessment.
completely made assessment. I personally have.
Yeah,
No, I'm
and
just
you
being,
make
no, generally being, I'm not being funny,
because
really, honestly. I've made it because
because
you know why? Because I'm just like, I honestly believe that everybody should believe in whatever they want to believe in and just get away from my religion. That's it. Because there are too many religions. People are believing and praying for all kinds of things. So I'll leave it at that. I think
yeah,
the problem is when you
one
bring
thing
that
I'm saying,
into how
what I
you operationalize and do public policy. For me, I think that's when it becomes a problem. When religion becomes some kind of a way that you believe that, no, leave that alone. But to be
yeah,
honest with you,
like,
as
like I
far as
said,
my gods, there's so many gods to count in one hand. Like I can't even honestly, if I was 15 people, I cannot even count how many gods within, whatever. I mean, there are too many gods. So I think everybody's got his own God. But the good, beautiful thing is that I think most people understand usually religions just say treat each other well. I wish we could do that. But then at the same time, there's too many religions. If you don't, then kill them, right? So, and that's why, or something like that, or some people believe that's what it means. And even within the idea of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the crazy stuff that's been going on for the last 6 years has been crazy. Who knew, the most, supposedly Solomonic religion in Ethiopia, which is a very Orthodox Christian church, is fighting each other because of freaking ethnicity. That is
it's Abraham.
insanity.
Abraham,
So who wants to have any be? I don't want to be a part
Abrahamic.
of that.
It's
Or
Abrahamic.
whatever Abrahamic religions. I'm talking about within Ethiopia, for example. Even within the Orthodox Church, they're fighting because of the political stuff that happens. That's why people are staying away from religion. because people have realized, no, this has been a weapon used against us
Let's put it
sometimes.
this way. Let's put
No,
it,
spirituality is something that you
yeah.
keep to
Well,
yourself, to me.
yeah.
So
No,
I
no, no.
hope that people
I'm not
realize, don't
right now.
politicize it. Yeah.
No, no. Right now, what I'm talking about is that again, we emphasize saying religion is personal, right? But at the same time, I don't want people to miss out something, because sometimes people hear things from different people different way, but within itself, if you don't read it, if you don't explore it, if you really, really want to know about something when it comes to this spirituality level, right? You have to read it. No matter what, there's a truth to it. Somewhere you're gonna find certain truth of what you're reading about. But there are people that comes out that never read the Bible, they never read the Quran, they never read any of the Krishna, the
They
Hindu
all
religion.
preach peace, but they're all,
No,
oh, listen, let's be
no, no.
honest. They
What I,
all say peace,
no,
but they are all tell you kill, kill, kill at the same time. That's
what,
why,
what?
no, let's be
Not,
honest. No, that's ridiculous.
not really.
Every religion in the United, like everywhere in the world, any religion always talks about peace. I'm not,
And
listen, I'm,
like for example,
yeah,
Buddhism,
but they use
Buddhism,
that tool for other
Buddhism will
things.
let you
So, like,
kill
yeah.
anything. They
Maybe
won't
that's
let
what I
you,
should
okay,
become as a
really.
Buddhist. I don't
No, no.
know, but yeah.
They won't let you even insects. Tuan. They said, oh, it's part of your life. You got to live with it. They will leave you whatever. There's so many things that is.
Yeah,
That's why I
but you
said
have to be honest about
the
what
the,
the
the,
problem is with religion.
the fact.
Religion has always been, and continues to be a weaponized use of something, and I'm still trying to figure that
Uh,
out. And you
yeah,
cannot deny that.
no, there are people like anything. Okay, when you have a good thing, you can use that part of that good thing and use it against somebody because you're not following this. You understand? It's human. It's a human nature. But when it comes to the real spirituality, and if you really want to go investigate things, there are books out there. There are things that are out there. Talk to people, understand people that are really inside that whole information. Put it that way. It's a lack of information. The information, it becomes disinformation, and the disinformation become a fake news. This happened, this miracle, this happened. I saw angels. I saw this. Well, you know, for the person that listened to him, these are not
Sam is
common things that
crazy.
I see. You understand? This is not a common thing. I didn't see
No, no,
no.
I think it also
So how
answers
you
your
gonna
question.
decide?
And
What
no,
was the angel? I mean, there's so many
oh my
things that
god,
happens. In general, in this topic.
Sam
I
is
just talk
crazy.
about it in general sense. But again, in order to really
Well, maybe
understand.
a very good path to successful, peaceful Africa is getting rid of, at least not, if not getting rid of it, at least not to make it a government form of behavior. I'm talking about successful, peaceful. I'm answering your question. Is religion maybe the problem, the path to successful, peaceful Africa? I'm asking you.
Yeah. Jonathan, you crack me up on that. Because there's there's a new development actually in Ethiopia that you know you have you know a religious sect, all right. They have all that happening. People are pouring money left and right, left and right, and then the next thing you know, the pastor driving a Mercedes or very fancy car, whatever, on whatever the followers he's got and that level, you know, the top one will go on a Mercedes Benz, whatever, big house and everything else. And then people are contributing, for the temple, right? So now the Ethiopian government is saying, oh, you know what? We're not going to be interfering in the religious aspect of it. But the finance part, when you are benefiting from it and you having this fancy things with it, now we're looking to tax you, because now it becomes a personal, because you're abusing. It's contradictory, because all that money that you receive from your followers, okay, it has to do good for others. But if you're gonna be fancying yourself with a big house, swimming pool, uh, sometimes even they build buildings out of the money that they receive from the followers for their own personal gain. So you're gonna tell me this is a religion? I'm back to you, Jonathan. They're using their followers' money for their own personal gain.
I think that's kind of my whole entire problem with religion, because religion has been
so,
weaponized.
so,
No, listen,
so,
no,
no,
honestly, in so many
I'm
different ways
just coming back
economically.
to what you question. You know what I mean?
No, 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 and
And I'm
I'm going
like,
back to your answer. You asked me, I'm answering, because there, I think over the, and it's still happening. I think the Pope in Rome is the greatest grifter ever. I mean, let's be honest, for real. It has nothing to do with religion. It's economic. It's just disgusting. And yeah, I do have a problem with religion when it comes to all religions, to be honest. And I'm not scared to say it. It's true. You guys are crazy. All of you are crazy. And somebody just said here, there have always been appropriating religions, that came from here, from there, whatever. You can't even prove. Religion is just about faith, something that exists way out there that you cannot even prove. The one thing that I know, religion for me, is I know that you're my neighbor. I know you're my brother. I know you're my sister. I'm going to treat you well. That's religion. All this other crazy stuff that you believe in faith and all this crazy stuff you do, to me, and it's okay, and I'm going to say it, I think it's crazy. I think it's absolutely almost like it's dangerous level crazy sometimes, because that's how people do crazy stuff, because they use that against you. All I can give you is what is happening in the United States of America today. They're using religion, right? These people that are just believe, and they're acting crazy because they honestly believe that God or Jesus Christ is going to come, or some other new thing is going to happen. um, that's nuts. And so the best way to behave is to just, how do we get that quicker, right? um, no, I absolutely think that's insanity. It's almost like you should be checked into a hospital, because other regions, which are much more huge compared to what Christianity exists in this kind of level, they completely
how,
believe in different ways, and they are
many how
thinking
many
and
are in the
beautiful.
uh, okay?
So
How
you
many
are
are
crazy. I think
in
religion
there?
is crazy. Yeah.
No,
Let's
no.
be honest.
How
It
many
is
how
a
many
little bit,
people
it's almost
follow?
like insanity.
When it comes to what do you think? All the government, they stay out from religion.
Nobody said that religion not should be allowed.
No,
That's not
no,
what I'm saying.
no. What I'm saying is why they stay out from mixing themselves. The state and
I
the
think,
church, not the mix.
well, look, the whole entire East Africa can get along if they just let religion get away from. They can't even communicate with each other because of religion, right?
No.
I mean, that's insanity.
I mean, it's an organizational issue. You understand?
But they're neighbors.
It's organizational, because, again, like I said, now we're funding Swahili Nation One Africa,
But religion is the
Southeast
biggest
office, right?
problem.
But at the
I'm
same
not talking
time,
about the Swahili nation. I'm talking about the
no, no, no.
region or
I'm talking.
Africa to actually get anywhere.
No,
Is
no.
religion is the number one problem.
Yeah, then, that's what I'm trying to give you an example. Okay, right now we're building Swahili Nation One Africa to have our own office, right? This this organization, right? If you're just gonna say, okay, we're gonna fund it, and okay, we're gonna get this and that, what's gonna happen to this organization? It is an organization. It has to stand as a business, right? It has to be registered. There's a state laws. It's not religious. You understand? This is something that we're going to have to really register the company, which is a company's foundation, that's going to be registered, right? So in that aspect, everybody understand we're building this office, right? When it comes to the other part of state versus the non-profit organization, are one of them is all religious entities. It can be Hinduism, it can be anything, right? It can be Christian, it can be Muslim. These are entities are non-profit organization, but they run like an organization because it's still you have to have a business sense how to run that organization for sustainability. It has to sustain. If you don't have followers, what's going to happen? You cannot afford it. You're going to close the church. In order to do that, basically, like you market things, you're marketing it. You are like, okay, we got this and this. We do this. We help the poor. All that is part of the marketing because it's going to be we human, and we have to be organized into running a business. So any differences that comes among the religion, when you look at it, Christianity is supposed to be in Christ, right? But again, with the Christianity, you have Catholic, you got Protestant, you got Pente, you got different uh, divisions because it's an organizational issue. Okay, it's not spiritual issue. It's not about the spiritual part of it. It is organizational issue. So if you look at
Oh,
the
you just
Catholic
said
are very
everything that I
organized.
wanted to say. Everything that I
Not,
wanted
not
to say, you just said it.
okay.
Because you just said
It's an
exactly what I was trying
organization.
to say. Organization,
Okay,
exactly.
it's
That's
an
the
organization.
problem.
If
That is the problem.
the thing that happened, no, is but again, you cannot let it falter just because of followers. You have to count those pennies. You have to count the dollar.
Whether you like it or not, people
Whether they like
view it that way.
yeah,
So your organization, you just said it
you have
yourself.
the
I
money.
didn't say it. You did.
You know what I mean? No. What I'm saying is it's organizational.
Organizational, yeah. It's
You
religious for
understand?
you. That's what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
it's an
that's the
organization.
problem, is my point.
And now the problem is how that organization is ran. Okay, which way is going? One organization is going to give you blue eye, okay, blonde hair, Christ. And the other organization will give you baby Jesus. You understand? It's it's whichever you look at it, it's an
So
organization.
keep it away is my suggestion, but that's a whole other story. But yeah.
That's a whole other story. That's what I said. Again, we have to look at it from organization aspect of it. It's like you said, among themselves they have differences, right? It's all up. I always told you it's all about the money, right? When it comes to when you really want to clearly understand spirituality versus the humanity that we are living in this world, if you really follow the money, that's where the fight is all the time. All the time it comes to that mighty guns up. You understand? Because I cannot say bir, bir is only Ethiopia, dollar calculus US, and then you got the British pound. Guns up. It comes to the the power that comes with the money, and not only the religious institutions, but it also corrupted the government, right? Corruption. You know, it's another religion. Okay, I believe in my government. I know they decide the right thing. There are a lot of people that believe in that, but it's another form of putting your trust in. That's why the religion stay personal because I'm not involved in that financial transaction. The only thing I would do is probably contribute to the need to make sure that I have that follow up, right? It's an organization. So the organizational part has to be separated from the spirituality. If you start mixing, then I advise you to really understand what that religion says. within that, not the religion, and actually the scriptures that are wrote by these spiritual people that are really, in fact, there are people that were criminals in how they came about, and then we see it in our own life. A criminal that was so-called criminal turning his life around. We have a lot of documentation about that. So when it comes to that part on the organizational part and how it's ran, and human runs it, and when the human runs it, there's always that part of greed, there's that part of finance that's involved. How much share did I get out of the pot? There's a conflict of interest. So that makes it like the spirituality is forgotten.
Listen, right now I am all about a religion about honesty. Really, it really is a religion to me. It's about, oh my God, finally, you know, I'm not necessarily celebrating, but I am, is the fact that we have a dam that's about to happen. That's religion to me, because that means, oh my God, I know what that means for for so many people, even in big cities like Addis Ababa that keep, no power sometimes. That's gonna change, and then even a bigger population. That's religion to me. I don't care about your religion. I mean, I don't care about anybody's religion at this point because I have learned that has just actually been a use into some powers. But honestly speaking, I don't care about your religion. I really don't. Good for you. But honestly, the religion I care about is the fact that people are finally getting away from being in the dark and destroying their own neighborhoods and finally getting an equal treatment within the system of the world that they deserve to be in, whether it's good or not, God knows, because it's still destroying nature, but it is at least equal treatment, you know? And so I think that actually is a very godly thing to do. And that could be all kinds of gods that might think the same thing. And most of them are good gods. So I think religion is just an abused and used to destroy. Thank thank God, whatever God you believe in. Why which one deserves better than the other? Um, but it keeps being religion is not honestly the greatest thing for humanity at all. Let's be honest. Um, and then there's
So
the
the
other ethnic stuff, and
there's a comment.
the religion. So
Yeah, there's some
but
comment
it's the truth, right?
that was
I
coming
don't
down.
think I'm making it up. I think if you really wanted to move is to silence religion a little bit in Africa, that would be a good thing to do. Well, look at what's happening in the biggest populations. At least when you're thinking about Nigeria, for example, um, it's predominantly based around religion. Go ahead.
I got a question for you. If I tell you I can levitate, would you believe me?
Levitate? Is that what you said? Like,
Yeah.
hell no, absolutely not. Like, you must be on, like, are you smoking something?
No, and then this is what I'm trying to say something. Okay, but if you see me levitating, what would you say?
Oh, the aliens have arrived. We need to, like, whereas, like, yeah, that would be different. Like,
So
it's impossible. You can't do it.
I'm just saying this, right? Whether I can or cannot, it's up to me. But
that is up to you.
Whether I do it and show it to you, it's still up.
Then you're crazy. Like, I mean, like,
you understand? So a lot of things. What do you say?
Believing on stuff that it doesn't exist, you cannot levitate.
The thing, what I'm trying to say, okay, is very simple. Okay, if I tell you, the first thing that comes from Jonathan, it's like, show me. Am I right?
I would never tell you that I can levitate because I know it's impossible. So I'm not
you think it's impossible. Okay,
But
and
that's the
thinking
problem about
positive.
religion, right? You're lying to
No,
people.
I'm not talking about religion right now. I'm just talking about in general
I'm
the
just talking
way,
about
the
religion. I
way,
thought that's what
the
we're
way
talking
we
about.
are. Even in the well, when it comes to this part is how you focus and how you put your chi together and how to create this energy, and this energy can be formed. Okay, and this connection can be formed. There's a lot of things behind it, but again, my thing is, if I tell everybody I can levitate and I can fly out of here, first is like how you dismiss me is before even I think even to show you how to levitate, right? The first thing, you crazy out of
No,
mind.
we're gonna look at you like
What's
you're
wrong with you?
crazy. With
What's wrong with you? When
exactly,
I'm like, what I'm saying is in general, in general, how
yep.
people going to be reacting to this information. And the next thing is they see levitating. Okay, if I do and I levitate, still go nope. There's a camera.
You can never levitate. You're human. You will stick and die like every other human or every other animal. You're not gonna
No,
levitate.
what I
It's not
what
gonna
I'm saying
happen.
is
We're not idiots.
no. I'm just giving you this extreme example, but it's how the reaction.
But that's the
Uh,
problem. It's
but,
extreme. You know, you
yeah,
cannot.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
giving. Because again, I'm coming back to the part of religion that we're still talking about, right? But again, just frankly, if anybody comes in, I can levitate. We've seen some of the show, which is the what do you call that? The illusionist, where you can levitate. You see people levitating, but these are illusionists, and how they can come to you. You can see people levitating. I don't know if you've seen the David show or anything else that's been going on in Vegas. All the
I
magician
don't do that.
tricks and all
Listen,
that.
I don't do that much drugs to even know
No,
because you
no, no, no,
have
no,
to have
no.
that
What
much
I'm
drugs to see people
no, no, no.
levitate. It
They
doesn't
are them.
happen. What is wrong
They
with you,
no,
man? Can
no,
you
no, no.
like
What
go
I'm
back
saying
down
is
to earth
people
first?
because
Bro, come on.
there's different things.
No,
You're not done. You're not
no,
done. Let me
no.
tell you something. I'll send.
Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
send you.
Say whatever
I'll
you
send
believe.
you.
Are you out
No,
of
no,
your
no. I'll
mind? Are you telling me people levitate now?
no, no. People that are capable. They call them illusionists. Okay, to make you believe
Oh my God,
on
are you
your eye.
serious? What drugs are
I've
you
seen it.
doing?
I've seen it. I've
What
seen
drugs were
it
you
in
doing?
Vegas. In Vegas. In Vegas, I saw
Wow, okay.
people
Okay.
levitating.
Can I get some of
You
that?
understand?
Because I want to try
This
that.
is our show. This is a show that you pay and you go in and you just see that. You understand? But
Oh,
this
crazy.
is how
Okay.
much people can do
Such a
if they
shame.
really want to use it for different things.
For
But this is
anyone
what
that's
it says.
listening, that is not a real thing. It does not happen. Okay. It does
But
not
what I'm
happen.
saying is, no, no. When you see somebody, have you seen anybody levitating?
Are you out of
It
your?
doesn't matter.
I mean, really seriously, are you asking me that question?
Yeah, I mean, in the shows.
Levitating out of nowhere? Like, what are you doing? Like, this is not.
No,
No.
because there are people, they're so-called illusionists, and you can see different things that they do.
Man,
And
okay, I think we
people
went from
don't
like a
aware.
normal, no traditional show to somewhere else that
No,
no,
no, no.
people
I
do
meaning,
not
but what I'm
elevate,
saying is, no, no. For
whatever you're
example,
just like, that's
when I
this is
came
too
into this
crazy.
to this point, Jonathan,
For sure.
what I'm trying to
Okay.
explain here is
Hmm.
people, okay, on what they see, they will believe, and how they translate it is another level. So when it comes to the religion, what I'm
No
proving,
wonder people fight and kill each other. That's crazy because probably we
no, no,
think that
no,
they're way above something.
no, Jonathan, what I'm trying
Uh,
to bring you to make you understand, okay?
no, this is crazy what you're saying. That is not a
Right.
real thing. It doesn't happen.
I'm just gonna listen. I'm gonna send you all these links, and these are the people that you can go and see when they perform out in the audience. Okay, you can go and
Oh,
see
you
them.
you said a key word. It's called perform.
Yes, They perform.
Perform means that it's fake. It's not real, bro. That they perform.
No. What I'm saying is, when you look at it, right? I don't care how. For me, just like you, I was stunned. I said, "There's no gamadilla. There's nothing that suspend them." I just went under. I just put my hand under. This
Well, I have a
person,
whole kind of different way of thinking about you right now,
uh,
but that's fine. That's
right,
what you.
right.
You're
That's what
crazy,
I'm trying to
bro.
tell you. It's not
No, you
crazy.
are crazy.
I went to a
No, yeah,
show
you are.
and I went.
No, honestly,
Uh,
you are. But it's okay.
well, this is my experience, and what I'm trying to
That's
say,
fine.
for
Yeah.
me,
Good for you.
I didn't turn around. I didn't
And
turn
now-
around and said, "This guy's God." You understand?
Wow. All
I
right. You
didn't
know
turn
what?
around and say,
I'm gonna
"This
go
guy's
jump off
this."
my building right now and believe in what you just said. That's possible.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
live
Then
on the 14th floor, and I believe in a God. So let me go try that. I mean, that's crazy. You can't.
It's
That's
crazy.
not how it works.
This what I'm trying to bring this discussion is that people from that point. Oh, I
No,
can
you're
hear
crazy.
people. No. I can hear people that were next to me. Oh, he must be a God sent phenomenon. Oh, he must be
Thank God
connected
I'm
to
not
God.
crazy.
This is what I
No,
hear.
because that means I have to listen to your craziness and believe it.
No.
Thank
I'm
God
listening
I'm not
to
that
people
crazy.
to
No, you are crazy. What
how
I'm
they
saying.
comment. You know,
Don't
is
ever
that
listen to
crazy?
this craziness. Whoever's
Because
listening
I
to
was
this.
there.
Well, you
What I'm
know
trying
what?
to
That's
tell you,
exactly
I
my
was
point.
there.
Really?
Okay,
Okay.
I was
Okay.
there
Okay.
when he performed it. When David performed it, I was there. And what people talk on the background, oh my God. You know, the first thing, oh my God, I cannot believe he's got all these people to sit. I'm like, yeah, there's no gamut because you see everything. But at the same time, people like going, oh, he must be with God. He can do this. And I can, you can Google it and you can find about David Blaine. Okay. David Blaine was very popular in Vegas and he was doing these shows. He's
You
got
also know that he's
a lot of tricks,
hopefully you
right?
know that you know that he is a satanic believer. That's
I don't
David
care.
Blaine.
For
Yeah,
me,
he believes
I
in
really don't
Satan.
care.
So,
You know, for
no,
me,
but
I
I'm just
just
telling
happen.
you, it's bad.
Yeah,
It's
I just happen
bullshit.
to
It's
be.
not even real. Like you guys are crazy. Oh
I
my
just
God! So
happen.
you believe in that?
No. How about the people that hypnotize you? Yeah, do you believe in the hypnotism?
Oh my God! I do that all the time with my like friends. I will tell them like, "Hey, look at me. Look, I'm like that's crazy that you believe that. That is the most childish shit I've ever heard in my life."
Well,
Honestly, it's
that's
almost so ignorant and so not
that.
adult-like.
Those
No, it's
people.
not. It's not. It doesn't happen. It's not true. These things don't happen. They're not true. They really are a joke. It's called entertainment for a reason. I can understand that, but like we cannot talk about religion and then talk and put the same thing. No,
No. What
like
I'm
you're.
saying is there are
Mm.
people that start believing, okay, in that part, and they'll go out of their way. You understand? For me, I know exactly what he did. I know exactly what he did. That's why they call it illusionist. It's an illusion, okay? And this is not something that you know is being performed by everybody. It takes training. It takes a lot of things, a lot of practice. But again, it's make believe. Okay.
So are you saying
So
you
when it comes
believe?
to people, when people comes to that level, oh my God, this guy and stuff. And when you see people that react into it and have the wrong information. So what I'm saying is sometimes, you know, when it comes to understanding on how human stands when it comes to religion is personal.
I
Things
agree.
that people believe in and have the core. We have this sense that it's not been explored yet. The telepathy, people that coincidence, how all these. There's a lot of domain that needs to be explored. Okay, let alone religion. You know, this is another mega topic. But there are certain things that we can do that we are capable of doing. Speak of that. So we got to be really in the understanding. If you can remove all religion, and you're gonna have to count over thousand and thousand other religions that are not even in the spectrum. Yeah,
I
there are
I think I
people.
I think I just coughed all of them out. Because there are too many.
Buddy.
Like really, honestly, I'm like, did you just say that? Like I coughed all of them out because
There
that
you
is
go.
the truth. There are too many religions out there. So like,
Too many.
let's not put
So
religion
which one
way
is
too
that
many.
going? And actually, the
Exactly.
qualification, no, and the qualification to be religion. You
Well,
see?
first of all, what does religion mean? Because sometimes religion does not mean anything like the way we
No,
understand
it's just
religion means. Abba, it does not. It could be like in certain regions, in traditional, like there are religions everywhere, but we call them religions because that means, oh, if you believe a tree will give you a certain kind of I don't know if you took the juice off the tree and took care of you. It's not a religion. It's just okay. It's a good way to get rid of a woman that is having a baby or something like that in the middle of nowhere in the jungles of.
what's the
Mind you,
basic
I'm not even.
to be a
No, I'm not even
religion?
going to Africa right now. I'm
No, no.
actually going to
What
go
is the
somewhere else.
basic? No,
Yeah,
no.
so there are
What is
all
the
kinds of
basic for
religion, but
religion?
that is religion, right? So and then they call it religion, and then
No, no.
these
What's the first
neighboring. I'm
characteristics?
sorry.
What is the first thing to be a religion?
I think the first thing that we look at religion today is Abrahamic religions, right? It's either
No,
you're
no, no, no,
Jewish
no,
or
no.
you're
That's not
Christian
what I'm
or you're
talking
Muslim.
about. No,
What?
no.
Yeah.
A
Go ahead. I
religion to
don't
be a
understand
religion.
because the rest of the world does not think of it that way at
No, no.
all.
If they when somebody said this is a religion, right?
Yeah.
And he might be believing in the stars or whatever, wood. Okay, he said this is the new religion for him. And what does it make a religion? It makes a religion when you have followers. You only need one follower. You don't need a gazillion follower. You got one follower, and you register that to the state. This is my religion. They will register it. Who's your follower? Jonathan. And
Well,
that's it.
I'll tell you, the only thing that I know is
And
that I
then
was born into
and
a
then you'll
family
be
that is
registered on 503.
okay. You're gonna don't get me into religion because I have
No,
all
I'm
kinds of
not. I'm not.
negative,
I'm not.
not negative,
This
but
is this is a
the
discussion.
truth about religion that I think people do not want to hear. I think religion is a problem. It's one of the worst things in humanity. I could say that because I've always said it. It's not a new thing. But yeah, and I'm not saying that
Marie Antoinette is back,
if
man.
you're doing
Hold on.
if you're doing it with you and yourself, that's fine. But when it becomes this crazy thing that you even allow, like somebody you just said, like some Kenyan or something the other day I heard, I completely stole like over $30 million from people just giving money, right? So that's religion, really, honestly. Like, and they said, and they're okay with it, and they're still there. They're still at the same church giving them
Too
money. I'm
much of
like, wow, maybe I should be a religious. Like, that's it's a predatory idea of what religion is, right?
and
And
that's
this is
what I said.
Christianity, mind you. Yeah. And this is the
It's,
same thing about the Pope to me,
it's
and
personal.
it's insanity. Really, honestly, it's insanity. It's almost, yeah. So that's how I look at religion.
Listen,
It is honestly a
I'm gonna
mental
read. I'm
insanity.
gonna
I think
read.
you know.
Somebody, I'm gonna read. Marie Antoinette. She said, by the end of this session, we will have 366,100. That's what we're gonna generate.
Oh my God. I don't understand what that means. Is it bad? Is that a good thing? I don't know. I give my
It's a good
parents
thing.
for that.
It's funny.
Usually, I'm like, I don't like to talk about religion, but he brought it up. So, I'm going to
I know I
go
didn't
with
bring no
the whole
religion.
thing.
We just actually we're talking about in general aspect of it. There's nothing about the actual religion. You know what I mean? We're talking about religion as a whole, not personal religion, but as a whole thing that we brought it in, and how things can. And the main thing is ran by men and women. You understand?
What the hell
Because
does that mean? What? It's ran by
any
what?
religion any religion is ran by human beings, right? And we're not perfect.
Someone is telling you to what to believe in. Is that what you're saying?
What's that?
Someone is telling you what to believe in.
No. What I'm saying, that the organization itself is ran by human. You understand?
No, but
From the
that's
follower
if
to
you
the
believe in some kind
administration.
of a God, like you're crazy. Listen, I've always said I was born by myself. Thank God I came up, I've had great parents that, you know, I'm here. I'm here in a very short period of time. When you think about the universe, we're here just for a short period of time. While we're here, just be good people, right? Don't kill, unless you have to eat. Sometimes I feel really guilty about that. I want to be a vegan because I think that is wrong. But like, damn, we still gotta eat. That's our thing, being human. But we could always just be like good people. Just do that. You're only here for like 70 years. Out of the 70 years, on an average, you might be around for about 50 when you're mentally like capable of really choosing what you should do being here in the universe, right? So as long as you do that, I don't believe that you need religion. I honestly think it's just like that's it. Just do something decent while you're here to yourself and everybody else, and then you'll be gone. But the idea somehow you need this crazy stuff about religion or anything else is ridiculous to me. First and foremost, and second of all is like just if you keep that in mind, the fact that how small you are in the bigger picture of everything, you can't even name seven, eight generation of your grandparents. They were gone, and that was not even that long ago. And the thing about being human in general, and then all the animals that are around you, like you're so small. So if you can just behave yourself and just be great for 20, 30 years, oh my God, that is the greatest thing you can possibly do. And just fucking go away and just do that. It's not that difficult, you know? And that's my mentality about life.
Right. And then what kind of religion you call it?
I call it a human survival. I don't know what, like my life at least. I don't want to call my name, but you know my name. That's what I'll call it. It's called
So
my little point of like nothing in the bigger picture of life. You know, just be good.
and
It's not that difficult, really, honestly.
and that's how somebody's gonna pick this notion and make a religion out of it.
And and you can call it my name, as a religion, like if that's what it means. But maybe you're absolutely right,
What
bro.
we
This is exactly
really,
what I should start my own
Jonathan,
religion. Yeah.
what really, what we talking about from all end of it is about the betterness for our beloved continent of Africa. We just had an open discussion about it. There's no particular religion that we're going to go by it, but it's just in general, people believe in something. You see what I mean? And for the longest, the states tried to interfere, and sometimes in the past they learned that they didn't want to do anything like that because it affects the constituency, and it really does. It does affect. And the thing that I experienced through this conversation and my personal experiences and stuff like that, uh, we still stick to put the notion that religion are really personal, and everybody can believe in any which way. And Jonathan, the way you spoke about it is clear. Be good to one another, love one another, help one another, be there for one another. These are the most effective things that's happening. That's wrong now, but it's not being practiced. He says he's doing something good in here, and the next thing you know, he's killing him by the thousand, right? So your way that you explain that, this is the key for the success of Africa. Doing good to one another, to help one another. And that care will bring us to another level. And sometimes deep in our heart, we know what's good. No matter how dark it can be in your mind, you always knows what is good. When you start realizing that, nothing else matters. Just do the best you can while you're alive. Otherwise, life is not fun. If I didn't have my brother, if I didn't have my parents, if I didn't have all these, sometimes, you can lose all that, and you got one friend that stick around with you for everything that you went through. That's the happiness, because you have support, and as well the help too. And so I always agree, in any which way, being kind to one another, to help one another. No religion can beat you on that. You gotta do things that is best for humanity. Because you came in, as you said, butt naked, with nothing on, helpless as it can be. Even the cow, when she give birth, the little calf will be coming up and start walking, even though it dangles, it fails, but he'll be walking. But we humans, we cannot do that. We still need care. So just like your mother gave you care, your parents gave you care, or whoever cared for you while you were helpless, think of the world of Africa for the one that never been taken care of. As much as that, a lot of infants out there, a lot of orphans. That kind heart will take you a long way. It doesn't require religion. In that, my friend Jonathan, I've been trying to close this session about an hour and 47 minutes. I started with Sen Night, Sen Nu. And for those, Lilisha Rebel, we really, really love you for all your comments. Johan Nuhur, Sam, I just want to acknowledge for all of you that's been commenting, that is still working on some few things out there. I try to post as much as I can. And there was certain information that was there, Sam, but all of our Ethiopian empires, Mali Empire, Islamic Caliphate, whose contribution we talked about, used religion to unite its people. So this is from Liliana. Yahya Nuhur, salam salam, my God, you guys been bombarding this comment section.
No, it's really crazy. You're shutting this down when you should not, but it's all good. I understand.
I'm not.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You gotta do what you gotta do. No, it's all good. But you know what? I'm reading all the stuff that's coming on from all these people that were not there before. Of course, Sam.
I'm not closing anything. But what I'm saying is, we've been saying we're going to be closing it. So here I am reading through the comments. It's just incredible.
Well, the spiritual guidance part, I don't know, because I think spiritual guidance is not
Batu, right?
So,
Sound Batu. Sounds
what Sam is going about what? I'm sorry, say it again. Al-Gabayim.
Sound Bantu says spiritual guidance. He just put okay. I mean, Jonathan, my co-host, my personal co-host. You gotta go through those comments. You see that?
Revolta shut down?
No, I'm not gonna shut down. Even Sam.
No, listen, like I actually Sam, by the way, honestly, like I actually am holding a lot of stuff that I wanted to say about that crazy stuff that I just heard right now, which I have so much respect. before. Oh well, I mean, you say a lot of great things, but I also want to kind of say other stuff. But anyway, I swear I was sitting here thinking, okay, well, no. So Sam, do you want me to really say it? Okay, all right. So Biggie, you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
So
Always ready.
what God do you what God do you follow? Do you have a God?
Again, remember I told you Xavier is my God.
Well, Xavier could be any God. It could be
No,
Shiva. It could
I don't
be
know. No, 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 no. Xavier
Christos,
is
no?
very specific. Xi malet. Xi malet. Christ no.
Mm,
Av.
that's true.
Av no. Beer the moment pescadus no. Av all pescadus.
So how many of them are there in there? You just named like four of them.
Andamlak. Andamlak.
Andam like one God, okay. But
Andamlak.
then three, what you said, so
Av world
something
on pescadus.
messed with that. Aren't there three other
Av all
gods
on
in
pescadus.
that? Yeah.
What's that?
There are three gods in there. You said
No,
Amlak, which is
no,
Jesus, and
no,
then you
no,
said three other
no,
things.
no, 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 no,
No?
no, no,
Okay.
no, no.
Okay.
I said one Amlak.
Okay.
Sosta kalat.
Okay. So
Ab
what
wal
does that
on
mean?
pescadus. Ab wal on pescadus. Your DNA trend rasu sostan.
Oh, the Trinity, like it's
Mm-hmm.
you know
Trinity.
that they have that in by the way, I swear to when I was in India recently, they have the same thing. They have the Trinity.
That's right.
Yep.
Atara,
They
but
honestly have three. The Hindu religion really has three gods, and then millions of gods underneath them. But three main gods.
Ab wal on pescadus. Trinity.
Yeah, interesting. Okay,
I
well,
mean, if I've been, I spoke about it a long time ago, a while ago. My experience through the spiritual uh, life of
yeah.
mine, but
I have this
spiritual.
very an amazing experience with my family, specifically my mother, that is very religious, and I challenge her about this stuff, and I've learned not to challenge people because eventually they don't like to be too challenged with questions. So I get it, but I have a lot of respect as well, and hopefully we get the same respect back when we question, because I always want to understand, like, okay, why should I? What is this about exactly? And it's just a belief, right? So good, good for you. I think it's
The thing is, I mean, a lot of times they put it in religion. Religion, you look at it, it's about faith, imnet, imnet. The way I see it, we came in here to do good things. Sifat and Rasu, when they created us,
we're not gonna have, like, honestly, I'm not opening up an opportunity for you to like spill out religious
no, no, no,
anything.
no, 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 no,
That's
not what I'm just giving you
okay.
basic facts. Yeah, that
Yeah.
I'm not
Don't
going to the
start.
religion. It's a religion, anaram. It's not religion. Um, it's being us, human, the way we are created, the way we're born. You're born butt naked. Agree?
That's what I said earlier. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing, no cover. And guess what? We're the most helpless creatures. Every other animal kingdom, the minute that they're born, a few hours later they're walking. We don't. Okay. From the beginning, we learn what it means for you to come helpless and be nurtured. Whether it's your mother, surrogate mother, it doesn't matter. Somebody is nursing you. Somebody is taking care of you. Or else, if you're outside, you're dinner for another animal, right? Because you're so helpless, you cannot feed yourself. Even the cow, if you lose the mother, eventually, out of hunger, she'll die. Natural. I'm talking about natural things. Things that we have to understand within ourselves. And then you have wherever you grow up, you pick things where you grow up. You start communicating. You start growing. You start going through different stage of life. So we have phase, a stage of life. Within that stage of life is something inside of you that tells you, who am I? There's the question, who am
So can I ask you a question?
I?
Why is it that humans have done anything so evil that we need to be starved because of we don't have food? I mean, what kind of God does that? Like, I'm just asking. Um, Not in the past, but also today, right? So we're just minding our own business, right, in Africa. There's all kinds of starvation that is happening, not just in Africa, but everywhere, all over the world. So is that, I mean, is there something that you can explain why God does that? I mean,
Because
there's got to be a reaon, right? Like, what did we do wrong?
uh, nothing, uh, when you say God is blessed, when you call the name, we know there's a creator.
You're not answering my question.
I,
Why? What is what? Why is that
I'm coming.
happening? Yeah.
I'm coming because this is not what do you call a sharp yes and no in this way and that way. I don't know. For each birth, when you create it, you mean a lot. Your existence is so precious, so precious. It's beyond the humanity fathom or think your existence. Your existence means a lot. Each birth that happened on earth, it has a meaning.
There is no meaning. What are you talking about? Like that
And
sounds
when
so
you
ridiculous
exist,
to me.
when you
That is
exist,
crazy. That is
my
crazy what you're
question,
saying. Listen to yourself. Like
I'm listening to myself.
pain is good. That's what you're saying. So people should starve and die, whatever, because that means it's good for what? Explain
No,
that to me.
the pain, the creation itself. Okay, do we even have a time to go to prisons? Do we have time to visit the sick? Do we have time? Have you made time to go in and say, listen, today I'm going to volunteer to do this to help the helpless? All this is part of existence. But at the same time, each human being that's been born, whether you die in war, whether you die in natural causes, you are part of the equation. You cannot understand what the creator understand because if you do, then you may as well be the creator. It's an
Oh,
equation.
so
It's like a
if you're
it's,
well to
it's an equation.
do and people are whatever, that's just what it is. I mean, come on. I mean,
I'm
listen,
I'm I'm
I am
I'm
such a
trying to
listen.
be
I'm
as
gonna be a
simple
very honest person.
because that
I am
that
not
was the
trying to
question.
question too much. Yeah, but I'm gonna question it because I think it's ridiculous. I think it's the most craziest thing I've ever seen in my life to justify the fact that people are miserable because God allowed that's how you get to or whatever that you're trying to save them. No. That's ridiculous. It's because like people taking advantage of other people. That's what it is. It's not about God. It's really not. It's not about religion. I mean, so to say stuff like that, I think it's almost undermining your own like real good like being human as a human being to be smart enough to know that's bullshit. So no, it's abuse of other people because it has nothing to do with religion. And to say that it's okay, I find that to be a little bit almost insulting.
No, because the way this establishment in the world run it is so intertwined and entangled, where out of that people will drop literally. Basically, when it comes to be helplessness, back to your birth, you came in naked, helpless, being nurtured. And at one point in life, things happen. And why do we have to question when there's a process, there's a phase that's already there, and suddenly, why we have to blame the creator while we're creating all this problems?
Who is the creator? What are you talking about?
He created you.
Who's the creator? I just want. Who is the creator? You just said a creator.
Xavier.
Who the hell is the
Xavier.
creator? Okay. And who's that?
Xavier creator. It's up to you to survive. It's up to you to survive. First of all, when you're born, helpless now. You are helpless.
No, my parents
You have to be
created me.
nurtured.
That is true. Yeah.
Well, and then every child that's born, whether the parents died after a while or whatever, it was born out of a parent. Whether they married, not married.
Thank God. Thank God for
Right?
that. I am very
Right.
thankful about my parents.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
But then you just said somebody
but
created
remember
you.
now.
I'm like, what?
But remember now. But remember
That's
now.
what created me. Yeah.
But remember now.
And they've been so good to teach me how to be good or bad. They didn't teach me a religion.
No,
Even though
it's
they
not
do
about-
have a
again,
religion.
I'm not talking about religion again. I'm
I
talking
am.
about us as human.
Okay. Good.
And then I'm progressively explaining on how I see the way it works to the best of my ability. It's my view, it's my opinion. And my message is that you're born helpless, and then you see other people helpless, grown up, on the street and everything else. How you justify the first thing you say, what happened to them? This is a question that we got to pose ourselves. Not Xavier. We create our own war. We create our own killing. We create our own things. How can you go back and say, you know what, God, how come you're merciful? But there's other questions that comes along with it. Automatically, we start the blaming game. Instead of taking care of ourselves and our immediates, our own families, our own brothers, sisters, neighbors, instead of taking care of our own problems, we turn around and said, oh, you created all these wars. No, he didn't create the war. You created it. Why you turn around and immediately said, oh, why he doesn't do that? But for him, your creator, he created you for a task. You volunteered. By the way, you volunteered. Because you know what? There's so-called free will. Your free will starts from your existence all the way through the earth when you're born. It's not going to stop you from thinking whatever you want to think, whatever you. Tomorrow I'm going to rob a bank. Tomorrow I'm going to kill somebody. Tomorrow I'm going to have a war.
Yeah.
He doesn't give you that. Otherwise, he's going to intervene. And guess what?
God.
We're not going to have this discussion because everybody lives fine and dandy.
No, I think it's a very good discussion because it goes back to your question, right? About peaceful and successful Africa. You have to be honest with yourself that not every African believes in what you believe in. And so, yeah, it is a very important discussion to have. It's not just
Very
about
important.
religion, but in general. And so
Yeah.
it's always, for me, it's always thinking back to where everything began, which is, like you just said, it's about you and your mother and the father that gave you birth. Let's just start with that. When you come out naked in the world, there is no religion. There's none of that, you know? And it all depends where you are born. You could be born in certain, um, all kinds of situations within Africa, but within the world in general, especially today, especially as, you know, when you had your niece and nephews, and it's the same thing. And I see and watch them, and thank God we have the closest thing that we could keep them at least grounded. For me, it's keep them grounded as human beings. It's not about religion. It's not about ethnicity. It's just knowing the fact that this is where you come from. Da, 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 da. It is a lot of work. It is. I myself am still trying to understand just myself in Ethiopia, which is not. They cannot. We cannot even figure that out, right? So there's all of that. But until we do figure it out, is I don't try to confuse them at all, because the minute that you start to confuse them with whether it's extreme one religion or another, it's too confusing. I just try to teach them to be a good human being. And that's what I'm trying to say. That's why I kept asking these questions. And of course, you keep giving me the same damn answers. But you know for a fact that.
Very easy. The dynamic is very easy.
Well, you can say that, but
the dynamic is very easy to understand.
The dynamic is very easy. Is that what you said?
Yes, the dynamic about the relationship between Xavier and the human beings, the creation.
No, you keep saying that.
Crazy.
That's not true. That's not
true. Listen. Either you believe in it or you don't. But if you don't believe in it, why do you ask why God is doing this?
I was just in a place where they believe in, like I said, hundreds of, but they're all their gods are good gods.
Let's go by billions.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I find a problem with religion, and this has always been the problem with religion.
Again, you know, again, you cannot ask God for what He's doing against us, Xavier.
Who is God? Like, what do you keep
Xavier.
talking about this? What is that?
For me, if we say there's a creator, right, and then we're back a lot of times on conversation is like, why do we have war? If He's merciful, if He's going to be forgiving, if He's doing, if He's all that, you know, we put all the good things that what He can possibly be to get us out of this misery, okay? And then the next thing you go, why it's not being good for everybody, right? One, you don't worship Him, you don't understand Him, and at the same time you blame Him. If you don't believe in Him, don't blame Him, blame yourself. If you believe in Him, there's a course of action you have to do as human. And those course of action is everything that you said, to be kind, to be nice, to help each other, and to love one another, and to have a very prosperous life. So the confusion is understanding. It's understanding Him.
What is Him?
People are questioning. People are questioning. Human beings.
Do you know Him? Why do you talk about it?
You went too far. I cannot hear you. Jonathan, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
You're too far. It's still echoing.
All right, can you hear me now?
Very beautifully.
All right, so what I was saying is, I'm sorry, Karta. What I was saying is like the idea that you even say something like about, oh, it's about Him or whatever. There is nothing there, right? So you believe there is something out there, and that's what and that's okay. And I completely understand about God and the idea of worshiping. I get it. And there are many people that we all do understand that there is something out there, and I do as well, that is bigger than us. I get that. But to talk about it that way, I think is also, there's probably a woman up there sitting, looking down at you going, what is wrong with these people? Why do they keep fighting each other? Because I am like 5, 7, 8, 12, 15,000 gods, because you have to understand the world is not just one religion, it's so many religions. So for me, I find it problematic that there are these Christians, I don't care where you are, including Ethiopia, whatever you are, believing whatever religion you believe in. Thank God that at least most of the gods believe in the same thing, as treat each other fair and all of that. But yet we still hate each other, because if you don't believe in one and believe in the other, there's a problem, right? Because you will tell me, if I believe in some other god, that I'm crazy.
No,
right?
I won't. I won't. Never. Because my God teached me the free
So I
will.
could be I could be Muslim, and you're not gonna like think I'm.
Let me say it
not-
anatonym. Let me say it anatonym. For me, as far as I'm concerned.
For you, yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, remember the key is free will. Whatever you want to do. You can believe in anything that you want to believe in. But I'm going to say nothing about it, because you know what? It's what you have believed. And to turn around, one thing that I don't like, the most thing that I don't like, is people that trying to convince and tell you this religion is better than that. Okay? I'm not into that. My faith, my way, is my way for me when it comes to faith. I'm not going to be influencing nobody. Oh, I got a better God than you.
That's my answer to your question.
That's where we go
pathway
wrong.
to successful, peaceful Africa is to get rid of religion, is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, leave religion alone.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. It has always been, and it continues to be. Not just within Africa. Oh no, absolutely, it definitely is. Its religion has always been.
No,
within Africa, are you kidding? Look at every region.
Africa has religion that the world never heard before. Okay, if you call it religion, like I said, a religion to be a religion, if you got one follower, you don't need all these thousands and thousands of followers. A religion is a follower kind of you have to have.
Are you trying to say it in Amaringa?
Yeah, I'm trying
I give you a lot of respect. I got that. I don't know how you're trying to say it, but I did get, like, you're trying to say it in Amharic.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find that word in Amharic.
Okay, I'll think about
I can
it.
really get it.
Okay.
And my passion, the most passion that I have of my existence to human in general is the peaceful transition of caring one another. That understanding, it doesn't require religion. Remember, I always said we got to go after the low-hanging fruits. Before we even get to religion, there are so many activities that we can achieve. Because when it comes to religion discussions, it becomes another level. Before you, man, sometimes,
I think someone is trying to tell me to repent. I'm not repenting. I am going to tell the truth. I think that was Noor. I'm sorry. I'm also reading the comments. Really? Seriously? Repent? No.
No, it's Yahya Noor. Okay? And I mean, Yahya, you have to understand that repentance, it's not about what somebody conversate.
I'm actually asking so many other gods that I have heard of recently that exist out there that will save me. For me, I don't need repentance.
Yeah,
I know
I
I'm a
mean,
good
the
human being,
no,
but no, I
no,
get the point. Yeah, and I think the other one was Sunam. I don't know. That must be the god that I'm thinking of. Maybe I will go pray for that Zulum. Zulum, you know. I'm not trying to be funny, really, honestly. I know it sounds very mean. I don't care how you take it, but it is the truth. You know, people are always going to be very hurt when it comes to religion. I get it. You know, nobody wants to be made fun of when it comes to religion. It's a very hurtful thing. People die because of it, as we know. Recently, just yesterday, somebody got killed because of it,
the
because of
same thing.
somebody
The
that
same
brought.
thing.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
been done
And
for
I think that is
centuries.
insanity. I think that is
We,
wrong. And
we,
people need to call that out. Like, if you want to come and hate me for that and to call religion crazy for you to like kill people, that's, yeah, I'm going to call it out. It's crazy. It's
yeah,
absolutely crazy. It absolutely
you
is
know,
crazy. There are too
as
many
we,
religions out there for you to behave that way, to believe that way. Too many gods out there for you to behave that way. And so, and especially in Africa and in general, oh my God, that's crazy. The fact that somebody will go out there and kill people because they made fun of a god or whatever. I think it could be wrong. I'm not saying do that, but for God's sakes, but to kill somebody because of it, that's nuts. Come on. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, it's insane. Somebody was laughing, so I would leave that. I
no, I
heard
was
that
not laughing.
background noise.
I was coughing because I just read. Excuse me. Uh, because I had to mute myself though. I was not laughing. I just looked at it. Yahya Nur, we need a new God. This God
I know. I
is
think I'm
not
gonna be a new god
democratic.
one day.
We need to protest. No garden, no peace. No garden, no peace. That's Sam that puts it on. And I mean the way the repentance and the listen. There's no repentance if you don't believe. Oh my God, we got an AJ that came in. AJ is awesome.
Oh,
All right. AJ, welcome to the show.
hey,
The Astra
BG.
Talk. How you doing, AJ?
Doing
You got
pretty
your
well.
Nathan right there. You know, it's putting me up front to it. So
Yeah, I've been
welcome.
listening. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I've been listening. Interesting conversations, huh?
I was trying to end it earlier, and we're gonna end it this way. We got Senu. Senu came in, and now me and Jonathan. Now you join us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Sure, man. It's been a long time, but I come
It's been
here
a
and
while.
listen to you guys. Yeah. But I come here every now and then.
Oh, of course,
Yeah,
of course.
listen you guys out. But yeah.
So just give us a little
You notice
clarification.
I'm being very quiet because I don't know if he's gonna roast me for what I said or not. So,
No, no.
okay.
Go ahead, AJ.
Just watch
Let's
out
see.
But it's
for
the
the.
truth. I always say what I feel. You know, I think that's a good thing.
Oh, no. Just watch out for the lightnings and the thunders on your way. No. Just, no. That was like I like such kind of talks. You know, it's more of questioning things, which is perfectly. That's the best way to go, I think. Right? You have to. Everything should be questioned, and that includes religion, whatever we believe in. So, in fact, that's a more like elevated talk, and I think it's kind of important because even that, because most people identify themselves, or I mean, I did that at some point, and then it becomes the bigger part of you, and so whenever you hear questions, kind of bothers you because it kind of shakes your foundation, right? That's why it's kind of hard for people to question those, especially the beliefs that come with religion. That's the problem. It's not just a religion, but it's good to question them because if it's the truth, hey, good for you, right? Because you've questioned it and you've proved it to be right, so you're on the right track. But if you are wrong, wouldn't you be able or curious at least enough to know what the truth is? So these are the kind of thoughts that that runs through my mind whenever I hear discussion like this. And I've been in this journey, so to speak, questioning everything. So it's the best way to kind of sharpen your 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 sense of who you call yourself as an individual, and you have taken a step further into becoming knowledge based. So and then you'll find the answers, and then you replace that with the knowledge. So now the belief that you had once becomes a knowledge, and you're empowered, or you have figured out that belief was wrong, and the knowledge you've acquired go against it, and still you're empowered because you're building yourself. So in this aspect, I think it's such a great topic to be, and regardless of what belief religion is, doesn't matter which side. Because I mean, if you look at before even like trying to study or get into becoming like religious, so to speak, I think one has to really, in my opinion, also go back and try to learn the history. History is of course contentious, but at least just to get an idea, because history, as we all know, was written by whoever won the decade or whatever. But even with that, if you go back and try to learn these histories, you get some patterns. These patterns have got a lot to do with people and how they try to evolve, and from becoming hunter-gatherer and starting to farm so that they could sustain themselves, and then things go on, and then what tools we used and how we developed them, and then those small communities become larger and larger, and then you have to have a kingdom, right? So that king will be the one that will do the communication for the kingdom on behalf of the kingdom, and everybody pays him, and he takes that role and doesn't do anything. So these things had been part of our evolution. When I say I, like in terms of the whole world, or this civilization as we know it. That's what I'm talking about. So when you try to see the parallels between that, your belief, and the truth, and then you'll find to be replacing your beliefs with knowledge, and then you keep evolving. And then, but one thing for sure is, as much as it seems somehow disturbing or unpleasant to entertain such questions, one thing is for sure, that whatever makes you uncomfortable, eventually, as long as if it doesn't kill you, it will help you evolve mentally, spiritually, or physically. I don't know how you classify yourself, but anyways, those are the things that I like to use. But yeah, so whenever that keeps going on, then your view and your outlook in life will have your own. When I say your own, it's because most people grow up in communities, families, this and that. So there's so much influences, especially if I'm not mistaken, until a child, when from the time inside the womb all the way until they're 7 years old, they're like sponges to just absorb everything to the subconscious, right? So most of the beliefs you have now, you don't even remember learning them, but you believe in them because they are part of the programming. So these things are not even conscious. That's why it's kind of tricky for people to kind of, question such things. But they are there, because we might not be consciously aware of such things. So
We
I don't
are
know.
very aware of it, by the way. I could hear you. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So don't overestimate the fact that we can hear you. I still think that I love what you said, by the way. Um, uh, and but we also need to push back a little bit sometimes, because I honestly don't think that 100% of what you said is true when it comes to the religious part. But again, I am not here to like push back about religion, but let's just be honest about religion altogether and respect all religions, right? So no, I don't agree with you. I honestly believe that some of the stuff that you say is very to your own personal mentality of understanding what religion is, but it's not the case for so many other people. So, and that's what I'm trying to challenge you on, and then that's the part that you cannot answer, right?
No, no,
So
no.
because you're still saying,
I think that's
yeah,
that's
mm,
also another question that kind of deviates to the
mm,
other side of the spectrum,
mm,
and that is, we have multitude of identities. Like you have your religion, you have your interests and whatever, sports, media, whatever you call it. All these different things make us who we are. We have your interest in arts. It could be, so many things, right? And fortunately, we all have different things that we like and get drawn into, right? So when you become fully engaged with all of those things that that like let's say this is a subjective conversation, right? So I'm going to use the term you. So you will have many identities, so to speak, in all aspects. So that's why when you have one aspect that you're still questioning, you're not going to give it
what is that? I
like.
cannot hear you with all that going on. I really cannot hear you.
No. Okay, so I think I'll pull it back,
Yeah,
and
you might want to do that. Yeah.
so you have like multiple things that you like and that you have passion for, right? Including your belief and religion. So everything is in different bags. We have this different bags we carry with us, and so we label these bags names like this is my religion, this is my talent, this is my hobby, this is my this and that. But there are things, that's for sure. So when you intellectually analyze yourself, if you have this bag that's so big and heavy, and it kind of makes you, because of that heaviness, it kind of steers your direction as far as where you're going and how you want to move about in life, right? So if you know that you still have things that you question about this bag or what you have in this bag, what you do is not try to so identify yourself with this until you have the answers. Not just forever, but just give it like just few hours, and then you can just open up your other bags and entertain it, your other things, your art, maybe meeting friends, maybe traveling. There's so many beautiful things in this world, right? So once you go into these other bags, life becomes, you find yourself there. Life becomes so, expanding, beautiful, love, all these things will open you up to a better world. And I think that's the only way, I think. So, yeah, so that's what I can say.
Well, you kind of danced around it, but I got your point. So thank you
Right. So
for.
yeah. So the idea is
Like
like
you literally dance around what you're trying to say, but yeah, that is true. I think what you're trying to say is you do what you do because you love who you are. That's what we were talking about from the beginning, anyway. So
right. So
I'll leave it
it's
at that.
yeah, but anything could be questioned. It has to be questioned. In fact, must be questioned. If you
Question about, yeah. Anyway, question about what we were talking about before, or
no, I mean just individually. I'm talking about just as an individual. Our thoughts, our beliefs, our whatever thing that we say we believe in. We should always be able to question them.
so you're in Ethiopia, no?
Location? I'm
Yeah,
Ethiopian.
location.
No,
Okay.
no, not.
You're not okay. I am. Neither am I. But what a great thing to have this conversations about Africa. And I don't know. At the end of the day, Hulachanam, I think we try to figure out as Africans to answer this question again. That's what I keep bringing back. About being successful, about a peaceful Africa, and I'm like, well, how does that even work with dinosaurs like us that are dinosaurs in the sense that we're not connected because we actually don't even live in Africa, right? So many questions. So I'm gonna keep my mouth shut and see if Biggie, which is the boss of the show, will say something next. But
You're my co-host. How can I say anything different?
well, because I thought that he was from Ethiopia, from Africa, but I'm learning that he's not. So I apologize because I don't know. That's not my space. So go ahead.
No, I
Biggie.
mean በአማርኛ ምናምን
በአማርኛማ
Oh, it's not a joke.
በአማርኛ ቅኔ
What's
በቅኔ
happening?
ምናምን
Okay.
ቅኔ ምናምን መጣልም ይቻላል ካስፈለገ ግን
I love it. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I
አገባለን
needed.
አገባለን
Thank you.
አንድ ለባዶ
You know what?
አንድ ለባዶ
Okay.
አንድ ጥሩ
That's probably
ጎል
what I missed. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you. Exactly.
ይመጣል እኮ
That's exactly what I needed. Thank you.
አየህ
Oh
እና
my
ዮናታን
God.
ዮናታን እስካሁን ድረስ አላወቅም you didn't know
No, I thought he was like from Nigeria or something. I don't know. You know me. I try not to think too much about that. Yeah?
right no meaning clearly AJ
Yeah, I know. I mean, come on.
AJ knows
yeah I could be from Nigeria too
no ጃሚ ሾው እንዳንገባ ጃሚ ሾው ላይ እንዳንገባ
That's crazy.
but
Anyway, so since we have an Ethiopian on the land, please introduce yourself properly by using it.
እኔ አንድ ነገር በጣም one of the things that I enjoy in Ethiopia is that the religious part, Orthodox, Protestant, Islam, underlying, being together, and we lived for millennium, really almost actually. Islam እንኳን ሲመጣ Ethiopia when it came and been accepted and living together peacefully, we had invaders that came in from outside of Islam. ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ያለው እስላም ሳይሆን ከውጭ መጥተው እንኳን the way that Ethiopia existed with no really a clash between the Muslim and the Christian society. It's like even in the Quran is written that Muhammad tells them about the Habasha and how they're supposed to live. lived by the rule of the country and lived for so
Although,
many years.
because I agree with Juliana. Who's playing that music? That sounds like the music. Who's playing that?
Salif
Antala?
Keita? Well, that's like
Who's playing
very
that?
low.
Yeah?
Okay.
Manda macawatan
Oh,
tagalog. Okay, no background lara put.
Salif
okay, okay.
Keita?
Nice. Talk about Afrobeat,
Onur.
like everybody talks about Afrobeat today, but like, these musicians who've been doing that and they're copying and pasting today, Afrobeat today. I mean, these are the originals. That is true. Nice work, by the way. Whoever is playing that music, thank you for doing that.
I know, man.
I'm
They're
playing it.
so
In your
so.
background, that's an African. That's why.
Thank you for that. Very well done. I mean, I think Liliana was saying that, and I'm like, what is Liliana telling me? Thank you for doing that.
Because, international, በጣም ብዙ ሌሎች ሙዚቃዎች አሉ አፍሪካን ሚውዚክ ግን አት ደ ሴም ታይም ባክግራውንድ ነው ብዙ ሰው የሚጠይቀው ነው they ask about this sound and this particular album was recorded by my sister and at one time in her life I played a little bit DJ myself really DJ but at the same time my sister took over and put this mix for me. And always, it gives me a pleasure. That's why I want to share it on the background. And I don't know about whatever the copyright. It's not something that I played right there. It's my background. So that's something that we play.
Thank you, Biggie. Thank you, Biggie. That actually took me back to the fact that Afrobeat started, way back then. And there is this kind of a domination of what Afrobeat is today coming out of Nigeria. And and there's this kind of ideology about that represents all of Africa, which of course it does not. And there's good music coming out from Ghana as well, and everybody, but like the dominating thing when you have artists like, I don't know. I mean, let's start with Beyonce with working with Afrobeat musicians from Nigeria. So everything that represents Africa seems to be this idea of it's Nigerian music, which I think is great, by the way. Don't get me wrong. But they were also talking about this exactly what they used to think about, music that used to come from the Caribbeans. Like, everything came out from Jamaica and it was shocking to me that they said a Barbados artist like what's her name? And I'm like, what? She just came out recently. But so I hope that Afrobeat, as much as I love it, does not become the representation of what Africa is, because it's not. It's not the whole truth. There's so much beautiful music that's coming from every part of Africa, but I have a feeling that's going to become like the representation of what African music is, as and has for a long time, and it really doesn't justify. But anyway, another thing about Nigerian music. Good for them though. Like they really are finally putting Africa back onto the map. Thank you, Nigeria.
Right. So many great artists.
You have a great artist. I mean, it's incredible. Incredible. This is Yusuf Nur. So, I mean, this is my favorite of everything of my collections, and I'll play it over and over, and I'm still having a great time with it. And it represents Africa. This is who we are, and especially this one, a lot of people know. You can hear it. So now everybody can listen to that. Everybody listen?
Yeah, but I love this, the whole thing that's coming out of Nigeria, thank God. But I hope that it doesn't become like a representation of all of Africa. It's not.
Not yet. They're gonna come. And Africans, as entrepreneurs, they'll put it together. And they will put it together. So a lot of people are asking. Liliana said, "Yes, no more religion debates. There's no religion debates."
Yeah, I mean, the
Yeah,
group
you
took
should
over.
play.
Right?
You should play some of the Ghanaian music that's coming out from Ghana. It's amazing as well.
Oh, we have a lot of music coming in. A lot of music.
I'm not hating Nigeria, but like, no, I don't want you to dominate what Africa means because that's usually what always happens. So good for you, though. You guys have always been the root of inspiration for the musicians in Africa, all parts of Africa, including Ethiopia. Thank God. So I have a lot of love for Nigeria.
Hey, you know, really, when you talk about music, it comes from Africa. I hope Liliana, you have the answer. I just put it on the comment section. But I'm Malgan, AJ.
I'm just digging it.
But I'm Jonathan, Isamal.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, we could definitely hear it, bro. We can hear it.
Baka ikaw no din Grisho and Babulu አንዳንድ ሙዚቃዎች እያደረኩኝ ብቻ ስታወራ ራሱ ስክራምብል ያደርገዋል። ለምን አንዳንድ ነገሮችን ቢጠይቁ እንኳን ባራድነት መኖር። አዎ ሊሊያና አዎ ይሰማላለች።
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you play some like the Teddy Afro music? That's what you need to do. It is Friday.
Well, it is Saturday.
Saturday. Oh shit! No, it's still Friday. Oh shit! It's okay. Wait, well, it's Sunday almost.
Recap. We did that a lot on the recaps and everything that we put on. Very confident. At the same time, I'm glad that the background will make a lot of people think we are Africans. Oh, hold on. I have somebody on. Oh, Figanasami is here. Welcome, Figanasami. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining the crowd.
I just wanted to come in and say big ups to everybody. Again, love what you guys are doing. I'm also a Lil Shay Rebel in the chat if you didn't know.
Yes, I saw that when it blinked. I'm like, oh, you know.
Yeah.
I just saw it on coming on the private chat.
Yeah. So, sorry. I'm on break right now, but yeah, I just wanted to say, give you guys all respects and kudos and all that good stuff because I don't know. I think your co-host said one thing. He was like, he's glad that people are coming out of the dark. So yeah, you guys just wanted to give you good job. Essentially.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you again. Actually, I would be disappointed if you didn't join me today. At least, you joined on that moment. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate that. And you heard what AJ said, and Jonathan, of course. And Jonathan has been co-hosting with me, so I really appreciate his time too. And for you to join us again,
Yeah, I didn't see you guys were going for 6. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you guys were going for 6 hours though.
We're at 7 hours right now. We got a record of 12 hours. So it's not actually,
We're not even close.
we're not even close yet. And
Nothing is really ever planned. It just happens. It really does.
it's the flow of the conversation, and we meant to say things what it really means for us as Africans, and who are we, what are we going, where are you? All that comes in one conversation. It goes all over the place. We came into religion. From religion, we go into a different scenario about the music and stuff. So I guess this one is getting louder, so I cannot even hear myself.
Um, Wait, were you asking my thoughts on that, or?
Yes, your thought.
Oh, again, I don't. Uh, so we have Ya, and then who's the co-host?
Jonathan,
Jonathan.
and you have AJ.
Okay, Jonathan, AJ. But
Yes.
I guess my view on it, kind of. It's dark and light. Like everyone has their religions. But where we are now in time, and how the colonizers are gathering everything, and where it's going, it's really where they're creating, there's destruction and going on in the background, and the people are the ones that's getting hurt. So because at this point it is all about the money, in my opinion. But I feel like it's about becoming one, and then just kind of like leaving everybody be, and maybe business can be a thing, but we don't have to go to the extents and the extreme of war. That's just my opinion right now. I don't.
Thank you. Again, I just want to let you know, guys. He's learning now Swahili. He's also trying to really understand different languages, and it's very, very important that the more we have people that are Africans in descent of Africa, and at the same time trying to understand about Africa. This is what it is about the diaspora world, and this is the Diaspora Talk show today. And thank you so much for joining me, because yesterday everybody gives you a kudo for trying to understand the language. You expressed yourself yesterday while you were learning all these languages, and it's awesome. It's very, very awesome. Thank you so much. It really makes a difference for all of us, because I want all Africans to learn all diverse language within the African continent, and
Right.
you gave that yesterday, and I asked you to join me today, and I'm so glad I didn't end the conversation before you joined us. So thank you so much for joining us. And Jonathan, I'll go back to you. How do you? You've been there
There's a
yesterday.
lot going on in the back of my ears, but yeah. Give me 1 second.
So I'll pass to AJ. AJ, I know you didn't meet Figure tonight. Again, I don't want to bash this name. Finnegan and Shamani, right? Shamani, right? Finnegan Shamani. Am I right? No, his name.
Oh wait, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking to me?
The name, yes. The name.
It's Fin Generis Umani. It's Latin, and I didn't give you guys the
Yeah,
translation
you know what?
yesterday.
Can we go back to that actually? Like, I remember when you said that last time that you were here, you said my name is Latin. And Biggie actually tried to teach you about Ge'ez, which is like the Latin version of, you know, what we call Semitic languages, like Arabic and Amharic and everything. So I had to control myself, but yeah, it's so funny that you do have a name that is supposedly you say that it's Latin. We're gonna have to give you a name that is actually not, which is a good name. So what is your Latin name again?
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, what was your Latin name again?
My name in Latin is Fin Generis Umani. Generis Umani, and it means end of humanity or humans or something like that.
Okay, so you have I'm gonna give you a name quick. Yamacha Gard. Yamacha means the finishing. Gard to hold back. So Yamacha Gard.
Oh, Yamacharasha guard.
Yeah.
That's the translation in Amharic.
Yeah, same name. Right?
Yamacharasha guard.
Yamata Rasha
God.
Yamata Rasha God.
God, I mean, we can go like you say Garadel, but we cannot say that yet because we don't know if you've actually done it yet. So Yamacharasha means to the final, to the end. God means holding back, but it does Garadel would mean he did. Yeah. So we'll give you that. We'll give you to Yamacharasha Garada.
Garada. That's right.
Garada would be like what he actually did, but it's amazing about names and how those back in the day, no matter where you go. So yeah, so remember that we gave you that name today, Yamacharasha. This is to like to learn the Latin word. We're teaching you the semantic, the semantics about language are always. But this is the original way. Macharasha.
Say it one more time.
Macharasha.
Not is it na or ya?
Macharasha.
Metarasha.
It sounds weird, right? Macharasha.
Metarasha. Yazo.
Yeah, there you go. Macharasha means that's he held it to the end. So remember that word. Yazo means held.
Yazo.
Macharasha.
I hear it now. Okay, I hear it. Okay, I got you.
This is a very weird way to say it. Yeah. Macharasha Yazo. Yazo means held. Macharasha. Come on, you can do it. Macharasha.
Meta.
Rasha. Macharasha. Macharasha Yazo.
Metarasha.
Yazo. So you take the back of your tongue into the back of your mouth when you say cha cha. Macharasha. There you go. You got it. You got it. Macharasha.
Rasha.
Rashau. Rao.
Rashao.
Yeah. Do start from the beginning. Mecha.
Met
Rashao.
Rashao.
Rashao. Yazo.
Yazo.
Okay, so we say it again.
Rasha Yazo.
Yazo. So I mean, you actually said to somebody else, "Oh, he held it." So if it's you, Macharasha Yaskut. That's a whole other. Yeah. Yaskut means I got it. So yeah, Macharasha means to the end. So Macharasha, cha. A very, very difficult thing to say because you have to hold it back with the back of your tongue. Cha. Macharasha.
Rashao.
Yaskut.
Yaskut.
Oh my God, he said it finally. Oh my God, that's awesome.
Well done.
There you go.
Not an easy thing to
I
do.
just put it on the.
Good Lord.
I just put it on the private chat for you to take that note.
Oh, okay. Met.
Wow.
Met
Can you even
Rasha
pronounce
Yazo.
And then Macharasha. Macharasha Yaskut. I finally held it.
And what is this? This is Amharic.
Amharic, the translation.
Okay. I looked into Amharic since we last met as well. I like the alphabet.
Yeah,
very simple.
Yeah,
it's very easy because it's more in the nya thing, but Amharic is harder because it's Spanish is very easy for Americans that speak English because it's nya, nya. That's easy. But when you have to go that's crazy. So if you want to learn Amarica, the first thing you have to do is just kind of teach yourself how to put your tongue further back into your mouth when you say It's really not
Mekarasha Yazuk.
Yeah, well, first of all, the vowels. So everything is a vowel. So we have the consonants. So it's ha, hu, bi, ha, he, ho. It's the same thing. If you say ka, for example, it's a K. The way that you think about it is a K.
Yeah.
And then you have to say ka, hu, ika, ho, right? And you do the same thing with like a ja. It's a very difficult thing. Ja, ju, ji, ja, je, je, jo. So if I have to say like Joseph, I have to say Joseph, say fit. So you have to understand that but it's really not that difficult, honestly. So it's the consonants straight down, and then you do the vowels. So it's a, u, I, a, e, o. A, u, I, a, e, o. As long as you know that, a, u, I, a, e, o, you can do the whole entire alphabet of the Ethiopian alphabet. Because it's ha, hu, I, le, me, se, re, ke, le, de, cha. But then you take it the other way, there'll be me, mu, mi, ma, me, mo. La, lu, ni, la, le, le, lo. La, bu, mi, ka, le, le, lo. Je, lu, ji, la, le, le, lo. So it's, you see what I mean? So it's the vowel that's the most difficult part. But once you have the consonant, the other way around.
I just put it on a comment. It's like do, re, fa, sol,
Yeah, 7 sounds sideways.
Very musical.
33.
I can see that. I can see that. However, fellas, I do have to I have to break away. Responsibilities are calling, at least at this moment. Like I said, you guys got me hooked. I'll be looking out for you guys.
Like what? On your way out? So A, U, I, A, E,
All
O.
right. Thank you.
Remember that A? Say A.
A,
U,
U,
I,
I,
A,
A,
E,
E,
I,
A, U, I, A, E.
Mm.
O. And then do la. La, lu, li, la, le, le, lo. Go, 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 go. Malumi, mami, mo. So the
A,
next
U,
time we
I,
see you, I
A,
hope you
E,
come back and
I,
tell
O.
us. Exactly.
U.
A, U, I, A, O. It's the vowel part. The consonant first and the vowel second. Very easy. Really. So when you
I'm
come and
gonna
say,
do
I got this, dude. I got this.
O100.
Don't doubt me. I'm telling you, I got this.
I know. I just gave you one.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm glad you got it.
But yeah.
I mean, everything is just, you got it. I know you did. And I hope,
AJ was saying something though. AJ was saying something. How many lines that we have? AJ.
Oh
AJ
no,
was
I
saying
was just saying. Huh?
ah,
Okay.
how many
Oh,
lines
can you
that we
hear me?
have on those letters? Yeah, we'll listen to you.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, sideways the vowels. I think 7 of them. One repeats
if I gave you one,
then
you
one
should be able
repeats.
to do it. So yeah, exactly. If I say sh, for example, you should be able to do the whole entire 7 ways to do it, like sh. Sh, shu, shi, sha, she, shu, shu.
Yeah.
Ga, gu, gi, ga, ge,
So
ge, go.
sideways.
Mu, mi, ma, mi, me, mo. It doesn't matter. If I could give you, you should be able to do it. Like if I say ta, ta, which is a
Yeah.
very
So the
word,
sounds
very
are
difficult one.
the entire
Yeah, ta,
33 downwards.
o. Got it? So why don't you do it? Go ahead.
Wait, me?
Give him a sound.
Wait, you guys talking to
Yeah.
me?
Like let's say
Yeah, I'm giving
do
it
like
to
a.
you. So
Ke, ki,
So we'll give
ka.
you a consonant. And
Well, okay. If I may, no disrespect, no disrespect. I
okay.
have to go back into the chat, okay? Because I got to go back in. However, I only have what?
But you just did it. You said right? So do the whole thing.
He's
Ooh.
like,
No, it's a very hard one actually. Like, ooh.
ow,
Ooh, no. Ooh.
ka, ku,
E.
ki,
A.
a,
E.
e,
E.
e,
Go ahead, do the last one. I know you heard me say it so many times. Ko.
e,
Ko.
ki,
Ko.
ko.
Yeah. La. Yeah. And do la next. La.
Gotta go. All right.
Good.
La,
La.
la,
Lu.
wait. It's not. Oh, it's backward. Well,
No, it's the same thing. La, lu, li,
oh.
la, le, le, lo, ba, bu, bi, ba, be, bo. It's the whole thing. The vowel is what you're taking the consonant
No,
of the
because in English is do ra. You know the do ra, whatever
mi, ma,
that
le,
whole.
le, le.
But I'm hearing it in reverse the way you're giving it to me. If you understand.
I got it. Go ahead. Go.
yes, you're right. Yeah, the lu, the u
So
sound
whatever is
comes
the
first,
consonant,
second.
you take.
Li,
Lu,
e sound third. La, a fourth.
E,
Le,
e,
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 le,
o.
lo, o.
So there you go.
So basically, how I mean, in English, you have the vowels sounding two ways, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But here they have their own distinct.
You take the
You're
right.
very precise.
which is doesn't really something doesn't really, and then it starts with the high vowel. Right? Like the high owl. And then you go down. Ku. You're putting like the U there. Ku. Ki.
E.
Ka. A. Which is
A.
the A. O. Let's say, right?
O.
And then you go
A.
and do
Ku.
the
E.
E.
O.
A. Ko.
A. Ku. E.
Yeah, so yeah, the
K.
logic, you're
O.
right. That's the right logic.
Interesting. But
Yeah.
fellas,
And so when you do,
gentlemen.
Yeah, he's gotta go. So
Yeah,
I'm teaching
I gotta
thank you so much for
step
sticking
back.
around.
However, yeah,
But
yeah.
if you want to do
However,
an M, the same thing you would do an M. So me, right?
I'm telling you, like,
Yeah, no.
I'm all about it, but I have to go.
No, I'm
I
not.
only have like 2 hours left.
Everybody
I only
You
have
know
2
what?
hours
We're gonna.
left.
You know what? Whatever that you have, if you can catch us in the next 2 hours, we're still around. Come back again. Thank you so
For
much.
sure. I
know
got 2
your
hours and then
time,
I'm
man.
off.
I know your time. I know you did a good job. Thank
Yeah,
you
yeah.
so
Thank
much.
you. I love the teaching. Honestly, I love the teaching. It's better if I hear the sounds, from a native tongue rather than trying to read the symbols essentially. So yeah, I'm all for it. I'm gonna use the word have to. I have to get back in there and finish up. But I only have 2 hours left. So if you guys are still on, I'll most definitely hop back in. And yeah, I hang
Hey,
out if you
I
guys
have
will have me.
yeah, I have Jonathan and AJ. You never know what discussion is gonna come about because we've been on different discussion.
Well, first
And
of all, I cannot believe you just said like that we're trying to go do your thing, bro. We're actually just teaching ourselves Amaringa all over again. No, but no.
this, this is the unofficial Amarinya lesson on Swahili Nation One Africa.
Listen.
Thank you for joining us. We'll let you go. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm hopping back in the chats.
All love, my brother. All love. Wow. Jonathan, you're almost gonna go on the whole alphabet. Man, I'm like going, wait a minute, these are the men, and I'm started counting down.
Do you even know how to count? Do you even know Amaringa? Like sometimes I don't even know if you understand Amaringa. Mastamar, it's a very difficult thing, but it's not that difficult.
But you know what? You know what? Our language, really, our alphabet, is like do re ma fa. Oh my God. Do re fa sol la ti do.
Yeah,
It's musical.
Very similar.
Yeah, very similar.
It's so similar because you do the straight down, but if you go down the thing, and it took a long time because if you look at this and everything, it didn't really have that much of a problem. But eventually they had to, right? So eventually over time.
Definitely, there's a relation on them.
Yeah, about Amaringa and why it changed. It's because we added vowels into our language because God did not before. So that's why we have Amaringa.
Like, yeah, some of them are.
It doesn't have that.
Like some of the letters, like and you don't have like authentic Amharic words. Like in everything is like those words that were inherited from other like languages, usually ta, pu, pi, like all the words with
yeah, I don't know
what's find anything.
crazy Amaringa
So some letters are added.
By the way, Karta, the A, I don't even know who the A is. So can please work Zabari Karta, Madhavar? Okay, now I can hear you.
Huh?
Now I can hear you because there was so much music in the background. I couldn't hear anything.
AJ Kono.
Let me change the headset.
So anyway, do you understand that Amarinya the other day, Sam was giving us such a hard time about the fact that he said Amarinya is not good, it's not and, sometimes Kosan just says a lot of stuff. But it was such an interesting conversation that he was trying to tell me that Amarinya is al-Mettam.
Ma.
How is that possible?
You know, background ላይ ሳም ላውድ ያልከውን ደግሞ ካት ዳውን አደረኩት። ለምን አንዳንድ ሪኮርዲንጋቸው ቮሊዩም አይጠብቁም። የዛሬ 10 ዓመት ነው የሰራችልኝ። ሼር ለማድረግ ነው።
ጓደኛ አለ እዚህ ጋር እና እሱን ድምፁን so quiet. Who is that? Emilio.
Oh, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Who are you?
Sam. AJ Kono.
What's Sam? I can.
Oh, it's me.
I don't know.
What's this?
ድምፁ ቀየረ። አየህ ድሮፕ አድርጎ ሲመለስ he changed the voice.
No, I changed my headset. እኔ ራሴ አልሰማኝም.
Oh,
so maybe
okay.
that's
Got you.
Yeah,
Got
no, I
you,
changed.
got you.
Yeah, I changed headsets in between. My battery wasn't in, so I had to charge it, and I had to use the Bluetooth, and then I had to come back because it's not the best of
Oh,
Bluetooth.
the good
so
news
that's
at
why
least
I
somehow-
might have sound different. Huh?
you sounded different, and at the same time I got the I can see you on the admin side, so let's say I know AJ is AJ that came in because he dropped and came back. But the awesome thing that happened right now, have you noticed what's happening? Is the interest,
Mhm.
the interest of people that wants
What
to
interest?
learn the language, African language. And we had that,
Yes.
you know, it's okay. I'll tell you a little story of what I know. And I had a great time.
Yeah, Biggie, like you have not invited us to your party, so I don't know how. Like it's so loud back there.
And guess what? My party.
Invite us to your party,
That's it.
man.
By the way, I'm about to celebrate my birthday, and if you see what I see, and I wish I can, I'm probably gonna share this. I'm looking at the a full
Welcome
moon.
to that.
Yeah, I'm celebrating. My birthday is on September 9th, and this is a big celebration for me. Um, it's a big day for me because you know what? Once in a while, you know, you got to celebrate that moment with all your family. I'm probably gonna transmit it through the Swahili Nation One Africa, and we got to celebrate each other. And those that's gonna celebrate, these are my best friends, my family that really want me to do something something nice for my birthday. And I'm kind of humble, you know, just
Maskaram and.
እኔ ጳጉሜ አራት
That's
ነኝ።
your birthday, right? Yeah. Maskaram and
ጳጉሜ አራት
መሰለኝ አይደል?
በቃ ከሷ
Mine is
በፊት
Maskaram
ጳጉሜ ነኝ
ስምንት
እኔ።
ነው የኔ.
Uh,
I think well actually
I'm ጳጉሜ አራት ጳጉሜ
Wow.
አራት ሴፕተምበር 9 ነው። የልጄ ደግሞ በርዝዴይ September 7 ነው። It's her birthday is on September 7. So basically, this one is gonna be me and her really celebrating our birthday together. And age-wise, don't ask. And I'll make sure that at least I'm gonna put something. It's gonna be on Saturday actually. So diaspora show on September 10th. It's gonna be. I'm not gonna cancel it per se, but I want the whole family to celebrate it with me, and I'm probably gonna put some live stream. I'm gonna celebrate my birthday, um, and this me and Mika are gonna be talking about this because it's an important day for me, and as well, the family that wants me to make sure this year, September 9th, is going to be a great party. So I'll share it, and I want you all to wish me a happy birthday on
I
that time.
promise we will definitely will. I'll be in Ethiopia, I think, at that time actually. So,
It would be nice, though.
yeah,
So,
I'm gonna be in Addis. Yeah,
guess what?
so I'm looking forward to
At
that.
9 p.m., right? At 9 p.m. in Addis.
Likewise.
I don't know what time, and I'm not like I think at that time, really honestly, I'm going to be, but I've always been going back to Ethiopia for the last so many years, constantly, and then because of COVID, I did not for the last 3 years. Well, 2 years. It almost feels like 3 years, but I will be there this time, so I cannot wait. I'll be there until through October. So in the beginning of well, in the middle of
Wow,
September, I should
nice.
say, but maybe here. But I miss. Oh my God, I miss. And I just have completely changed while I was gone, so I'm looking forward to it. And September is, you know, it's the beginning of the year in Ethiopia. So I'm looking forward to it. I cannot wait to get back. You have no idea. I'm so 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 anxious to get back. I wish I have a feeling that I might stay, but that means that I gave up my work and my life here, which I cannot do. But I'm in my whole entire body and my whole entire sense that says, don't ever go back. Stay in Ethiopia. Like, oh, I cannot wait to go back to
Yeah,
Ethiopia for the rest of my life.
it's
It's gonna happen, by the way. It really is going to happen. And I have always said it's going to happen in the next 2 3 years. I'm gonna
yeah,
always like settle in Ethiopia forever,
yeah,
ever, ever, never,
yeah.
ever. So I cannot come. Actually,
Yeah,
Bahar
yeah,
Dar to be specific, because Bahar Dar is the most beautiful city ever. Oh my God, school Addis Ababa was too crazy for me, but Bahar Dar, oh my God, have you been to Bahar Dar? Like,
yeah.
Yes, yes,
no,
and
I want to
actually,
buy a house and just
you
settle
know,
down in Bahar Dar.
I will tell you.
Yeah, like by
Okay,
Lake Tana, man.
imagine you
Exactly,
said
right on the exactly right on the lake. Location,
Jonathan.
amazing.
You
Yeah,
said in a couple of years, right?
yeah.
Can you imagine Swahili Nation One Africa office in Ethiopia in the next 2 years? Can you imagine that? What he could do
Mhm.
from the continent? Can you imagine that? Because you're the family, you saw that, and for the next 2 years, can you imagine what kind of move we can do? And it's awesome that you said that because I'm in the same boat. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? To me, I think a lot of people don't realize that all the things that you think that you could do here, you could do there, even bigger, in so many beautiful ways. Um, we all have kind of attachment as a diaspora. Again, don't forget, I think I'm on a diaspora talk right now, so I have to make sure that I say that because I don't want people to think otherwise. But I'm telling you, there are so many people that have gone back. The ones that went back like 10, 15 years ago, they're doing very, very, very well now because they've already established themselves. But outside of all of that, we're still looking at ourselves back like, should we not? A huge, big question, right? So, but I think that is one of the greatest times for Africa in general. And when you ask about an office here or an office there, no, are you kidding me? Like, it's not just an office. It's just like it is a crazy thing that you could possibly do. It's not going to be easy. Do you have the patience? Do you have the time? Do you have the, you know, it's not an easy thing to do. For ones that are already there, been doing it, established. But to go back, it's not easy. You cannot say that it is. But
No.
is that the end of for you? You know, like, is this where I want to be? And I, in my life, ever never thought about the fact that that might be. So I'm telling you, I promise you, I swear, like in 2, 3 years when we talk, and I'm like in Barda in my little house, I invite you to come have a little barbecue in my backyard. And you'll be like, oh my God, he did tell me that. But it is true, that will happen. That I know.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I'm definitely going back. I said, I don't know. It's the end of my life. Like that's why. Yeah, I know. I've been working on it. I don't want to be in Addis Ababa either. So no. And when you do show up and you're yeah, go ahead, Karta.
No. Go ahead. No, I mean,
no. That's my. That's I know for a fact that's going to happen. That's
AJ.
I'm working my way to get there. That's all.
AJ. Kazari Jamra. You know. Imagine.
And AJ was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
No. I don't know AJ. Marat AJ meets Tarago Manat. When
so do I.
AJ. And then guess what? And going the 2 years plan. You're not even in the 5 years plan. Within 2 years, Noran Alam and Aitan or Alam, the way the world is going. And then Jonathan is a Bahardar. I'm not going to miss it for a day. I mean, I'll tell you, exaggerated me on the stage, but on nothing.
I promise you will be. We're gonna laugh about this one day.
And guess what?
Laugh about
this
one day.
Guess what?
Yeah.
Let's get our Swahili Nation One Africa office in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, and we will be there. And believe me, it would be we're talking about a year or two, and we will be there. And being there, the fact is our foundation. This is ours. And we're going to expand it just like, in a flash, because the foundation of one and the replication, the foundation is harder than the replication. And being in Africa, you, Mika,
I'll tell you what happened.
AJ,
like 7 years ago.
By the way, Sam Damon Datrasa. Sam and Nomnagro. Kaun Tazagaj. But if you don't come in person on this stream, you better come in live. Can you imagine?
I don't know. No, listen to me. I know what happened. I have never thought that. I've been going to Ethiopia for many, many, many years, going back and forth. But every time that I go to Bahrain, I'm like, this is where I'm going to settle and die, And so I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I know where and how. And Bahrain, it seems so far away for a lot of Addis Ababa, which they think immediate nagar. And Bahrain is, oh my God.
No.
It's the most beautiful place. The most beautiful, well-planned city. The people are amazing. I want to bike. I want to I want just a little house in the corner, and yeah. So that is gonna be me one day.
I'm so happy we got that.
And I know I cannot believe I told you guys this, but it's the truth. But you know what? Though, hopefully that also says, "Oh my God, I shouldn't have told you." And now everybody's gonna want to go.
Listen,
you're gonna make it so expensive
by the way,
for me, but yeah.
Jonathan,
but it's true. Yeah.
Jonathan, look at it. Sam. He said, I already have my suitcase packed. Baka. Even Sam is ready.
Even Sam is ready.
Sam is ready then.
Oh no. I never said it. This is exactly what I was worried about. Everybody's going on.
Sam said, Barda looks definitely.
It is the destination. When you want to, I'm no, that is not a joke. Xavier Barda is the perfect place to invest. Not invest in a sense the way that you think about it. For me, it's like I want to build a house. I know for a fact that I can teach at a university there. I can do anything. and take care of my Ethiopians and be an Ethiopian. I can be happy, without being in Addis Ababa, which is so crazy. It's too much for me. Which I grew up in Addis Ababa, and I went to Saint Joseph, and in the middle of the whole city. I know what
Oh,
I understand Addis Ababa
I
inside
think
out.
I think I think that's the
So
time that
I went to
listen.
St. Joseph.
Sorry,
Interesting.
I think that's
the
the
Saint Julius thing, yeah, exactly. So,
AJ,
and the lycée kids, and I trust me, I got family everywhere over there. I come from that whole
I can
entire.
sense the lycée vibe from miles away. Nah, that's cool. Huh?
Really? So,
Lycée
exactly.
vibes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lycée. Okay, exactly.
Yeah.
So I cannot wait until
Billy, lycée vibe, no? Yeah.
which one?
يكرتها من نافع؟
Manaka AJ?
Oh, no, lycée, still, I think you're referring to Biggie
No,
Mannequin.
I grew up in that generation when they
Nemali
used to make
Sene.
fun of everybody. So like
yeah.
lycée, Melissé, Manamate, Saint John, Lejo,
Lycée is lycée, I mean, there's no antenna.
The day parties at lycée was like the bomb.
Lycée is always, it's
Melase, lycée, Melase, Saint John, Lejo. I mean, remember those back in the days? That's
lycée, yeah.
Yeah, so that was.
But time you got
Yeah, lycée, they have like a nice theater.
Yes.
Really? Okay. So going back to what I was saying, I cannot wait to literally, you have no idea. I'm waiting. It's just a matter of time. Working on it, it's a slow, long-term working. Because in that region, I cannot believe I told you that I said that. But if you really want to settle down, come to the new cities that are about to blow up. It is the places that I just mentioned. Baghdad is going to be the place. Thank God, because Addis Ababa is great. Don't get me wrong. That's talking about New York. You don't want to be in New York, but you want to be in a much less overpopulated and exaggerated cities. And Addis Ababa will always be Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa is going to be New York of Africa. It is. It already is. So it's just a matter of time.
Listen,
Baghdad, oh my God.
Addis Ababa was, Jonathan, Addis Ababa was a limitation of 7 miles radius. Okay. Right now, Addis Ababa includes Agaki, really literally to Debrecen. That we're talking about a 40 miles radius.
People might not like.
You know what I'm talking about. It's 40 kilometer. I'm sorry, I said miles. Because remember now, to go to Debrecen in the old days is it's a long journey. It's only 40 kilometers.
It's like
now,
20 minutes, right?
Now it's just like going past Agaki and going back and forth. It's only 40 kilometers. Less than 20 minutes, you're there. Those roads then was so bad. Now the road that they built, the highway they built, for me, if I live in Debrecen and I go to Addis, once you hit Agaki, it's just a crazy rush hour.
Now, the more they're building a highway, a new airport there supposedly, but yes. Listen, Duro, I remember I grew up going every summer what we used to call camping. They say, oh my God, let's go to Debrecen, Not that it was far, but, Sodere is what it used to be called. And I grew up in Sodere. Yeah. You remember Sodere? Still there. I was shocked when I went. The last time I was like, shit, that's still there. The pool, the swimming pool still there. All the hot.
Abadir still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
Abadir
I remember that. And I remember my family, though, back then, it was like, you have to pack. We had tents, and you go, and then you camp out. Like, it was, back then, out of Addis Ababa, it's just like 20-minute drive on a highway. That's not what it was before. Back in,
There was,
oh my God, I'm
listen,
dating myself.
the fastest driver, okay, the fastest driver was my uncle. Okay,
Okay.
from Addis to Sorore, he made it in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Without those roads, he came in at night.
You know when my mom did that, pregnant, I remember that. I think the last time she was pregnant with twins and she had no clue at the time, which is the last two sons of my family. But anyway, like I grew up literally like we will always every summer we always went. My sister went to these schools that are so. I think that we were a little bit spoiled, you know. I went to St. Joseph. My sisters went to Nazareth school. I mean, it was just the time, you know. And we left, by the way, this as at the same time as you, by the way, in the 80s when it was still kind of just about to change with the craziness that was going on. Um, we grew up in Casanchis where we got searched by these crazy people. They took my dog out, my little chihuahua, and killed him because he looked at the
Ooh.
signal as supposedly the kings. Uh, you know, I've experienced everything in Ethiopia, but thank God that Kulachun and Tamalasan we're trying to do our best. Um, I am still in love with the fact being in who I am, you know. But oh my God, yeah. And going back to what I'm saying is, if you ever want to settle down, to me, every time that I go, there's two places I want to settle down. There's obviously, like I just said, Bahardar. Definitely, it's not even a question. That's going to be my home. Um, I think the second one would be might be just a little bit of Addis Ababa, which is impossible because even Addis Ababa is just so expanded so quickly. In areas that you traditionally you
Well,
might be.
you know, when you talk about capital cities and looking at 2 years from now, right? 2, 3 years from now, I'm talking about all African uh, capital cities. You know, Africa is making babies. Africa is really, I'm telling you, it will be so overpopulated. You know, to go to the main hub, the capital, and start to make a living after so many years apart as diaspora coming home. I think you should find even Bahardar, believe me, is it's gonna get crowded. If we got the peace that's gonna come that I'm looking forward.
No, I completely
And
disagree with you on that one.
that believe me, you know, there's a lot of people that really have the idea. Imagine we're the diaspora coming home after so many years. And there are in in-house, meaning within the city that lived so many years in Baghdad, I mean in Addis Ababa, or any capital city in Africa, they don't want to live in the city because they come out from a bigger city and they don't want to have the same thing over again. I think you would be going a little bit out
Exactly.
of even in Baghdad. I don't think you want to live in Baghdad because by the time
Oh my God,
two,
are
three
you
years,
kidding me? Like right in the city, you know.
no, you don't understand.
Right.
By the time we going home, okay, by the time 2, 3 years,
I'm I'm telling you, I'm already
it'll
working on
be
it. You
a,
have no idea.
Well,
no.
well,
What
time
I'm
is
saying is
relative,
That is
anyways.
my final destination.
no.
You
My
know.
what I'm saying is
Yeah.
what I'm saying is
I'm
the
saying come
way
along.
you
Like you
plan,
have to
you're gonna
come
be
along.
there. Okay, let's say you have a home and everything else. Okay, you settle, but it will become Baghdad is one of the major city that's targeted to be one of the largest city in the East Coast. Because remember, when the EU awarded the best planned city, okay, that tells you what the future is. It is about maybe 10, 2000, in 2008, 2007, Bahardar
It is
was
actually
named.
Bharat is actually really honestly is one of the greatest plant and still continues to be the best plant city in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just like Addis Ababa, right? The way the growth comes in Addis Ababa, we are already in Akaki. Okay, Sandafa, Manaman. If you see all these CMC, all these areas so grown, so big, is still now within the Addis Ababa. Okay, so what I'm saying is Bardar right now, a lot of people don't touch. I mean, they're still working on it, but the day that the wars ended between TPLF in Ethiopia, the North South, everybody that has have an idea of
I
Bardar.
cannot believe
And
you
the other one,
because no, listen, that is exactly why it's so not. It's halfway true and half not true. Because the first time that I even understood, and I've been to Bahar Dar before, by the way, once before that, and the second time that I was there was because I was there what they called, and this is during the TPLF time, and they did this whole entire thing that, oh, come, invest in Ethiopia as a diaspora, and they had this diaspora month. Literally, that's what they did, and they held it at the. I mean, it was a huge, huge event, but you had to register. And then what they made us register, I'll never forget, was you have to register according to your ethnic group, meaning Amara Kohon, you could only register to Amara regions and whatever and whatever, whatever. And so I remember, and I did. I was there. I just happened to be there that year. It was a huge deal. I mean, it was really a big deal, and a lot of people did invest, and great. But they made sure that the only place you can invest, you had to be. And so I will never
Part
forget
of
when
the
I went in. Oh, it gets better. So when I went in, and it was like, "What you have to register," and they asked me, and I had no clue what I am. All I know is I'm Ethiopian, right? So the dude asked me, like, "Where are you from?" I'm like,
then you're Amara then.
"How to be?" I'm like, "I don't know. I mean, Ethiopian. That's all I know." And he forced me. He's like, "What?" I'm like, I swear to God, I don't know. All I know is I'm Ethiopian. That's all I know. And they just signed me off to the shit that just happened to be in Bardar, which is great. I've been there because no, he made me choose actually because you had to. At that point, he's like, "You did not." I'm like, "I don't know. I'm Ethiopian," and it was crazy to me. And anyway, so I just signed off to Bardar because I'm like, "Shit, if you're gonna take me on a bus and on a not a, we're gonna do whatever." I didn't even know what was gonna happen. I just said, "Okay, fine, Bardar." Honestly, I will do that. And the fact that I had to go through that was crazy to me. Because seriously don't know anything except the fact that I'm Ethiopian. Because my family's everything. Like, I don't know. But anyway, I ended up in Bardar again for the second, third time at that point. Myself, I've been there before. But that one with the group, with on a thing, and then they're trying to convince you to invest was great. I mean, paper company or whatever, whatever was happening, great, and I get the whole thing, the tourism, all of that. But yeah, but, and that also reminded me exactly this is why I want to be in Baghdad. It's nothing to do with any of that. But the fact that they did that to me, I still cannot believe the fact that it was so impossible. The fact that you had to say because they wouldn't let you invest unless your ethnic group is from that. That was back then. That wasn't that long ago, mind you. Unbelievable, but thank God. I've always been a big fan of Baghdad.
I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah, it's like funny that
Give it a 1 year.
you don't
I
even,
mean, 2 years and
you can't
3
even
years.
say you don't.
AJ, Jonathan, give it a 2 years, 3 years. There won't be no issue where you're gonna live as Ethiopian. Mark my word. Your being Ethiopian is gonna make you live halfway through the whole Africa. You can pick a place, you can live in that place. 3 years. I'll give you my word for that. When I look at the way things are turning, the way they're going within that African mentality right now when it comes to the diaspora. The first thing they're gonna give a priority is you being Ethiopian, Kenyan, Somalian, Sudanese. It will be a priority because your diaspora coming in home, and the ethnic group is not going to decipher that. The fact that you are a diaspora that's coming home. Give it 2, 3 years, and you're going to see that difference that we diasporas, when we're going to go back home, we're going to be recognized as diaspora coming home. And no matter where you want to live, wherever you want to contribute, it will be recognized that we can contribute a lot more to the security and to being back to the country. And that, mark my word, we just have to really work on our differences and how to communicate among us between the diaspora and the Africans that live in the continent. That is the main misunderstanding when it comes to diaspora. Oh, he's a diaspora. He's going to be temporary. He's going to leave. That sense of security. But when you move in to the continent, that's when the comfort is going to come. Hey, listen, this guy's coming. Not only he comes with his money and his own contribution, but the mind. What you're going to contribute as your specialty. You work in the university. There's a lot of universities around you. There's a little contribution that you can do. You can do a little lecture here and there, or your expertise to share among other Africans. And that's going to change in the next 2, 3 years because the chess game that's being played right now, we're still playing the chess game. We still have the king and queen. I still have my horse. I still have my tower. We're still playing. What we're losing is the common soldier. Remember. And for us, understanding when it comes to the big games is how to protect the country and the continent itself. And that awareness of the what's going on within the continent is going to give us a better stronghold for us as diaspora moving to Africa, strengthen the economy of Africa, and strengthen the national security and as well the food security. So 2, 3 years from now, there will be so much of replication, so much of respect among Africans.
Absolutely, I agree. And Baghdad, right on the side of the beach. Please come and visit. I genuinely mean that. God knows. I know we're laughing about this right now, but it will be so hilariously funny when it does happen.
Listen,
I know that
the
you
EU,
kind of have your life here, but let's see what happens. Because for me, I guarantee you, in about 3, 4 years, at least 3, 4 years, that's where I'll be. I know for a fact that I will be on a coast of the Baghdad. Yeah, that's about to happen soon.
and
God, finally, but yeah, that is the goal. You know,
everything that I would say to everybody that's listening to giving comments, of course, in the next
actions
3, 4 years, يكيران. It's gonna change. يكيران. And the way it's gonna change, in Africa is either gonna be booming upward or going downward. But right now we are in the situation where we have to really protect ourselves.
Yeah.
Africans are getting aware the strange relationship with different foreign entities to really
Foreign
get
entities. Are you kidding? I'm thinking about my people right now. I'm so looking forward.
No, our people
I
are
wait to
our
speak
people.
back to Maringa and to. I might have to learn a few other languages.
Listen,
No, 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 no. I'm, I'm
Sabay.
dipping out shining, okay? So
Sabay.
I'm an Ethiopian from beginning to end. To the feet of from the
No,
beginning
no,
of when I
listen.
came out of my mother's
Not,
womb to the end I go. So no.
it's like all Swahili speaking. Okay,
Yeah.
that I
እነዚህም ሄደን you know what though? አንዳንድ ጊዜ እኛም ሄደን ተመልሰን I don't know what is the word that I want to use. Like even if you don't think that it matters, um, no, I need to go back and make sure that I remind.
well تشو محل.
Dipping up. I'm like, I know.
Liz Jonathan, Liliana said you should be the minister of tourism for Bahar Dar. Don't
No,
even.
no, for
I want to.
like Ethiopia
It's so bad
exactly. I cannot wait to get back. Are you kidding? And that's some AJ and that's some I'm some less. So can examine. You talk about examine and Silicon Aldenaradam, that's where I'm gonna end up. I know that for a fact. So
you're not gonna land to.
so
No, no, no. I
Shouldn't
know.
matter.
weird.
Jonathan, it just shouldn't matter. Message ገብቶኛል.
I know. I
AJ,
now that
ታውቃለህ
it's recorded in history
AJ,
now. Like, it's actually
it's recorded.
Shit. I'm in trouble now. But it's true.
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm
working
just
towards it.
no comment here.
I know.
AJ. AJ diploma. Someone. If you are gonna go and running for being a minister,
No, I've been saying this for so long.
You better get AJ with you.
Okay. And you know what? I'm gonna have to make sure that I'm probably gonna have some, help there, and then it will happen. He's already there.
Put AJ.
I think he said he's already there. So
Of course.
Yeah,
You need AJ.
in spirit, but the body will fall. Problem.
Exactly. I think it's a very easy thing. And an easy thing to do, Malat. Honestly, it's such a beautiful place. And if you other people that are not listening to Bahar Dar, please come to Bahar Dar. Bahar Dar is the most beautiful place in Ethiopia. And we have to kind of a little bit of disaggregate urbanization in Ethiopia to begin with. But if you go back, oh my God, if you have not been, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And well-planned city.
Guess what? The first person that he's gonna meet along that line,
it's not
is gonna be
might be me.
Sam. Sam is gonna be there. AJ definitely. I know AJ is gonna be there. And I know for sure Liliana. Once he's promoted to be the minister of tourism in Bahar Dar, I know Liliana.
You know what? I might have to have a conversation with the city because I feel like I'm promoting the city way too much because I don't want to overdo it. But
yeah, she got a question for you. She's asking you, is the weather similar to Addis?
Oh my God, it's so much better because it does get a little bit humid. But you have okay. You asked me, I'm telling you. It is in the middle of. It is a very high part of Ethiopia as well, like elevation wise. But don't forget what Bahar Dar is. Bahar Dar is the root of what is eventually going to become this huge sea as well because of the dam. But yeah, no, Bahar Dar is I would say humid, but it's not as it's the same weather really if you think about it. It really is. But Bahar Dar has such a huge history in Ethiopia, first of all, in so many different ways. And if you've ever been to Bahar Dar, you've been on the lake, which they call a lake, but I call it an ocean. It really is. And there's so many different religious parts of the lake that still exist if you're a Christian. But outside of it, the way that the city was planned, they're still planning it, I think they're doing so much better than Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa is already like a mess. they're just trying to, trying to control and hyper urbanization that's going on. Whereas in Baghdad, I think it's probably going to end up being the biggest city after Addis Ababa. Already, everybody knows that. And so that's why I'm like, oh my God, I should not tell you guys this, because that means that you're going to come and go buy all kinds of land. It's not like that, really, honestly. I think it's also about the fact that what Baghdad stands for should be sustainable, a small city, a beautifully planned city as well. You can blame the Italians for have been there before, but at least it is planned a little bit better than Addis Ababa. Anyway, so yeah, and then outside of all of that is the history of what Baghdad and the region around it. It's just so beautiful. It really is. So unless you have not been there, I cannot say anything else. But there are so many other places in Ethiopia as well as on the continent of East Africa in general. But within Ethiopia, there are so many other places. But Baghdad will probably be the next biggest city in Ethiopia. It already is.
I think it, it's well said and well pointed out, because Bahardar was very well designed, and again, like I said, it is a city that was awarded through the to the Union, I mean the European Union, that really said this is a city that's going to be. I mean, they awarded to be the best city, and they didn't go to Addis Ababa and said the city, the best city in that aspect of it, But the award is incredible. It's just makes Bahardar in the next level. And in fact, I'm going to share a little bit of what he's talking about. And really, is
hopefully it's not like your bugs, because I can hear all the bugs in your background.
What's that?
I can hear all your bugs, your background. Like, hopefully that's not because we don't have bugs.
Oh, I'm on the, I live back into the bird refuge, so I got a big forest behind me. So that's where you can hear everything else. So it's all organic, put it that way for now.
Yeah. So anyone that ever wants to come to Bahardar, please come. If you've never visited Bahardar, please come to visit it. I think Bahardar.
Are you guys watching Bahardar?
We all need to.
I'm just sharing that. Where Bahardar is, and here's Lake Tana, right? And here's one of the city, the city itself. And so for those of you who really want to explore, just make sure this is where Lake Tana is. So that tells you so much. Really, Bahardar means Bahar is the sea. Bahar is sea. So this is really Lake Tana, which the Nile start his journey. And so really you're in front of this beautiful lake. Beautiful. There's a lot of mystery actually for those of you that wants to learn about the history and all that, Bahardar history. Yeah.
You can do a better job than that, bro. What you what is that?
Certain copyrights. I just want to make sure that I'm not going to infringe on nobody.
Show images, but yeah.
Yeah, for those of you who wants to explore it, I just put the link in there because I gotta protect this channel, because this is one of the most beautiful channels that we can voice out and we can share information. So if there's any copyright, we don't want to infringe. And I said it again, just to let you know, because there are beautiful pictures when it comes to Bahardar. It's all up to us to go and find it. The name is there. I'll put the link in there. And those of you, especially Liliana, once she's graduating, she's gonna go to higher education, and you're there. She'll be at your university, wherever you go. So you got to follow already. You did talk about it, and already created a follower out of college. She's gonna be involved. That looking for you. So now, in the same aspect of it, as much as Jonathan said, to move back, and we're looking at the diaspora, as much as you want to move, how many Jonathans are there, including me, Sam, we got Liliana that really want to go, and right off the topic, in the next 2 3 years, how much of migration would you think there may be? I'll start with AJ. AJ is gone. AJ dropped. Well, it's you and Jonathan. Jonathan and I. What do you think in the next 2 3 years? 3 years, let's say 3 years, because I don't want to go to that 5 years marker, because 5 years marker there will be a whole lot of more changes within the year that we are in, 2022. So you add 2027 and where we're going to be at when it comes to the African and diaspora relationship. What do you think, Jonathan?
I think that's a very difficult question to ask, first of all. Um,
One thing is to make it simple, right? If the war that Ethiopia encounters right now between TPLF and the government, the federal government, I'll put it this way, I'll put it in the federal government level. If the peace comes, how much of an impact would be for the rest of Africa? The peace comes, everybody's settled, all the difference put aside. Now they're looking into development and bringing that country up. Do you think the next 2 3 years will be sufficient enough to see a difference where that powerhouse?
no, not at all. I think the most unfortunate truth is that we will never think about ourselves. And again, I'm going to talk about from the perspective as a, you know, what we are supposed to be talking about is the fact that we're not in Africa, right? So I think that we can never speak for Africans. So I'm still waiting and sitting around, really honestly, and thank God to a certain extent that most of us, because of what we do, like whether we're on here or whatever, we feel that we're connected. But I swear to God, I promise you, we have nothing to do what Africa is about to do for themselves, and that's up to Africa. And unfortunately, I don't know. I really don't know. Each country's got its own issues. We're still talking about what goes on in Africa in such a disconnected way. As much as we would want to for it to be different, I think Africa is already a big mess, like all the other countries. So I don't know. Until Africa figures out its own shit first within their own like country, even before even continent. No, it's not gonna happen. And until we keep pushing to, for a fact, at least be honest about it. You know, like my God, no, hell no. And then even not just there, but even outside. And of course, we outside are probably the worst in helping to change that. But the one thing that we can do, like I just said to you, like I know for a fact that I'm gonna end up in that city, living and dying in that city. I know that for a fact. In my life, I know that. But that's just me, right? You know, an individual person. And and because I believe that you can actually go back and settle and finish and teach and whatever it is back home and all of that. And even to be welcome back and understood and it is, you know, for people that are not there, BS. I think it really is, honestly, it's not true. And so it is a job in all kinds of ways. But I think Africans are the ones that have to do it for themselves. But they're doing such an amazing job. They really are. Sometimes I don't think that we honestly celebrate what Africans are doing in Africa at all. And I don't think we're doing it enough. Um, and I don't want to be one that takes advantage of that, but just to support and be there, whatever, you can say that as well. You know, everyday life, simple things that we can do, right? So, yeah, no, I think it's up to Africans. They need to figure that out. I don't think as a diaspora that we have the right to even really honestly. I think we are a problem sometimes because we assume things and we believe in things that the way they should be. But yeah, I just but I can see the fact that they are actually looking and taking care of themselves. They really are. And when I say they, including my own family, I'm African. You know, thank God. And how do you stay away but at the same time support? Um, a huge problem to figure out, but thank God that they're doing them. They really are. I promise you, they are. They're actually smarter than you think. They
Okay.
definitely are doing them.
For me, this is the way I look at it. My opinion, right? This only opinion, but I think that part of Africa has a lot of meaning on how things goes down. It's the center of all geopolitics, okay? And it's all the center of stability. And when, uh, if the peace comes, we have the hydro that's working, interconnecting, bustling, moving, distributing, all that part of it, okay? On top of that, of all the trade agreements that's still there, but not really. There are some in place. The trade agreement is going on among the African countries that signed up. With the 50 states signed for the trade agreement. The fact that Ethiopia find a peace, okay, already within all this.
I'm really tired of talking about Ethiopia, to be honest with you.
No, 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 no.
Yes,
I'm talking about regional stability and how much it's going to influence the rest of Africa, because this is an active war that's been going on for so much. And when you talk of war, it's a lot of economical damages and a lot of eyes in it, a lot of things that's happening in that region. Just look at from Somalia aspect of it, from Ethiopia aspect of it, in Eritrea aspect, and Sudan. All that region is initiated. So the minute that this peace comes, there's no war that you have to deal with as a major war. The skirmish one, the little ones, is going to be extinguished, just like anything else. Okay, because they become really on a what do you call ethnicity, but not that tense. It's just here and there because this major peace will give Ethiopia also the opportunity now to grow in a different level. And at the same time, remember, as being in the center for the African Union and the influence that Ethiopia has within the African Union, and at
that's
the
it.
same time,
Again, I'm
here,
so tired of talking about Ethiopia.
because the minute that we bring peace within the state of Ethiopia,
Even as an Ethiopian, I'm kind of exhausted talking about Ethiopia
No,
all the time.
because it's the geopolitics that we play in. That it is the eye of the world, of that part of the world, because it's only benefiting.
Ethiopia is also tired of talking about Ethiopia being this thing. Like, it has nothing to do with Ethiopia, really
No,
honest.
no. What I'm talking about is
Yeah,
and the question is about the peace.
leave us alone, you know.
Once it comes to the peace and the stability, now you got a relation between Sudan, you have relationship within Eritrea, you got the relationship with Somalia,
But why can't
Kenya,
you know
Sudan.
what? Why does Ethiopia constantly have to be in, like, honestly speaking, Ethiopia is minding its own business and doing its thing. Why does it have anything to do with Somalia and Eritrea, or Eritrea and Sudan or whatever?
Because
Sometimes
because Ethiopia is handcuffed. Ethiopia is handcuffed.
that's my point. So I think sometimes
So
we
when you break that handcuff,
so it has nothing to
okay,
do with it. Like, we're just doing ourselves.
it has a lot to do the stability of Ethiopia to be one Ethiopia.
So maybe, all these countries that have so much problems with them, maybe they should just like become part of Ethiopia. Okay, otherwise then just leave us alone. Honestly, because that's the only way that you could
Well,
ever fix anything. Because if you
yes.
have so much like
You know
so
when
much
they leave, you know when they leave you alone.
leave us alone.
You know
You
when they
cannot
leave you alone.
your whole
No,
entire life would survive on something on Ethiopia all of a sudden.
right.
So you know
The
what?
thing is,
Part
when
of
the
Ethiopia.
enemy, when you want to have a peace, once you break off from your handcuff, if you close your door, they have to break in order to get to you, right?
Again,
So
if
that's
you
when you start.
just
That's
said, I
when
think we're a good
that's
problem.
when the
They
door
are
closes.
finally understanding that they are part of the regional importance of how they survive. So if that's what it
Because
is, you have to. But it's
yeah,
not about.
and this is the time. And this is the time when we think about peace in that region. And when the peace comes, the development that's really waiting to explode is at the
Well,
door.
if they don't like it, then you know what? My whole entire thing about that is about a government. It's about management of whatever. But let's be honest, right?
But yeah,
Not two
I
options,
truly
right?
understand. Truly
Constantly is
understand.
constantly fighting it or get it wrong. They have
Yes.
two
When you
choices. Yeah.
yeah, when you bring a peace down, you see, when you bring a peace one way or the other, that organization really worked for the peace, and the peace came. You see, I'm talking about the next 2 3 years forward. This peace is gonna come. This peace between TPLF and the Ethiopian
Yeah,
federal government
we'll bring that.
is gonna come to a peace because it's gonna be an old thing. Okay, what I'm looking at forward at that point when there is a peace agreement, all the skirmish wars that you have all around between the Oromia, all that, is going to be squashed. Because you know what? They want to change and they got change now. Now that you have an agreement, and I don't know how the agreement is going to go, but if you agree and you have an understanding, so that means we're going to start moving forward. Right? This is my opinion. Because that peace negotiation that is so inclusive, not only the Ethiopian affairs, but also this, the national security of Eritrea also is in stake. And at the same time, you're looking at the west side, you have the Sudan. Actually, in fact, there's a meeting to make peace of the border issue between Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea. I mean, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. That is happening in Eritrea this week right now, to squash the differences, because it's not just about Ethiopian, Eritrean issue, but it's also Sudanese issue in those border that always been having differences, and they always have this skirmish, killing or wars. No, it's not even a war. It's just an invasion of each other. Okay, so that peace talk is happening in Eritrea this week, this coming week.
I actually, to be honest with you, I'm so exhausted about this talk about
Never,
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
never get
whatever,
exhausted
whatever.
because this is enough.
I'm just telling you, I'm exhausted talking about it personally. I
Right,
think it's
but
actually a much lesser issue, but it's unfortunate, this long history and between those two countries. I get it. Really, honestly, I don't even think that this is about Ethiopia
it's
and
three.
Eritrea.
It's three
Well, I
countries.
mean, so many different countries. I agree,
Right.
but eventually it gets old. And like I
But what
said
I'm saying,
earlier about why, no, like exactly what I said earlier. Like some of us just want to pack our bags and go somewhere else and just leave us alone, because honestly, the most people that are actually there don't give a shit what you're talking about. Like they don't, because it really honestly does not affect these regions the way that they talk about it. These regions even know it. They're minding their own business and doing their own thing and living their own lives. And I hope that in general that is what it is. But unfortunately, it's always going to be that people are going to hate each other for whatever reasons in these two, like 3, 4 countries, whatever they're called. I find it ridiculously, hilariously funny. I mean, think about what countries we're talking about, right? We're talking about literally just 3 countries. Ethiopia is minding its own business, right? Egypt to itself is really honestly complains but doesn't do anything because they can't. And of course Sudan, and they're still trying to figure that out. But in the meantime, can we not even talk about it anymore? Because I think that we are also kind of feeding into it. It's not worth it. It really is not worth it when it comes to
but
that.
remember now, who's behind it?
Yeah, but I really think that the more you talk about it, like instead of like enjoying it and saying, "Oh my God, that was great,"
And
then
what I
it's just
said,
like I think we're feeding into it. Yeah.
right? But what I said, peace is going to come because the way at the beginning of our conversation today, peace is going to come because there's a lot of opposition that's coming from the ground, from the continent. When that region starts securing its peace, when that region comes together, it's the
That's
most
exactly
powerful.
why I hope there's any Jews who come here to even explain their nasty attitude. But like I said, like I don't believe in any. I think it's ridiculous.
When we come
But
together,
in the meantime,
listen,
in the meantime, yeah.
when we come together and we're going to prove that there is always a chance for peace, and it's proven, and we are going forward, that's when the dynamic of any views about who we are in that region, in the Horn of Africa, because it's the topic. This week has been a topic, but again, they don't want to talk about it so much. They'll go South Africa, they'll go Uganda, they'll go different places. You don't want to touch that part. Because what's going on right now for the peace negotiation and to have this going forward, with the demand that you have on the opposition, and at the same time, what in reality on the ground, what's going to happen, what's the end of it? It's going to be peace, whether you like it or not, because that's going to be the way you're going to move forward. Otherwise, you're going to have this war for years to come. So basically, it becomes a guerrilla fighting, because by now, the whole TPLF should run out of ammunition. Did they run out of ammunition? No, they still have it. It's still coming. That's the key. Tigray is just a small part of Ethiopia. And they're still being funded. They're still being given arms and putting our brothers and sisters in harm's way. 2-3 years, I don't care how much of a trillion that you have in your bank, unless you want to break that whole region, and you have by de facto to have everything to be in disarray, which I don't think so. They want to control that area, but it's us that controls our destiny. They started a good thing. They try to foil it. But guess what? We're going to go stronger going forward. And this kind of conversation is the one that's going to hit people that are really thinking in the right direction. They say, oh, I think it's possible. When two husband and wife argue, if they open the door for their cousins, their sisters, their mothers, their fathers, and their grandmothers, you'll never have peace. But when the two close the door and start talking their differences, there are two things. Either they be reconciliating, live their life normal, or one will exit. When they exit, we're still going to be communicating because we have children. So whichever the direction you're going to pick, it comes in the national way. People of Tigray is tired of this war. Sometimes they are in a confusion why they're having these wars when they listen to each other. There's different shows that really shows the interviews, and they don't understand why this war really existed to begin with. But I leave it at that. But once people, we're human, the survival of the fetus is going to be always proceeding. People are going to be making some senses. And those senses comes from the low-hanging fruit, I always said. It's going to come from the bottom. Haile Selassie overran because it comes from the bottom, from the university level. And they wanted to change, and they made the change. And the same thing, when something enough is enough, when you don't have anything to eat, anything to survive with, either you're going to be maintaining the status quo, or you're going to exit totally and live somewhere else. And a lot of things that's been influenced is by people not getting the true understanding of what's going on in the world. It's very important. We all
Are you done talking? No, seriously. No, it's interesting that that you're saying that, and I'm looking at Sam. What did you say? No, I don't. But no.
Flying over Tigray and dump pamphlet explaining things to them.
I know. I'm just actually. I find the whole entire conversation.
Yeah, and actually, remember the Ethiopia movement. That's how people were raised by putting pamphlets everywhere. But unfortunately, the federal government kind of really overpowered and used their arms against the people. But that was not what Ethiopia expected when they came in. They thought it was going to be in a better leadership. He eliminated all the educated people that came in, so they won't beat him on that. He said, I'm going to start from scratch. Like he's going to have all these years that's been spent learning, being the top of everything, and he destroyed them. Literally, he killed everybody that was more educated than him.
Come on, Ariana, seriously?
Yeah, seriously. They were a threat. Look at our...
No, I'm looking at the little comments. Like somebody said that I just want to talk just about Baghdad. That is true. But yeah, no. Yeah. I guess that also stands for something, probably. Probably about Ethiopia in so many ways. But yeah, you're right. I do only want to talk about Baghdad.
You know, Bahar Dar will be a Bahar Dar that you want to live in once you bring that peace up north. Because this
Yeah,
has to end.
uh,
It has to end. That has to end. One time, it has to end.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
what is the military about TPLF is getting weaker? I don't know. Sam, what are you saying, bro? Like
What's
some
up?
of the stuff that I read sometimes is just like I'm trying to understand what I have to look up further up. Balloons into Tigray.
Oh no! He said we should send balloons into Tigray, telling them to revolt.
Revolt.
Because because who dies? It's the little people.
I have family that is Tigray too, so be careful
That's what
what
I'm
you say.
saying. It's the little people. No. What I'm saying is, who's gonna die in there? It's gonna be Tigray. You know.
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep telling him like
it's gonna,
stop. Yeah.
it's gonna be really. I just specifically said Tigray, but Ethiopians are killing Ethiopians. Period. It just came into
Sure, let's play Ethiopia with the music sign. I love that. All right. Okay. Exactly. This
So
game. The
it's a
game is
game,
still alive.
and Tigray is not the enemy. Tigray is not the enemy. Tigray is part of Ethiopia. It's Ethiopia. It's not the enemy. The enemy is the one that uses Tigray, like saying, "Oh, we got an enemy coming," But the people at the end of the day, is our brothers and sisters that die. Period. Both sides, whatever the war that you're gonna call, it's not a foreign war. This is within Ethiopia, one Ethiopia to be. And it's been said, if you really believe in one Ethiopia, you shouldn't have this kind of problem. But the belief what Ethiopia means, the belief who you are as Ethiopian, and respect the borders of sovereignty as one Ethiopia. Whether you're south, north, east, west, it doesn't matter. You are responsible for that. That's why I always feel about that, being accountable for your actions. And a lot of them want to bypass that like nothing happened. They think it's normal.
No, I'm laughing at I can hear the background in your space, but
Yeah, because I left my Bluetooth outside
yeah.
and one of
And
them
I'm
was dying. Can you imagine? I'm still with my one Bluetooth charging one
Okay.
earpiece to the other because we've been on this
For
channel
how
for
many
8
hours?
hours and 22.
You know what I have to say to Liliana and Sam? Sam, I have all kinds of issues with because it's just Sam is just like a fake ass person that just comes out here, talks about all kinds of stuff and never shows up. But I have to admit that Sam says what I always think in my brain. So good for you, but I still hate you. But Liliana, thank you because the whole thing about fishing in Lake Tana, I think exactly how I was thinking in my head I could do right behind my house. So thank you for saying that. But don't even try it. You're trying to be like, no. We know what you're
Yeah, fishing tilapia in Lake Tana while
playing.
playing.
What? Yeah, exactly.
Next.
Exactly. That's how I know.
You surely have that.
I know. And the ocean's on the side of the lake, mind you, like usually. I miss, yeah, we're gonna. But Sam, like, I swear somehow, one day.
I think Sam is going to join him, Bob. He said he's ready. He's packed. So let's hope for Sam's gonna come on the show. I still want to see that day. With all my prayers. Come on, don't make me hanging in there. But I trust your word. I respect your word.
No, actually, you know what?
Can you give us an update? Actually, you know what? I gotta ask him. Give us an update on the on the project.
No, Sam stands
Sam.
for the most.
Yeah, I want to ask. Where we at with the project here, because the whole thing is
He, she, whatever you want to. Honestly, the most.
Sam is a dude, man.
Perfect.
Can
you hear me or no?
What's that?
I think Sam stands for literally a typical African, which is you can never count on. It just kind of it's there, but it's not. That's how I think about Sam. No, honestly, a very good person. I think you would think of maybe it's just there, but it never shows up, never shows out, and never does what they say they will do. Because it's not like once or twice or three times. So it's a typical African.
But because he.
But you cannot count on it. But makes you constantly think that is there. That's a typical. No, I think it's actually a very negative thing. I'm sorry, Sam. But I'm going to say what I say because it is true, because you're always here, but you never actually come on. You say, I'll be there tomorrow. Oh, no. You're always here. You say, whatever, but never come on. And I'm not saying that you have to come on, but oh my God, no, you're not dependable. That's typical of an African leader, for example. You can believe that.
The first thing you said, on this thread, the first thing you said,
not dependable. Sorry, bro. Or sis.
When we ask him to join, okay, to join the panel, the first thing he said, "You're not gonna like my voice; it's very hoarse." We said, "No, it doesn't matter. We can listen to you."
No, but I don't know what it is. No, Sam, bro.
Sam said that.
Hey, listen, I'm not trying to not have you on here, but let's be honest. Like, you're always on here, but like every single time, you say some crazy shit. Like, really, honestly, crazy. Sometimes it's like you should be kicked off this channel for some of the stuff that you say. But thank God you make us think. But you've never been here, and you say I'll be there tomorrow, but you never show up. Like,
no, he never said I'll be there.
Oh my God, he did. Tanzan's show. I would never forget. Like, I actually canceled my class for that. I'll be there. No, it's true. Sam said that. And that was like a year ago at this point, it feels like, but it's true. And I know Tanzan, if she was here, she'll tell you, like, I will do it the first time on Tanzan's show. I canceled everything. Never showed up. So yeah, I don't like liars and fakers. But thank God at least when you do come on here and we still have it. I'm still being nice to you, but I'll call you out for your bullshit. So
tough love. That's what you call tough love. Tough love.
It is true, right? Like, I'm not making it up.
Sam, you got the challenge right now. And Liliana, we've been with Sam for a long time. And what he said is actually
I don't like liars. What I say.
I don't think.
Oh my God! Absolutely, that was like I actually not canceled the class. Like, I'm not gonna get into anything about this.
How come I missed that?
I actually had to like really my life because said that it was that show never did, and since that day I've never been very nice to Sam. Not too nice. I'm nice, but not too nice. Look,
because I should have got it to.
No, it is true, and then I let it go because it's not about Sam really. It's just, to me, it's like, oh my God, I don't think that I don't like people lying to me. That's all. That's okay, but it's okay, Sam. We're still nice to you.
Oh, the day that he's gonna come on, he better have some really score to settle.
It is the truth, by the way.
And you know what? Sam shows up, and it's not gonna be Cry Wolf. You remember the Cry Wolf?
Yeah, but you
It's not
cannot.
gonna be the Cry Wolf.
Oh, that cannot be what's happening right now. Is that Sam right there?
No, that's AJ.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
AJ dropped when I asked him a question.
Yeah.
I guess.
My battery went out for good now.
Yeah, that's Battery Aziz.
Battery Aziz.
Went
Exactly.
Aziz.
I love probably the same person.
Yeah,
Salam.
listen.
Salam. No, I know I'm on my Bluetooth headset, so that's why I sound funny now. If it sounds different.
Bluetooth نقدر no. Battery نقدر no. Listen, I'm trying to survive from one earpiece and to the other, you know. Ahon andanya is still charging just to make sure that I have a good life. But before I finish, the other one is dying too. So
Yeah, and I'm
welcome
just
back.
finding out. Yeah, thanks. I'm just finding out. No, not that you mentioned gadgets. Like it's like power is like becoming like so detrimental. It's like everything we have, kind of runs out. Kind of weird. Anyway, so what you guys talking about?
Oh my God, we're trying to get Sam in Bangladesh. He's always in the chat, and we're trying to get him to actually talk. And he's saying that he's funny, which is ridiculous. So I thought maybe you could convince this guy or girl that keeps saying that could never come on because they think that we're gonna make fun of his voice or her voice.
Yeah, he's got a comment.
I'm not a big fan about me being on live, on a really being on this and talking. It doesn't make me feel so good. It took me a while as well. But Sami Balaba Amaringa Linkaro Masaling. I think Sam Amaringa Ichalal Masaling.
Tugrinya ይችላል.
Fari, Anta Fari Mindina. What is your problem? Huh? Fari, wanna know Mindina? Fari? Dabanya and Duro, Palawa.
Naftanya.
Nothing. Whatever it is, whatever your problem is, Sam
is listening.
No, that's a ridiculous excuse. I might sound funny.
I don't
know. It's a little weird, yeah?
አንድ ጊዜ ናና ሞቅ አድርገው ነው
እንደሱ ነው የሚባለው።
አንድ ጊዜ ናና ሞቅ አድርገው።
የመጀመሪያው ነው
ሳም አስቸግሯል ለመምጣት እና ሳም ደግሞ
ለሰባት ወር ለስምንት ወር እንደዚህ ያወራ አይመጣም አይወጣም፣ ግን ሁሉ ጊዜ መጥተው ማአት ነገር ያወራል።
ይመጣል
አይመጣም። ስለዚህ
ዮናታን ካንስል አድርጎ ክላሱን ሳም ይመጣል ብሎ ይሆንና
እግዚአብሔር እንደዚህ ቀላል ነገር አይደለም። ግን ሳም ይገባናል። የሆነ ነገር ፈርተሻል።
ኢንኮግኒቶ ስቴት ላይ ነው ማለት ነው።
Exactly. Incognito, exactly.
Incognito.
No, listen. Sam. No, hey, listen, Sam Mallet, bomb no. Like he will drop. You know nagar. My bad nagar drop yaragna itafal anda dese. Aura nagar explain sinalo I matam. Ahonum ko yo. Can you know like really honestly crazy stuff yaran እና መቶ
እንግዲህ ሳም ይኸውልህ አሁን የተናገረውማ ይሄ በጣም ያስቀጠዋል። ምን እንዳለ ሰምታል? አየህ እንግዲህ ሲባል ይሰል
ሁሉ ጊዜ ወረኝን
ሞክራለሁ ግን ሲሚያሉ አይሰራም። እንግዲህ ዩዘር ኤንድ ደግሞ ኢሹ ካለ ደግሞ ይኸውና አሁኑኑ ኢንቫይቱን ልክለታለሁ።
ውሸታም ነው።
ያለመዋሸት
he's lying. It's impossible.
ይሄ ያስቀጣል። ይሄ በጣም ያስቀጣ ነው።
Anyway, so
no, some people
no, the funny thing what Liliana said, unless I hear your voice, I'm gonna assume you sound like a chipmunk.
No, don't say that, Liliana, because that's exactly what he said one time, or she said one time. She said, my voice is horrible, so you're gonna make fun of me. So he probably does sound, or she might sound like a chipmunk. So
well,
don't say that.
So, but does it mean we have good voices, ማለት ነው? That's good.
እንደሱ አይደለም በእግዚአብሔር ላይ
I like the chipmunks. I like the chipmunks that I show.
He probably sounds like a chipmunk, but that's not the point. Like, nobody cares. And then explain, like, oh my God, nobody asked you to show your face. Just come on and say your thing. No. Sam is just, I've always said Sam is two things. Either he's a CIA, collect American information for the Americans, or he's CIA for the Ethiopian government.
አይ በጣም ብዙ ቦምብ የሆኑ መልሶች አሉት እና ሲአይኤ አይፈልጉም፣ ኤፍቢአይ አይፈልጉም፣ ቲኤስኤ አይፈልጉም። እንደዚህ ብሎ ስማኝ ኢንቴሊጀንሱን ይዞ ቁጭ የሚል ከሆነ ማንም አይጠጋውም። እኛም ጋር አልገባም። እኛ ጋር ኮሜንቱን ይሆናል።
ኮሜንት እንግዲህ ነው አንዳንድ ሰው ሀሳባቸውን በመጻፍ የበለጠ ማስተላለፍ እንችላለን ብለው ያምናሉ እና ገባ።
I mean, I think some of them also want attention. So you know what? We're not going to talk about you anymore, Sam, because I think you want attention. By the way, Sam, ደግሞ የሚባለው ሌላ ስም ያምጣል አንዳንድ ጊዜ መሰለኝ።
Red Sea ይሆናል አይደለ? Red Sea
exactly. So አንዳንድ ጊዜ አላምናቸውም። Red Sea የሚባል ይመጣል አንዳንድ ጊዜ። They talk the same way. They speak the same way. So I think አንድ ይመስሉኛል.
No, okay. So, I mean, I think there's a handbook, trolls guide. You want to mess up?
AJ, so what do you think about Sam አሁን መምጣት አለበት አይደል?
Oh yes, እሱን አይደል የምንጠብቀው? That's why we're up here waiting.
We're waiting.
No, but that's exactly what he wants. We don't know. We're not going to even pay attention to Sam. But let's just be honest about the fact that that's exactly what they want. There's attention. Go, Vazila. Oh my God. Sam is crazy, man. I told you he was crazy.
I know. Sam is አሁን በጣም ጎበዝ ነው አለ። ልክ ነው። ሀሳብን Sam is tricky. እንዴ ከዚህ በላይ ፕሌዥሪዝም አለ እንዴ? እንዴ ኮፒ ያደረገው እኮ እናንተን እኮ Jonathan, he just dropped us.
No, we just lost. Yeah, I really wanted to ask the that's not good.
No, AJ drop again. Jonathan, no, Sam no Jim.
No, I was talking about the guy that we were just talking to. I want to really hear more from him, but anyway.
Right, AJ, no, he told you.
Sam, and then sometimes you have to.
Mata AJ. He came.
Okay. Thank God you're back. Because sometimes I think we have to dissect the Sam situation without talking about Sam. But people like Sam that just show up, don't say anything. ስለዚህ ምንድነው መብራት ጠፋ? Okay, now we're always really seriously. No, fam. Anyway, ይቅርታ ማን ልበል ስምህ again? ይቅርታ
AJ. AJ ጠፋብን።
Hello?
AJ, you see there?
No, AJ is still. I think AJ is still there. So ስምህ AJ ከሆነ so AJ ማለት can I dissect it a little bit? AJ ከሆነ is like is it A for the A stands for a name and then J for another name? በአማርኛ ስም ማለት ነው።
በአማርኛ የመጀመሪያው ሁለተኛው
በኤ ነው
ግን ያው
የሚጀምረው።
በገና በዛ መካከል ነው ማለት ነው።
So J is not the okay. Shit. Okay. So let me try. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna try this. Okay. Arrogacy? I don't know. What does the A stand for? No, because you know what? Like that sounds like a A mijambersum. It's this is biblical. It's very difficult. So I have a friend that has the Kababa.
If you're gonna come, if you're gonna come
Abro. I mean, the only A way is Abro or Abra or something like that.
Abagaz, Ababa. ምን ነው ረሳቸው እነዚህ ስሞች? አበበ የሚባል አለ፣ አበጋዝ አለ፣ አክሊሉ አለ፣ አሰፋ አለ። We have a lot of names. በለው
በጣም ይቅርታ ሼክ ፋይን
በኤማ ነፍ ነው። We have a lot of names with the A.
He did say Asafa, so Asafa ሊሆን ይችላል። And the reason that they would not ever say what their name is because they're so embarrassed about their name. So I think Asafa is a beautiful name, by the way, if that is your name. But otherwise, it would be. No, seriously, what is your name? Like, can you give us an idea, Finish?
Oh, an idea. Okay, an idea would be
first name, no.
First name. Oh.
First name.
An idea.
Something. No, go ahead.
Something Ababa or
Adisu?
Yes. Yep.
Oh my god, I'm so
was
good.
Was that a giveaway? I thought supposed to be a clue.
I thought Jonathan didn't know any name in A.
He said Ababa because I think he was trying to say like Adisu Ababa, so I said Adisu.
So it was the hint, Addis Ababa.
But I said Adisu, he said yes, right? No?
No. Ababa, hello? Yeah, something like that. Okay. Addis Ababa one set ማለት ነው። አየህ? አበባ ውስጥ ነው አለ።
ስለዚህ አሁን የጎጃም ከተማ ማለት ባህር ዳር ማለት
እሱ ባህር ዳር
Oh my god. I think I'm going to be punished for that. Okay. You know what? You can keep making fun of me about that, but at least I know for you were going to beg me to come stay with me one day.
No, any hope for any one of these days, yeah.
Actually, thank God. Okay. Again, yeah, go ahead.
Just the fact you were saying about Bahar Dar, capital city.
No, he's making fun of me right now. I know. I got it.
The Arif on it. Down. Typical Arif. You know.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
so can we go back to the name? It's not Abarra.
But I'm asking you know, the funny thing, what we see is Sam. አበራለና አዲዳስ አለ።
Oh my God. Okay, now you understand why I have a
from አበራ to አዲስ አበባ።
now you understand why I have a problem with no Abinezer no ያለው
No,
By the way,
Abraham.
your name.
ከዛ አዳም አለ።
Okay, no,
Huh?
he never said Adidas. Come on.
አብነዘር አለ ወዲያው። አየህ አብነዘርን ሲያነካካው ዶክተር አብነዘርን ሲያነካካ ማለት ነው።
Oh my God, Sam is fucking. Excuse my language, but like Sam could be really funny, man. But the Abinezer part, I get it, but I don't think his name is Abinezer.
ስማኝ እንደዚህ አጻጻፉ the way he writes, the way he put it, I'm going to suggest Mika to take him on the open mic.
No, I'm telling you, like this is the problem with Sam. Like, I think that he's just way too. Like, I almost think that he's spying. I don't even think that he's actually a good person sometimes because I'm like, why are you here?
Oh, እየተከፈለ ነው።
Exactly. That's not spy. Yeah, I think he's a spy.
Follow the money.
Been around forever again. Who did say? Yeah, good for him. But
ግን ምንም ቢሆን ስማኝ ዮናታን ምንም ቢሆን ሳም አያሳጣንም።
አያሳጣንም። Okay.
አያሳጣንም። ሳም ፕሮቴክት ያደርገናል። I don't think እኛን አይኑ እያየ አያጋፍጠንም።
He said follow the money. What does that mean? What money?
አልገባም። የሚከፈል ከሆነ እሱ ሲያይ ነው አልከው። ሰላይ ነው አልከው። ሁሉ ነገር ከተከፈለ እንግዲህ ያው ሁሉ ጊዜ እዚህ መምጣት አለበት።
I did get it. As a matter of fact, I'm looking for.
ማለት ነው እንዴ አይን ያወጣ ዝርፊያ ነው ይሄ። አይን ያወጣው እንዴ ምን አለ? ፋሎ ደማኒ ገባዋ። ይሄ ተናገርኩት። ሲያይ ከሆነ ምን ከሆነ የሚከፈል ከሆነ እንኳን ኤቭሪዴይ 24 ሰዓት ከኛ ጋር ተጥፎ ይኖራል። ምን እናገሩን በሙሉ ይሰማል። Oh, my big apology. Supposed to be the host, and I'm speaking Amharic. And for those of you that don't understand, we're just going to keep it whatever that translator that you're going to find. You know, we're talking about Sam and some of the issues that we talked about. 100% we know about what Sam stands for, and let's hope he's going to join us. That's all I'm going to leave it at.
With Sam?
ሌላ አስተርጉሙ። ሌላ አስተርጉሙ። እናልተርጉሙ።
Okay, let's take that away. Ahon, right now in Addis Ababa, I heard that it's very rainy, really cold. Askayami weather no ibalalang. Right now in Ethiopia. I mean, is it really that bad? Addis Ababa?
Yeah, I heard it's really cold, rainy. In fact, I have a family that came back from Ethiopia. I just spoke to her, and yes.
How was that?
Really not. It's not the normal. It's not the normal. You know, you call this winter for Africa, right? Right now we're in winter. And she said this was the worst winter. It even snowed.
What?
Yeah, it snowed. And they had hail. Snow.
Like what? That's not true.
Yeah.
No, it did not snow in Ethiopia. What is wrong?
Well, my brother, you're missing a lot of things. There's a lot of videos that's out there showing you the snow shoveling. You see the blue cabs, you know, the taxis stuck, they cannot even move. You know, the ladders and everything else. Yeah.
Wow.
It was bad. There's a few clips out there. Let me see if I can find some of them.
I'm actually looking it up.
Just type snow in Addis Ababa. And just go on YouTube and type snow in Addis Ababa. It should show. Let me see if I can.
Actually, I've seen one like years before. I think it happened once or twice. No, maybe.
It was bad. Have you seen that? Can you imagine having snow in Ethiopia and not this? And people are not even ready for that kind of freezing cold. I mean, in order to snow, you have to have that at least. Snow in Addis Ababa this year.
I know. It's like it will come to a standstill. I don't think they have the resources to clean up.
To clean up, you should see it. You know, people. Okay, this is heavy snow at the French Legation, Addis Ababa, June 21st, 2022. Okay, this is on YouTube. And snow in Ethiopia, it rained snow. This is Ethiopia 2 weeks ago. You know, I can share that without even playing it, just for the information, because it did. And people really can imagine being in that being snowed and you're shoveling this and that just to make your day. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Sure, okay. All right, hold on. Let me put this. I don't know if you guys are looking at it. Okay. See that? Let me go back to my. All right, I'm going to share this. Just I'm just going to share the screen, and everybody can see that because it's a lot of snow. I mean, this is not just snow per se. There you go. You guys are looking at my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, just look at the heavy snow in French Legation. You see how much snow they're getting?
That's strange.
Yeah, very strange. Yeah, and that's what she said. And she said it's snowed, and she lives here. And definitely, I said, "Are you sure it's not hell?" She said, "No, it's snow."
It is snow. I mean, how? Because, and it's like it's there. It's not even melting. I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So it must be really cold. Like at least below freezing, right?
Yeah, and imagine that population. Already, when it gets cold, it's cold. You know, with the rain. Okay. Now you got snow. You know, that temperature drop.
How do people survive? I mean, those that live outside. That's rough.
Yeah, and these are a few things that happens. Yeah, you'll have to survive. You know, there's nothing you can do about it. I don't want to play if there's a copyright, but just showing you. Let's see if I have any other. Hey, that's my show right here. We're still live and kicking. All right, let me see if I have. Good old Mika's here. So just to let you know, yeah, it did snow in Ethiopia. Oh, you dropped Jonathan.
I'm back and
Jonathan.
I'm trying to show you to what to play. So yeah.
Let's see.
Talking about culture and yeah, go ahead.
hmm
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I'm waiting. Yeah.
Let's see. Let's copyright in there, right? Yeah, it's something that refreshing. Okay. Where was this, Renata? If you can explain.
Well, I assume that you can press the play and actually play it, right? The what I just showed you.
Right. Right.
The link. I'm waiting. Hello.
Yeah. Let's see if we can make a little short. Oops. It's supposed to be on my other screen. Let's see. Let's share this. This is Jonathan finding. And for those of you who are in the fashion world, okay. If those of you want to subscribe, look at Amane Lasrat. All right. I just want to be on it and play it safe, just in case something comes back. So, what do you find out of this conversation, Jonathan?
Talking about the industry of what people are trying to do in all parts of Ethiopia, in the world, really, in what we consider Africa, and I'm surprised that you just kind of cut that off, but that's okay.
No, because you never know about the copyrights and stuff like that. I just don't
That's
want to.
no, that you kidding me? That's my no, that's me. So, oh, good.
Yeah.
Why did you cut that off, man?
No, the minute that I play somebody else's, I don't know the copyrights or whatever.
No, that's fine.
So whenever
Otherwise,
we place it, yeah, sometimes when
I would
we
never
play,
send you that. Yeah. Anyway, can we go back
no,
to it
no,
now?
we still can go back.
No, I'm still waiting. Yeah, go ahead.
There we go. Okay.
This is what we're talking about, right? What Africans need to do. This is just of what these people are doing and how many. Anyway, but yeah, this is fine. You can play it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent it. So.
Okay.
Blow it up to the real deal, bro.
Can you see it?
Yep. Where's that?
Question. Jonathan.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
This is an Addis?
This is my show, bro. Me and my sister show in Addis Ababa, yes.
No way.
Yeah, this is what I've been. Yeah. By the way, guess who was there?
Unbelievable. No wonder there's no.
Your show?
Anyway, so yeah.
Can
the boss of this channel was there as well, by the way. So yeah. Can go ahead? Like this is I keep forgetting how beautiful of the work these women and men are doing. You know, yeah. There's actually a man designer, by the way, with this. But yes, what did you stop this? Why?
No. Because I just want to ask, so the audience will understand also. With this.
So actually, yeah, and Mika was here, by the way. So
on this show.
Not this one. He was another night, but yeah, at this same week, the same like 4 days or whatever. But he was there. He was not at this show,
right?
But yeah, and he met my sister at that time. So like again, like what are we talking about? Yeah, but amazing. Like this is why I am such a very deep African. You know,
very much so.
Yeah,
that's why you're moving to
like, this is what we do. That we push to get. And actually, 3 of these, not this one specific designer, but 3 of them are right now here in New York. Our Ethiopian designers actually showcasing at New York Fashion Week as well. So thank God, you know, it's a long, many years of, you know, a lot of work. But thank God, you know. So thank God in the sense that these artists.
Not exactly the industry, because my sister.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. Yeah.
No, my sister
anyway,
was talking
you bought it now. Can we?
I'm Miss Ethiopia.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Yeah, in 1992.
So this was this year. And by the way, we have another one coming out in October, but that's a whole other story. Okay. We do it every year, so yeah. And I live here, mind you, but yeah.
Well, you should tell us things like that.
My sister is amazing. She's been doing. She runs. Yeah, SNN.
Share.
Yeah. And I'm so glad that. Yeah. Can you keep playing it now? Show them how it's done. Yeah.
There you go.
You have to tell people that it's all hand done. Every single stitch on that. Unbelievable. Yeah. Not hair. Unbelievable.
Wow, this is amazing.
What do I want? I want to know myself, and BetterHelp makes that possible. BetterHelp is an online therapy platform with a network of over 25,000 licensed therapists, making it easy to find a therapist that will meet you right where you are. All you have to do is fill out a quick questionnaire to tell them a little bit about yourself. What issues are you going through? And what do you want in a therapist?
I
Every
don't know
question
why
helps
you
the
keep.
platform
Could you
connect you with
pause
a
that?
licensed
Get rid of that
therapist that
video
can
now.
meet your individual
I hope
needs.
that.
And the price.
I hope that
Privacy that
as
BetterHelp
as
offers is
Africans that
invaluable.
what
Being
is
able
that?
to go to therapy in the comfort of my own home makes it possible for me to feel
Yeah, that was like.
Sorry about that.
No,
My
no, you're
sound
good.
went
No,
out.
no, I was just saying. It's like maybe I haven't
been watching, but it's like it's amazing. I mean, I wonder how would it be in the venue, but yeah, it's like so 3 different designers.
Jonathan.
No, that was actually just one designer.
Just
That
one.
was just one designer. But I don't know if you are very familiar with. Um, yeah, no, that was just one designer.
Okay.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's there is all the stuff that's happening and artistically what people are doing and so many things that so many people are doing in little ways, but in big ways, I think. But Hub of Africa is a huge deal, and I'm so thankful for. Sometimes when I see that, I'm like, oh, thank God, There's others, so many designers that you just saw one designer. So, but I don't think sometimes people understand that everything that you saw is hand weaved. Like it's not like some cotton that shit you buy, hand woven in Ethiopia. Every single details and everything, and it's a huge production as far as also that, but the designers and what they do and unbelievable. No, I don't think it gets enough credit. Unbelievable work they do, like I said. So thank God that we give them an opportunity to show up and do an amazing job. When they show up, their goods. Thank God. But if you've never been, I hope that you guys make it one of these days.
That's one of the things that the Israeli nation post when we get our meeting. These are the things that we want to expose because, again, this is part of the low hanging fruit because it's not about politics, it's not about economy, it's not about anything but the arts. Promoting the African arts, promoting the designers, get to understand um, these this clothing, you know, every single thread that being put together, and we know the work of Shamani, Shamani, which how much they put into that, and perfection, and actually, um, it's not just weaved, just like the way it's randomly. There's perfection, to be a good Shamani, and the quality of work that's been delivered, and then the designer will find such nice fitted. You understand? The thread itself uh, in the shamani world, when they weave the cloth itself, it is a process. I don't know if you remember. Of course, Nathan, when they uh, when they make those threads out of cotton, out of one spiral, one fetal after another, handmade from the beginning, from the cotton level, when they make the thread out of that cotton. In that process, you have so much bundle of those threads that goes to the shamani for him to create those beautiful dresses that you see. It's a long process. I don't know how can I explain you. Uh, I mean, yes, Jonathan, you brought that this fashion show, but the work behind those clothes, how they made. Uh, I'll give this kind of cloth, for me, if it is made any part of the Western world, these clothes that you see, they won't be less than $5,000. If you look at the labor that it took, it's all handmade. From the beginning of that cotton thread all the way to the shamani, from the shamani producing the whole thread put together. Then the designer picking it and design it into this fashion or art. It's not so told yet what each lady that be wearing those fetters, they were handmade. Does it make sense?
Yeah, definitely
You know,
does.
what do you think about it? It's fettel. You remember? You know fettel. It's fettel. They get a piece of cotton and start making a string out of that piece of cotton on their hand. And they, I wish I had a video to show that. I never recorded it, me personally, when they do that. My grandmother used to do that.
Hey, listen, I just sent it. Just sent you the video of. I know absolutely what you're talking about, but I thought it would be nice to just share when he was there for Hub of Africa the last time around.
Mhm.
So, go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Let me. There's a commercial. Let me share that. Because there was a commercial that showed up the first time that I played it, so I just carved that out. See?
It's a little embarrassing, actually, but go ahead.
There you go.
Today is very interesting day, all right? It's very interesting day because I have
Look at
been
his dressing.
invited to attend the fashion show, all right? The fashion show. I don't know if you guys have heard something about Hub of Africa. Hub of Africa. Very soon, you guys will know a lot about this Hub of Africa. But for today, I'll let you know that, guys, I've been invited. And I'm going there, the fashion show, to see local Ethiopian designers. You know, people who design what we're wearing. You see this, man? This is fashion. This is one of the ways you can actually unite the entire continent of Africa, because everybody wears something. You know, everybody wears something. And if we bring everybody together to celebrate beautiful artists and those who are making us look good, you know what I'm saying? I think we can unite our continent. So this Hub of Africa has been working with different designers across the continent of Africa, man. You can name any country and they've been working with them. And I think they've been doing an amazing work in uniting the continent in fashion side. And you're talking to your boy here, man. It's one Africa, all right? All sides. And we want to unite everybody everywhere, because Africa is a one big family with 54 different siblings. That's Africa. That's Africa we are talking about, man. And today I'm going to design, man. I'm going to see all these great designers and to see their work. So I cannot wait, guys. So go with me there. I think you'll be able to see just a little bit of what is happening. I'm not gonna share a lot, but just a little bit of what is happening, and I know you guys will love it. All right, let's go.
she do after 6 months of doing this? She's seeing all the changes that are happening. She says,
So guys, you've seen what has happened, a little bit of a recap of what has happened, and I want to share with you guys my experience of this event. This was my very first time to attend to a fashion show. I've never been to anyone before, right? It was the first time, and I was sitting there close. I would see all the models passing by, seeing the beautiful, amazing clothes that this African design are designing for our people. And just one thing was crossing to my mind, man, this is how you can actually unite Africa through branding, through clothing, because everybody wears something. Everybody wears something. So we all have a part to play in this big puzzle, which we say is Africa, right? And you have small puzzles that we come together. You have one Africa, you have half of Africa, you have this, you have media, you have all these people and all these organizations are coming together to form one powerful and amazing Africa. It's a time for African countries, it's a time for African organizations to cooperate, to collaborate, to partnering with one another to bring about unity. See what design can do to the continent. See what it can do. Everybody wears something. I'm here today, I'm wearing this Habesha clothes, you know what I'm saying? This is what design can do to people. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking good, man. Come on, let's just take a moment to appreciate my look today, all right? We have a big role to play in this, and I was just honored to be there. I had a conversation with the CEO of Hub of Africa. I was actually, you guys didn't hear what I was talking about. I was just appreciating what she's doing for the continent, for the culture. And also I was asking if I can have an opportunity to have an interview with her, because I would love to get to know her. I know there's a lot of young design out there who wants, they'll be inspired. There are people who wants to be, one day they want to present their product to the Hub of Africa show, you know what I'm saying? So I was just having a conversation, and hopefully very soon, guys, will be able to see that interview that we'll have and just communicate, man, to bring our continent together, because that's what matters. Our colors, our language, our countries, our tribes, our religion, it doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't matter. What matters is our unity, our love, our peace. That's what matters, man. And when you're at peace, when you are at peace, I am at peace. I say this so many times. If your neighbor is not at peace, you can't be at peace. If your neighbor is at peace, you can be at peace. And the only thing that I want to look for and search for is for more partnership, for more collaborations to bring Africa together. That's the first thing, man. And everything else will pay off. I don't receive any money. I don't make any money out of this, but I just want Africans to cooperate, to collaborate. I'm tired of seeing a lot of Africans doing the same thing, but they cannot work together. What the heck? It's a time to work together, man. Yes, we're doing the same thing actually in different ways. Some people are YouTubers. Some people are their own fashion companies. Some people their own media. And man, I want to be an example for that. Right now we are partnering with, Ars TV. And now hopefully, man, bringing together everybody together to have a united Africa. That's my role. That's my mission. That's what I've been called to do here on earth, to make sure that I see one Africa in my generation. Hashtag one Africa in our generation. Please continue to use that, because Africa is one big family with 54 different kids. That's what we do. That's what we do have. We have the same blood, African blood. We look different, but we share the same blood. We share the same land. And it's my privilege to share with my brothers and sisters from everywhere. It's my honor It's my honor to call you brother and to call you sister. It's my honor to be here in Ethiopia and to feel like home. I'm meeting people who they're just kind and amazing and loving. Sometimes I don't even want to go outside because I'll meet people, the way they'll greet me, the way they will hug me, the way they'll address to me, and I'm feeling overwhelmed. I feel like, man, I have a lot to do, man. I haven't done anything yet. I haven't done anything yet. This is Africa we need. It's not about me, man. It's not about, I'll tell you this, guys. Man, sometimes I share my personal stories, but people, they connect with you when they know what is going on with you. That's why people, they don't connect with robots, because they're going to share their feelings. We need to connect. We need to know that at the end of the day, I'm just a normal human being, just a normal human being. I'm not special than you. We are all special in different ways. I believe that with everything I got in my blood. And I hope you do too. Because God, who created me, created you.
If your dog eats grass, do the
Amazing clip. I've seen it before, but Jonathan, AJ, you still there?
Yeah. I was just watching the
I also
amazing
can hear
fashion show.
you. I'm so like honestly speaking, like outside of the whole entire thing, we've been doing this for so long, and I'm so glad that I can share this with you guys. It's just one little small video, but I'm so thank you for showing the whole entire video. By the way, Biggie, but you get the point.
Absolutely. This is how we get to know each other, and then especially we were talking about it recently to bring fashion shows as they happen. Artists across Africa, incredible artists that are out there in Africa. Can you imagine before it goes on sale to somewhere else, having that heritage within the continent, sharing each other's art? You know, the fact that you are in Nigeria, Cameroon, you say, "Oh, I got this scarf from Ethiopia. This is, it's an Ethiopian scarf." An Ethiopian on the other side, "Oh, this is Cameroon scarf." Branding it within Africa, promoting it within Africa, because our art and our clothing, our fashion. Remember, I told you about Gucci, right? When Gucci started up, they started with the African purses, and they rebranded it within their name, because we had pictures. In fact, there are boutiques in Ethiopia. Everything is a handmade bag, an incredible bag. And if you're gonna brand those, if you're gonna make it a really uh, a fashion, what kills the African fashion, the old that was like, oh, you're gonna be making just clothes, because the clothing industry, people need clothing, and those clothing, the fact that they go to a store, buy it, and it can be made in China, but it's a Levi's, it's a Wrangler, it's branded other brands. But imagine if we focus again, say, why should we import? We can export even better quality, better clothing, better clothing, better shoes, because we have the ability. And in fact, we have a lot of shoe designers in Africa that produces unlimited uh, budget. So they produce so much and they sell so much, basically become a very unique shoes that was made for very few. When it goes by the million uh, residents. So now by promoting those and promoting each other, we can do a serious impact on the economy, because now we're sharing our value, our tradition, our culture, And that gives more pleasurable enjoyment as we brand them. We can give them different names. You can call it Kilimanjaro brand. You can call it any the Nile brand. We have natural places that we can brand them, and they are known in Africa, and the world knows the areas, and branding them among ourselves. And instead of being imported, we should be exporters. Each single African land should be exported, not imported, because the natural resource comes from us. So, what do you think, AJ?
Oh yeah, I mean it's kind of impressive. Just imagine, you know, when folks collaborate and start creating. Like, it always intrigues me when something is portrayed on your own unique way. What do I mean by that? It's even in music, like a Nigerian, musician, a drummer playing Ethiopian stuff. I mean, I've experienced it. It's something they bring into a culture that is different. So vice versa. So the same thing. So these collaborations. I mean, I imagine when people from different cultures, designers start to bring their ideas together, what kind of thing would come out of it? You can just picture and imagine it in your. So that's like so
I
that's
think
something that needs to be explored further. And look at if you look at it like the cultures we have, like so so much colorful, so much diversity. But then again, you also see that the unity and the oneness of these cultures and experiences at the same time being expressed creatively by different minds. So that always is a stepping stone, kind of gives encouragement because that these are the early manifestations of unified identity that we have been all aspiring for. Uh, so yeah, these are the actually the building blocks of unity. Just collaborating across uh, and whatever. So it will be a huge growth as far as being creative and not just for external consumptions, but being able to accept and take part in somebody's creation that's a dress that's made, and that when it's made there was no energy, because these are handmade, so that means there were less consumption of energy that again destructs the, the climate aspect of the world comes into play. So these organic ways of life, as we can see it, are becoming the focal point of humanity as we go forward as well. So definitely this is the way, and it will be. I mean, the branding, I don't have a lot to say on that because there's all kinds of ideas that can be put in there. But just the fact that these are made by people, so we don't have to have these. I mean, of course, there's going to be machinery, but being able to make it to the optimal levels is also is a huge thing on and on off by itself. I mean, so that could be pushed into the
Not say
marketing as well.
anything.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have. You should. I think sometimes you just not say anything at all. I get it. It's horrible.
Yeah.
You know,
But I mean, but that's it's beautiful, man. It's very encouraging, though.
Thank God for that. I agree. I
and
agree.
like anything else, you know, whenever there's an artist that's coming with a lot of ideas, a lot of design, a lot of uh, uh, things that they do, an artist, uh, there's certain quality about artists, they see things differently than the everyday person, and they show things and possibilities. They're very unique on the way the expressions and the delivery of what they produced, and the final product is just uniquely really from that specific artist. uh, New things that comes out, creativity, the new way of doing things comes from that specific special person that's been created and delivered in such a beautiful way. Sometimes makes you wonder on how that creativity comes along with such unique way to
Well,
share.
creativity is also a little bit of everything that takes into account. I think somebody just said on the side note about Ana Gitana. Let me tell you, Ana Gitana is amazing in so many ways because she's actually in Ethiopia doing amazing things. But there are others that would also take advantage of being African and take advantage of being African. And I'm not naming names, and everybody does it different ways. Ana Gitana is amazing. Honestly, you're absolutely right. I can see it right now. She was a supermodel back in the 80s, but Ana Gitana is actually doing something. Actually, she back home, living in back home and doing stuff like amazing things. And good for her. And so yeah, you're absolutely right. Not just as a fashion designer, and I think those are the things that we always we have to call it out when it's wrong. And there are African people that are also taking advantage of bullshit, And I'm sorry, but I'm a big fan of other people. I'm not gonna name them, and you know who I'm talking about. Like, no, you're taking advantage. That's what you're doing, and selling shit for like $700 for a scarf. What normally in Ethiopia would cost like $5. And no, 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 no. And you have to call them out. At least, if you don't call them out, at least understand the fact that it's not no. Um, I think within the industry, all of us have to be very aware of the fact that there are people that will take advantage of being African, the artistry of African, everything. And there was something that I just listened to a, a couple of weeks ago about African musicians. And okay, wait, yeah, well, you're taking advantage of what Afrobeat is right now, and they're recording with. Why is it because you have to record with a white person? Like for Afrobeat to be a big thing, and I don't think that is fair for us to call them out into that kind of specific way. But like there are some that are just honestly being African that are not really honestly really helping Africans. Instead they're selling out. I get that. There's a difference though. Ana Gaetana is an amazing, amazing person in what she's doing. But trust me, they're just as bad as sell out. I'll call them sellouts because they will never go back and actually help. They will never. But they're still selling them out because they're manufacturing there or whatever. Or they're doing stuff that you have to call them out for it. And I don't think that you should just be. I personally am not the type of person that would allow those people to get away with it. Yeah. Ana Gaetana, yeah. But trust me, there are some out there that are just absolutely abusing and abusing. No. And call them out.
Yeah, I mean, there's always those that really sell out, and again, they look to opportunity on the selling out, but that's short lived. But the art part of that design part, and that as well picking up about 5, 6 kids along with you and getting that part of art to be experienced across the continent or across the regional area that you live in, again, using regional, and at the same time encouraging that there's nothing wrong because a lot of things comes with the pressure of the family uh, when you want to learn fashion, and the family will say, "What do you mean fashion?" You understand? There's a question on what you're going to be studying, what you're going to be doing, and in fact, it limit uh, our
Don't
younger
get me
generation.
started. I'm talking about Leah Kabeda, for example, right? That she's a sellout. I'm sorry.
Mm,
No. Hell no. Don't do that. Like
mm,
it's so obvious you're taking advantage of everything that is happening. No, I don't like that. Because listen, Leah Kabeda is an amazing model. I can absolutely get that. She has a company. I get it. It's money though for her. But I can tell the difference because she will never go back and help the locals.
mm.
That's not the case for every designer, but you have to call people out that are not doing their job. I mean, meaning like you honestly are taking advantage. You're not actually really doing anything that is really honestly helpful for the people that are there. I'm sorry, it's the truth. For me, Leka Perez is like I love her as a model. Don't get me wrong. Not a big fan because I honestly generally believe that she's actually taking advantage of the people of Ethiopia. Period. Because I see it happening. Because there's so many designers that are actually doing the job that normally happens there. But that's fine. I get it. But I don't think necessarily she's a good human being. Not a human being. Okay, maybe me rephrase that. Oh my God, that sounds horrible. No, I really don't think that she's actually a very good brand. Let me put it that way. It's completely different. It's not the same. It really is not the same. The way that others would do. You do have a responsibility within the industry. Nigerians sometimes they have their own issues as well. The Ghanaians do the same thing, but like, oh my God, are you kidding me? No, that I can see it, I can feel it. It's just there. It's something there that is not real. It's not genuine. And then when at least if I see it, I'll call it out. You know, and I don't think that is mean necessarily in that person because God knows what their life is. That I have no understanding why they do what they do, and how they do. And good for that person, but don't forget, it's still selling this brand called Ethiopia. You know, and as much as it's great, I don't necessarily think that she's really being a very good representative of the pushing designers and da, da, da. There is a kind of a limit about how people are engaged, right? So you can call it out. I can call it out. because I can see it in so many different ways. Not just in the fashion industry, but sometimes even in the medical field. Yeah, in so many different in so many different ways. But like you have to call them out, and I don't think it's fair to just sit there and just say nothing at all. As if at least are they doing something great for Africa? Absolutely. I can never ever disregard that. And actually, to be thank God they're doing well. But the fact that you're selling a shawl from Ethiopia, I know for a fact that you just made it for like $5 and you're selling for 700. No, there's a problem. I think there is a problem. You have to call it out.
Well, Jonathan, when it comes to that kind of business, like I told you, our clothing should sell about $5,000. Okay, I mean, for God's sake, our kitful is what now? $14, $15, to the max. That produce is supposed to be this steak tartare. Go and try to find a steak tartare. It costs about $30, $35. Okay, don't forget how the kebe is made. Don't forget how the barbary, I mean the mitmita is made. This thing, when you look at it, when you look all these people that put it together compared to the open market, actually, for her to sell it to that price is set a standards. You understand? The profit is good, but at the same time, you know, uh, everybody's entitled to make a profit. Everybody, and specifically when it comes $5 is selling it for 700. If you have $7 and you can spend that kind of money, so be it. But at the same time, remember that there are certain goodwill that she does too behind that. You understand? Everybody, the way they set their career. You have a speaker man that's going to walk into a room, he's going to be paid $200,000 just because he talked, because he's known, he's famous. So behind that $700, there are so many people that's going to chop down that $700. Down the line, there's people that's promoting, that's putting it together for her. It's not something that she picks up a shawl and, oh, okay, I'm going to sell it for $700.
Well, I don't know.
To
You
get
know
to that
what?
level.
I think it's not. I think you completely misunderstood. Maybe I'm okay with that, but you're making it ridiculously unfair. It's not really honesty. It's like I'm actually posting it here so you can see. Go and so that way you see what I'm talking about. It's insanity. Like it's not true. It's not the way it works. Really, honestly. It really it's unfair. Hold on. Maybe I may have. I mean, I don't even have to tell you. I mean, you guys can just go look it up, right?
Mhm.
Look up Lum shit. Like I understand that there is the Lum stuff that I just posted. You have to be honest. There is no way. There is no way. I know how this works. These are shamanios, okay?
Right.
And so for you to sell a scarf for $400, $500, which is just because you have good for you. I get it. And you are telling the fact that it is, oh, handmade in Ethiopia. I get all of that. I get all of that. Don't get me wrong when I say that. And good for her. I'm happy for her. But you have to also think about the fact that all this stuff is actually costs her nothing. Right? And so these people that are not her, right? Not her, but using shamane to make the same kind of stuff, they have to compete with this person that is selling, this. Is it fair? Can you even compete? You can't, right? So not the quality is not the same or the clothing is not the same. But yeah, but that means that you must be doing something wrong. The name, the brand, good for you. And that's where we want to go, right? Like with designers. But there is somewhere in between. There is a mixture of a problem. There really is a problem. Because there is no way, there is no freaking way that this costs what you're charging for. It's insanity. And for Ethiopians, it's so impossible. Hand woven, the same kind of people that are doing it. Is it because that she has the name? Maybe I'm complaining for the designers, but I honestly generally believe that is unfair. But I see it differently.
Yeah. How much do you think an iPhone costs to make it?
An iPhone?
Yeah.
An iPhone is an iPhone. You cannot like compare
How
iPhone
much
to
does it? No,
a
no. How
woman.
much does it cost?
$1,000.
Hell no. It's $50, but they sell it for $1,000.
Most iPhones are about $1,000 today. The new iPhones are.
$50 to make it. By the time it reaches the retail value, it's going to be $1,000 with all the chips. That's what the cost is. So, in order to get to that level, what is it made? Made in China. Cheap labor. Yes, people take advantage. That's your money. Like I said, that scarf, if you look at it from the beginning of the fettle all the way to the shamani and all the way to the designer that designed it to make it to that uh, to that shape and turn. Before it gets out, it should be more than $700. But you know it doesn't sell for $700 because the
Yeah,
labor.
sometimes I think that I have to be careful what I say because I know the bigger picture of everything, and I think Liliana said something that was so true right there. She's selling it to rich people. I get it, yeah, and like I said the other day, that there are so many designers that are going to New York, and God, I wish them the best. But it's
Not to-
no,
Liliana, it's so funny. She said it. She's selling it for the Ferengi.
Ferengi, yeah, I know. That's what I said. I get it. Yeah, and so there
Yeah,
are
the way she said it, it was so funny. I didn't hear that in a long time.
no, it's
Ferengi.
true, and she's absolutely right. I shouldn't be judged. I'm not being a judgmental person, but sometimes I just get angry. Like I think it's so unfair, knowing what it costs to make it and then sell it, and then it's also being shut down for so many other designers. And maybe I'm being very yeah, Liliana. What is her name? Liliana, right? Like yeah. I
Mhm.
apologize for your. What did she say? Selling it to rich white Ferengis.
Leah.
Fine. Yeah, and good for them. And I should let them do. If they cannot, then that's their problem, right? If they cannot sell it to the rich Ferengis. But
It's like this, the when it comes out, any product that comes out from Africa,
you know what we're doing?
really,
Just so you
we're
know, the
not.
whole entire fashion industry, by the way, right now, what we're doing in Ethiopia, and honestly, this is what is happening, is that we're trying to actually teach the fact that they have not only teach them to manufacture and dress each other. We cannot force people to wear traditional stuff. You don't go around wearing. Everybody wears jeans. Everybody wears a t-shirt. Everybody wears whatever. That's traditionally what is normally like what people are wearing. But what we're trying to do is that at least in Ethiopia and with the designers, and what we're telling them is like, please at least make clothing that people can wear every day, make it affordable so that people can actually wear those things. And it's not only in Ethiopia, but in Africa in general. So all of Africa right now, that's what we're trying to do. And that's what Hub of Africa is trying to do. Thank God. Even the designers that are showcasing at Hub of Africa this year in October, if they're not manufacturing in Africa, which was done anyway in the past, that's not a new thing. Unless you're manufacturing and dressing, like if it's not a regular, don't even come show. We only have designers that showcase for Africa to Africa, and uh, and and that will always be eventually that is going to be the only way that we can be sustainable, right? So if even if you want to wear jeans, it has to be made in Ethiopia or somewhere at least regionally. So all of Hub of Africa that we do, and we've been doing for years, again, it's always been Hub of Africa for a reason. It's always been called that. Thank God, sometimes we don't realize how important that is because the waste of energy to even import clothing, right? So the Chinese make stuff or whatever, we don't want that anymore. And now we have Indian companies that are making jeans for example, which is the predominantly normal worn thing in cities.
Bangladesh.
So we want to make sure that it's made within, or at least within the region, so we don't have to import it. And then even the clothing, the basic clothing stuff, how cheap can we make the normal stuff? And I'm telling you, even the local, the people that actually spend a lot of money on clothing, they're finally realizing they do not want to spend money on imported stuff. They want to keep it traditional but up to date. And thank God that is happening. And what Half of Africa is trying to do is teach the designers that, and the designers are doing that. All the African designers are doing that, and it has taken 10 years. We've been doing this for, actually, I said 10, 13 years at this point, actually. Thank God, and they are finally. And it's not because that they only want to do it, but you have to be able to do it and make it affordable and all of that. And thank God, it's a process. It definitely is a process, but at least I promise you, in the next 4 years, finally, at this point, compared to back in the day and now, it's a huge difference. Most of Ethiopians are wearing Ethiopian clothing, meaning they're buying stuff locally made. Right? So they really are. They really are. They will wear the tops, the t-shirts even that are made in Ethiopia, for example. And that's where it's going to get further and further and further away from transportation of clothing.
And Jonathan, like you said, let me give you this little funny analogy that I have. Okay, the clothing is made in bir, right? So everything that is made is based on the bir, and the minute that bir goes out of the country, suddenly it become $1, suddenly become euro. Because to export that, to transport that, the transport is more than what the bir is. And automatically you see that you've really taken out on the export. What you get in return is not the same. Because the transport is there. Imagine it took you 100 bir to make that specific scarf or t-shirt. The minute it gets on the airplane and pack, it become $100 or 100 euro. As it goes and expand, there are a lot of sugar suckers on the other side. Oh, I think we can, for the profit, you have to triple the price. Now that little scarf that started with 100 bir became $100. And then now by the time it gets a hit, it becomes, the same, this is crazy. When I said, whenever you export those, they automatically be calculated in dollar. And they're very competitive with other product that they can compare it. So when you said dress up with your local production, yes, if you really look at in Africa, a lot of the local that cannot afford the imports, they have traditional clothes, or you have a tailor that makes your clothing. It can be short, it can be pants, So they kind of complement each other. It's just
I don't know. We've been told that we actually have to. If I had it my way, I'd be naked all the time because I hate wearing anything. That the less the better
me,
for me. But you know
me,
what I'm
me
trying to
too.
say is like, people are in Africa are just gonna be wearing clothing. I get it. But at least if you're gonna wear your fucking goddamn clothing, make sure that it's made locally. That's all that matters.
Yes.
Don't tell people what it should look like, and thank God and who's making it. And
Yes.
it is a process. The fashion is so important. Trust me, actually Africans have been and continue to be the head of the industry right now. I mean, I'm a little concerned actually because not only because of the clothing itself and where they're getting all their inspiration, they come to Africa, but even from the models, the models are Africans. They're going to the deepest, the blackest people they can find, which I find a little disturbing a little bit. But that's I understand. Thank God, finally you understand how beautiful we are. I get it. But don't get me wrong. We now, the industry within Africa, we've been doing this for the last 20, 30 years. Finally, we are like, no. And they're coming. And I'm telling you, and thank God, there are so many of them that are generally good. They honestly are looking at you saying, how can we help you? Right? Like, for example, with Hub of Africa, I will tell you, Vogue Italia is amazing, amazing, amazing. They've been coming every single year, covering it. Not just only covering it, we talk every day. The head of Vogue, I've been having conversation with for years at this point. For example, and they generally understand what it is. It's so the weirdest thing is like, oh my god, it took you this long, but we're not stupid either, right?
Mhm.
So Africa itself is talking to each other. So it's not just Ethiopia by itself, but they're talking with South Africa. We're talking to Nigeria, and we're like trying also to understand like how do we, as Africans, own our not just own our industry, but also be um, self-sustaining. And it's completely different than what the fashion industry used to do in the back in those days. Sustainable development in general.
Mm.
And thank God. And it's not an easy thing. It's always like so many different kind of ways that we're looking at it. And um, like I said, I'm so thankful because the designers themselves understand that. And all of a sudden, the whole entire, the world is actually looking at Africa right now in the industry of creativity in general. That's not the first time, but like they really are. Look at Afrobeat. Like we can talk about music, culture in general. It's not a new thing. They always been looking at us when it comes to culture because it's a beautiful thing, and thank God, and we should be thankful. I don't think that is a negative thing. And how you own it, and how you know, how you develop it, and how you make sure that it's not being a fad, because eventually it could become a fad, meaning like, oh my God, it's just for a couple of years, and here we had a fun with it. Let's go. We're over it. That's not it for us. For Africans, it's much deeper because we understand in Ethiopia or in Nigeria or in all these bigger populations, and I hope for the whole of the continent, is the fact that not only politically, even culturally, that we have to make sure that thank God our local people know it is their own life that they have to live with, And the artists, all of them, whether it's fashion, whether it's about music, whether it's about even sometimes even political, and I hate to say it, but it's true, but that's the other part of it I sometimes do not want to talk about. But yeah, all those things are now, it's happening right now. Africa is like literally finally trying to figure out how do we even talk about Africa. And I just talked about this the other day. I'm sorry, oh my God, I'm gonna go a little bit off topic, but the
Yeah,
idea,
let's give a chance to
yeah.
AJ. AJ's before his Bluetooth goes off on us.
Sorry,
AJ,
sorry, go ahead. Don't give
I
me
disagree.
the the Nigerian stuff. Go
A
ahead,
little
AJ.
bit, a little bit input. AJ, you still there? Adis.
Yeah. I'm here.
Yeah, a
Yeah,
little
no,
bit
no. I was
input.
just listening because it's such an interesting topic. Um, so yeah, what happens when people like come up with their different ideas together? That I think that's when things will start happening. I mean, in any areas. I mean, creativity always starts with the individual for sure, and then sometimes it's complete, sometimes it's not complete. So you just hold on to it and until you meet the right people, and then it becomes a collaboration, and then it becomes bigger than what you imagined it to begin with. And I think that's what makes it interesting. Sometimes small ideas we think are not that significant. Through time and working with others will make them bigger and stronger and more visible, and something that has value in it. I think that's what you were mentioning about just because simply whatever we take on is a benefit, like stuff that we take for free. Because of this abundance of cultures we have, and we can always, take and make it on our own. But then I 100% agree with you. You have to pay back, and if possible with making those that are involved somehow beneficiary into in the long term. So that means you've changed, you've done something that's monumental, and then this will keep growing. And so these are the ideas that need to be promoted more. And sometimes as there are so many artists, successful ones out there that do their bid and are conscious in this area, but there are those that they're good images and out there, but don't really sometimes there's restrictions, so many things, but still, that in my opinion, it's not a it's a done deal. I mean, if there are ways like something like what you guys are doing, like the Horn Hub of Africa. I mean, sometimes these entities would need to be engaged in such ways so that they come to such awareness, and two, they could start throwing pennies into the into the jar, so that they can start going this route. So it's always that's always a way to bring back the ones that are could have done a lot but are not doing, but still because at the end of the day you have your consciousness with you. So in that regard, I
Oh my
think
God, thank you
it's
for saying that. At the end of
in
the
that
day, it's
regard,
about consciousness. It's so true. It's so true.
right.
No?
Right. So we can always, as long as the right platforms are there. I think mostly it's because of risks, because people don't want to risk their comfort for something that
Sustaining
they
their
don't want
whatever comfort
their
zone is.
whatever. Yeah, so it's but I mean, it's like you don't have to really show them that the other side is not all hell. Anyways, there are ways, but so these have to be like the first few ones will be difficult, but once folks see like, oh, it can be done. Okay, I can still do this and still
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah,
Kind of that kind of
exactly.
mentality
Yeah.
bring about more into the hut. You know, you could
And
just
that
make
doesn't
adjustments.
happen like overnight, by the way. It's a lot of work for them individually. Like I know it's not easy, you know. And then it's also like also individually is one thing, but also community-wise doing it together. Like I just said, the fact that all these designers that are in New York right now, I'm telling you right now, such a huge deal for like I think there's 7 of them. Unbelievable, but it didn't happen over day. You know, I mean, it just happened for them also doing what they had to do. It's just so I'm so proud of them. You know, it really it is amazing for me to watch them over the time. You know, and the ones that are local, right, helping and working together, and how united they are. I mean, we should really be very proud of them. And again, of course, is they keep happening to be women. I don't know, but we have to be very, very respectful of women because they just happen to be, and I always look at them. I'm like, oh my god. Um, I really am not making this shit up. Really, honestly, I complained about one person that just is greedy and does her thing on the side, but on the other way, on the whole entire thing, what these other Ethiopians have been doing, even in the middle of COVID, for example, they all got together and they started making masks for free, and they were literally all these designers started in Ethiopia. I'm talking about. They were making masks and giving it out for free on the streets everywhere. And this is what they do, you know, and you have to be so proud of the industry within locally that take care of each other. And I'm so proud of them for to be in and what they are today, like unbelievable. Um, you have to give them
You're
credit.
cracking. Yeah,
Am I cracking? Okay.
yeah, your mic is going off again. Just to point out, Liliana put it, it's sad how they dump secondhand clothes from America and Africa. I watched a documentary about the pollution called by this problem in Ghana. Beautiful beaches turned to a landfill. That's that's another thing that all the secondhand that comes in to help Africa and everything else. When you really think about it, is you know, yes, it's a good cause to help Africa in that part of clothing or whatever. But at the same time, at the end, when that clothes is secondhand and it gets all raggedy, you use it for different things. You wipe things with it and all that. But at the end, it becomes another burden because that country didn't produce that much of this clothes. Now you got the excess clothes that or excess trash now, and you don't have a place to really incinerate it or even to incinerate it takes other products to build a fire, and it becomes a problem. It's so amazing that yes, it was a donation or given to a different part of U.S. and then now it becomes a problem. It's so sad. It must be so much that where really you get to pollute the beaches and turning into a landfill. But it's sad. But guess who's coming in?
Oh my God, I see an S. I see an S. I'm sorry. By the way, Karta, Kadim, I keep cutting off. If I did
Right.
not finish up my statement, I think that he got my
Right.
point, but yeah, right.
Right.
So who's S?
What finger Shamani is here.
Shamani? What does that mean?
Oh, you're the one that gave him the guard. You even gave him the whole alphabet.
Hello, guys. Hello.
What up?
Matarasha Yazo.
Okay.
Remember?
Oh yeah, that's the one that with the language. Okay.
He just joined.
Habari Sana. Habari.
By the way, since we're like, can we start with like just one word? And can we start with that?
And is
Yeah.
one.
Okay.
And is
Hulat.
Hulet. Wait, we just hopping right in it?
We're gonna do 5, yeah. And
Okay, all right, cool. All right. And
Hulat.
Hulet.
Hulat. Sost.
Sost.
Arat.
Arat.
Amist.
Amist.
Go back. And Hulat.
Hulet.
Sost.
Sost.
Arat.
Arat.
Amist.
Amist or omnist?
Amist. Amist.
Omnist.
Go ahead, do it again. And Hulat. Sost. Arat. Amist. And
Huret. Sost.
Arat.
Arat.
Amist.
Omnist.
Good job. One more time. And
Huret. Sost. Huret. Sost.
Arat.
Arat.
Amist.
Omnist.
It's gonna make your whole life easier just saying that, because then, like, say Asr,
Asir.
Hamsa.
Hamsa.
What is Hamsa? Think about what you just said before.
Hamsa.
Like in
Hamsa.
Like Amist. Hamsa.
So Amis is 5, right? So Hamsa is 15. Get it?
Hamsa.
And if I say Arba,
That's what,
Arat,
20?
right? No,
11?
Arat. Arba.
So Arba is 40.
40.
So it's just kind of very similar to Latin, and I think you are into the Latin language, which I hope that we have to kind of get you away from that. But so can we go back and start from the beginning? And Hulet. Sost. Arat. Amist. Asr. 10.
Asir.
Haya.
Hayam.
Haya. Haya.
Hayam.
Haya. Arba. I just skipped Salasa, by the way, because 3 is Sost. Hamsa. Meto.
Meto.
Meto means
That's
just
100.
100. Yeah. So I will let's start from the beginning. And Hulet. Hulet. Sost. Arat. Amist. Sadist. Sabat. Cement. Zeteng. Zeteng. No, Naka. Zeteng.
With the T.
Asr. Good job. Well done. Asr.
It's quick. It's a quick learner.
Yeah, I got that.
It's
So starting here.
Which is awesome.
So
I'm getting a little bit of Isulu and Arabic within the pronunciation, so
Yeah.
it's a little.
okay, do it again. And hulat
hulet
sost.
And hulet sost.
Go back and start it again. And hulat sost. And hulat sost. Sost, yeah. And hulat sost.
And
hulat sost.
sost.
Arat
amist
sadist sabat cement zatang zatang. There you go. Asr. And then you go back to ant. Asrahand. See, you go back to asra. It's just saying the 10 part of it. And then you go at and. Asrahand means 10 and 1. Asrahand.
Asra and Asra
hulet. Remember, yeah. Asra sost.
Asra sost.
Asra arat. Asra mist.
Asra
Get it?
mist.
Yeah. So as long as you know to 10, you're good to go. So let's go back to and
hulet sost. Amnist.
Arat.
Arat.
Amnist.
Amnist.
Let's go back. Go back to 10 now. Asrahand.
Asrahand.
Go ahead. Asra hulat. Next, right?
Wait. Okay, so Asran, that's 10.
11.
Count to 5.
And hulet sost.
Arat.
Amnist.
Stop it right there. And then start 10 now, right? Asra and yeah.
Asra hulet.
Yes.
Yep.
Asra sos.
There you go. Asrarat. And what's the next one?
Asrahant.
Amnist.
Amnist. Okay.
That's amnist.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So if you know the 10, then you'll be good. Do it again. And hulet
sost.
Arat
and amnist.
Do it again.
Arat amnist.
No, start from the beginning. And
hulet sost. Arat amnist.
Okay. You ready for the next one? Sadist.
We're talking 6, right?
Yep. And always remember, Sabat is the easiest one because it's the most religious thing. Sabat is, the
Sabat.
Right? Yeah, Sabat.
An
Hulat.
An hulet sost. Arat amnist.
Very nice.
Keep going. Sadist. Yeah. And what happens on the 7th day of the week?
Sabat.
Yeah. Sabat. Yeah. And then cement.
cement.
ዘጠኝ
ዘጠኝ
አስር
አስር
Okay, now go back to count the whole thing. And
Yep. Hulet.
Yep.
Sostes.
Yeah. Cobas. Okay.
And Hulet Sost.
Arat.
Amnest.
Good. Go back. Start from the beginning. Go ahead.
And Hulet Sos. Arat Amnest.
Go on. Remember what we just talked about? Sadist. Then, yeah, and then?
And Sabat.
Yeah, nice.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Keep going.
Cement. Me after that. Yeah. Keep going. Zatang.
Cement, setang. Cement, setang.
Aser.
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 Go back to the beginning. And come on, you can do it. And
Hulet.
Yeah.
Sost. Arat. Amnis. Saret.
De. Sadist. Yeah.
Okay. And Hulet. Sost. Arat. Amnis. Sadist. Sabat.
Nice.
Me. So then you go to the M. Just remember the M, the letter M, and it will remind you me. So me.
Cement. Okay. All right.
Okay. And then the other one, za with a Z. Zatange.
Zatange.
No, Zatang, which is 9.
Zatang.
Zatang. Yeah. And then the last one is Asr. Like to be like completely. Yeah, okay. So go back. Start from the beginning.
And Hulet. Sost. Arat. Amnest. Sadist.
Guys.
Sabat.
Cement.
Zatang.
Yes. Yeah.
Zatang and
Aser.
Now you have to say to go to 11 and forward. You say Asra and then you say all the other letters, right? So do the 10 first. So let's go back again. And
Hulet.
Sos.
Arat. Is it ha or a?
Arat.
Okay.
Arat.
And Hulet. Sost. Arat. Amnes. Sadist. Sabat.
Yes.
Cement.
Yeah. Zatang.
Okay.
And Aser.
Oh, well done. Okay. So now you go Asrahan. Okay, so you take Asr, right? So and then you just add the numbers. Asrahan. So always O. Asra means and. Just say Asra and, Asra Hulat, Asra Sost, Asra Rat. So if you know the first 10 numbers, then you're good to go. Go back from the beginning. And
and, hulet, sost, arat, amnis, sidis, sabat, cement, zating, aser.
Now go Asra and
Astra and, Astra ulet,
God.
Astra sos,
Nice.
Astra arat, Astra Astra amnis, Astra sidis, Astra sabat, Astra cement,
Wow.
Astra ziteng,
No.
Astra
No.
ziteng,
Astrazeteng, you go Astrazeteng and you say higher.
Higher.
hein,
Higher.
Higher
haya,
and
haya and, haya, hulet, haya hulet, haya sost, haya hayarat, haya what is it? Amnis, haya amnis, haya sidist, haya sabat, haya cement, haya haya zating, and
Salasa.
No, Salasa. Now you change.
And then you go back and then what's
And
next?
then Salasa.
Salasa and then what?
salasa and, salasa ulet.
There you go. It's
done.
Salasa, Salasa, let's go. Salasa sauce.
Salasa sauce. Are we going all the way to 100 here? Like,
No, but honestly, I'm very proud of you, man. It's not an easy thing to do. But once you know the 10, then it's just so it's a haya, salasa, arba, hamsa, silsa, saba, samania, zetana, meto. If you can do that, then
So let's go with Zatana. Can you count from Zatana to Metal?
Are you really gonna
from
put
90?
like that? That's so
Yeah,
funny.
let's see.
All right.
Zatana and go ahead.
okay. Zatana and, Zatana hulet, Zatana and, Zatana za or sa?
Za. With a Z.
Zatana and, Zatana ulet, Zatana sauce, Zatana rat, Zatana amnes, Zatana sidis, Zatana. Don't tell me.
Sabat.
Jeez Louise.
Oh my god, that's not really cheesy.
Zatana sabat, Zatana cement, Zatana
Zatang.
Zatang.
And then metal.
Metal.
That's 100.
Metal.
And then what happened? The next one after metal.
Well, first of all, don't confuse them because there's different kinds of metals. There's antimetal,
just to make you understand.
metal, so yeah. Metal is not a number, by the way. Antimetal is a number. Antimetal means 100.
Right.
Yeah. Don't say metal because I know we kind of anyway.
And metal is that? Okay.
Metal is 100.
Right. Metal and.
Metal and metal. Meto and, meto hulet, meto sos, meto arat, meto amnes, meto sedis, meto sabat, meto cement, meto zatang, and
Hulat meto.
hulet meto.
No.
Keep calling it hulat meto.
You know, figure
Well
that
done,
about
by
it.
the way.
About it.
Good job, bro.
You got Liliana that said, "This is good job. Now you can go haggle price at the market." 'Cause-
No, it's not an easy
because,
thing. You know,
because
numbers
you
are
got the
the most
number.
easiest.
You know when somebody says it, and now you're gonna tell them, "No, Sama,
It's easier to count in Swahili, you know. Safuri, Mbili. What is it? No. Moja Mbili, Tatu, Nne, Tano, Site, Saba.
Is it Saba? It's still there.
Nane, Tisa.
That's all.
All right, can I teach you
What was the last
something
one?
before? Like, I'll have to teach you a few things. Are you ready?
Go
Because
ahead.
Swahili is Swahili. So I'm not going to teach you everything. I'm going to just teach you the first three, or actually four, of the lines. Imagine consonants on one side, like straight down. And like there's going to be letters that go straight down. And then on the side there, the vowels, okay?
I seen the
And
chart.
so you have. So you know about how to do the whole entire thing, the A, U, I, A, E, O, or you know.
I know
Because we
each consonant goes through the
Right.
7 lines.
All right,
You
fine.
got
I'm
the
gonna
power.
give you one letter, and then can you do it? G.
Okay, you got to give me the 7 vowels one more time so I can hear them.
I'm not going to do that because you said you know. I am just giving you the main.
No.
You can do it. You can do it, bro. G. Go.
Ga, gu, gi, ge, ga,
Okay.
ge,
G.
ge,
It's a A, U, I, A, E, O.
a, u, I, a,
A, E, O.
e, a, e, I,
A.
o. A,
Good.
u,
There you go.
I, a,
A,
e,
E, O.
I, o.
Now do like put your tongue and say It's one of the most
Ka,
difficult letters, but a very important letter in our alphabet.
ka, ku, ka,
No,
ku, ki,
no, no. Oh my God, this is not like
With
we're
the
not
T.
trying to be animals here. Like
With the,
oot,
yeah,
te,
they start with T. It's more like T.
not what we were doing earlier. Not this.
No, not
Tu, ti,
nice. Right.
Go ahead.
tu, ti, tu, ti, ta,
Hey.
ti, tu.
Oh.
And I'll tell you a word that we use those kind of words. He عارف أبا. So there we use those words, right? So is a very important word. Use wa. You start from you start from
Okay. Give me the vowels again. You gotta give me the vowels again, man.
No, the vowels are very easy. It's A, U, I, A, E, I, O. As long as you know that any consonant, you should be able to just
A, U,
uh,
I, A, E,
E,
I,
U,
O.
O. So if I say what would you do? U. I'm helping you actually.
U, I, A, E, U, O.
Oh my God! Good job, bro. Can you do it again? Oh my God, you did an amazing job. You know that's one of the difficulties, even for us. One more time.
Yeah.
But you have to say right? So go
A,
ahead.
U, I, A, E,
O.
O.
Aulos.
Yes, it's hard.
Say that word. I'm trying to also teach him how we use it. Yeah, Paulos.
Aulos.
Paulos. Lo. Right? So Paulos.
Aulos.
Yeah. That's how we use that. Okay. Duce.
Ch, like C-A, ch or K?
Ch. Start with the almost no vowels. So ch, and then do the vowels. Ch.
K. I'm saying it right? We going K,
Yeah.
K.
No, ch.
This is the back of the We're going with the back of the throat, right? The tongue in the back of the throat.
No back of the throat. It's actually in the tongue only. Ch. It's very simple. Ch. There you go. Yeah. Now do the vowel.
No, cha. So it's like the CH, right? Cha. The CH, cha. Say cha. You say cha. No, you make it tighter. Cha. You know, you got the Che Guevara, right? Che, but we call it Che Guevara. Che Guevara, right?
Che Chu.
Go ahead, keep going.
Right? Keep going.
Che Chu Chu.
I know. See? It's always the vowels are the same, right? A, U, I, A, E, I, O. So go ahead. Cha.
Cha.
Always U next.
Cha. Cho.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cha. Cha. Cho.
Chi.
Cha. Cho. Chi. Cha.
Che.
Che. Che. Chu.
Okay. So I'll tell you a word that comes out of that. Chachapsa. Chachapsa, a meal that we have in Ethiopia. Chachapsa. Chachapsa.
Chachapsa.
Okay. So we do use these words. I'm not making these things up. So. All right.
I believe you.
So
Ku, ki, ka, ke, ku.
All right. So we use a word out of that. Inkulal. Kulal. Inkulal means an egg. Inkulal. So we do that.
Yeah, there's one question from Liliana. She says Saba and Tasa in Swahili in some Arabic word. Saba is 7 and Sa is like 9. She was wondering they got common that they are some word in the Arabic. Remember when you counted in Swahili?
Uh-huh.
And Liliana is commenting saying Saba and Tasa in Swahili is same in Arabic. Yeah, it sounded, and actually it's very sounded when you counted, found the, how you say one?
Moja.
Moja, okay. Two.
Ja. Oh, wow.
Mbili.
That is a hard one.
Mbili. Yeah, Mbili. Three.
Tetu.
Tetu, okay. Four.
Ne. Tano. Site. Saba.
Site. You see, site.
Oh, that's a number. Like you said,
Site, you say? Site. Site itself is 6, if I'm not mistaken.
Uh-huh.
And then we have Saba, which is 7, and 8.
Nane.
Nane. And 9, Tasa.
Tisa.
Tisa, yeah. For us, when we said Tasa, Tasa is including Tigrinya, Tasa is 90. Tasa is for 90. Tishat is 9.
That's not a language. I think it's just something different. But anyway,
No. Because when you say Saba, Saba is 7, but Saba also becomes 70. You see what I'm saying?
Amen.
So, yeah, it has some similarity within the Arabic.
So you know what? I think languages are amazing. It's not an easy thing to do, and I'm so proud of everybody that tries to even learn, even just want a little step of it sometimes. It really it could be a crazy thing. Can you say je? None of us says je.
Your audio.
Jonathan, intermeta. A little bit of crackling on your mic.
No, I was saying, do you even know, like, the little weird things that would happen when you say, sometimes when you're trying to say specific pronunciations which are almost impossible.
No, your mic, Jonathan, your mic is going crackling.
Yeah, it makes it hard to
especially
properly mimic.
Yeah, no, especially when when it gives you the letter cha, cha is very hard with this crackling sound behind it. So anyway, I'll wait for him to come back, but I'm going on the 11 hour, so I need to end this session. But I'm waiting for Jonathan to join us. And new impacts, I see you out there. Thank you for joining us. I guess Sam went to sleep. Sam is out.
I believe you can hear me fine now. But like, you know what? I think everything happens for a reason. I'm going. I was saying je. I think even my earphone was just saying, "Oh no, we don't know how to pronounce that." It just shut it down.
Yeah, it cannot translate.
I'm being funny. It's like I don't know what the hell that was. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what happened. I apologize. I really genuinely apologize. I think even my earpiece said no. I don't know what the hell that was. But
no, that's what I said.
It happens. It happens.
No, and that's what he said. He said, "Never on the with all that noise on the back."
I am not like a big fan of laughing about everything, but that was funny. Sometimes you have to laugh at everything.
Yeah.
I know. Are you from New York, by the way? Because your accent sounds like you are from New York, but
no. No.
The South. Where you from exactly? You are definitely from America, so we'll always try to maybe mind our own business, but you don't have to tell us. But are you from the United States of America?
Yes. And deal.
Okay.
Yes, I
Well,
am.
welcome
Uh,
to. Go ahead.
No, he said that yesterday. We got the last part. He said he's from in the U.S. and in fact, BJ was asking him what really motivated him to learn all this language, which is great. Very proud of you. I mean, just within few minutes of starting counting, and you just jumped right on it. Keep practicing. Actually, every time you come in, a few words here and start recounting the counting, the alphabet. If you keep practicing it, you get a few words. Earlier, I was going to tell you the story of Mr. Brown that I knew in Philadelphia. And when I met him, he was very curious. Ever since he ate the injera, he was very curious how this bread is made. And then he went deeper and deeper. And a few months later, when I went back and I met him again in the restaurant, he wrote my name.
Marie Antoinette, please come in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's still here.
No, I can see her, and I had to say hello.
Yeah. He was writing. He wrote my name in Amariña. I'm like, oh, Mr. Brown, he's so improved. He said, no, speak to me in Amharic. I'm like, what? Is she? Mr. Brown, how are you today? No, that's not Amharic. I keep saying, because I still cannot. Is she? Danane Tares. Salam. Batan Exavari Meskel. Salamni. Danani. He was saying all the answers. I'm like, oh, what? I said, what's your next plan? He said, my next plan is I already booked the ticket for, I think it was like 2 months later. In 2 months, he'll be in Addis. So he went to Addis. From Addis, he went to Wollo. From Wollo, he got married in Wollo and came back with an Ethiopian wife. And he was really, could say, fluent speaking Amharic. It amazes me to the day. And he told us with his bride, when he came back, we had a little celebration for him. He said, the whole thing that I was learning, all this language, and this language specifically for Ethiopian language, started with the bread, with the injera. And he said, oh, imata injera. He said, imata injera, that means the night injera. Look what I came with an Ethiopian bride. Amazing. He didn't know what that meant, but at the end, he married an Ethiopian lady, and he brought her from Ordo to U.S. And then I had, I think they had about two children that I knew together, and they were. She always said, it always surprises her with a new word that he gets through reading. He reads Amharic, and he reads Amharic book. I mean, Ethiopian books in Amharic. And some of the word for herself, she cannot even explain them. She cannot even translate it for him. So he had to find somebody. There's another professor actually at the Notre Dame University that helps him with the language. He's the one that taught him all the writings and all that. So I won't be surprised if you go any part of the countries and visit and being really being inquisitive about the language and the culture. And it's an African thing. You'll have much more fun. That's when you really putting the word that you learn to the country that you see and associate. You will learn a lot faster being in the country. So whatever your endeavor is going to be in the future, and definitely it's toward Africa. I know that for sure. So this little story that I told you, you never know. You'll end up in Tanzania or Kenya or Ethiopia. And If I may ask, if you're not married, possibility might get married, just like Mr. Brown.
Wow. Yeah.
Then it'll be
I like
very
the
fluent.
story time.
Definitely.
No, you know what? You know, honestly, like I'm like, there's two things that happened today. It's two songs that I really wanted to hear. How to get started? Like, you know, I came from the '90s and '80s, and
Mhm.
it's been such an amazing. I'm laughing at myself right now. For myself, I really think it's hilariously funny. But yeah, do you remember? Did you guys grow up in the '90s?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember what is it called? Something about a job song.
Which one? I didn't get it. Which song? Jonathan. We didn't lose Jonathan, did we? We didn't lose you, did we?
And
I think we lost him. He'll be back.
No, you didn't lose me. I'm just kind of sitting this one out for a minute.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes you have to just like listen to everybody else for a minute. But,
You posing on us?
well, I just kind of went back to the 1990s. It's kind of weird, but yeah. Anyway.
If I may, just share a little something.
Go ahead.
I do like the support and the just the motivation to keep doing what I'm doing. I love the lessons and really I am skeptical just how I got thrown in to the mix, how I got put on the stage and put on the spotlight. But it is seeming to be more relaxed.
Don't get too comfortable because we can get a little nasty here. So don't get too comfortable.
No, he's comfortable. I think after a couple sessions that he's
No,
been.
no, I'm just being funny, but go ahead. What are you trying to say, bro? Yeah, go ahead.
Just no, just all in all, I was, really skeptical coming up here and speaking and stuff. But this is nice. This is, warm in a sense. However, I do have
You're gonna have to start. You're gonna have to count from 1 to 10 before you leave. That's the only way we know that you actually are even
I
here.
already knew you
Are you
weren't
ready?
gonna let me leave
Exactly. No, I'm
without
not.
counting to
Go ahead.
10. That's
Go
why I
ahead.
did the
Go ahead.
on, what is it?
Roulette.
No, you can't tell them. What the hell?
No, it's not the end. I didn't end the show, so we still give him the chance to practice.
Arat, Amnest, Sedist, Sabat, Cement, Zatang, and I said.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So it's still ringing in my head.
Very nice. And
because
what amazes me is you didn't write it.
Go ahead.
You see, what amazes me, you didn't write it. It's all of memory, which is fantastic. And imagine.
How do you know that he? How do you even know that he? Like he probably has it on like on like
because
Google Translate for all I know.
No,
No,
fact is,
I honestly I wanted to open up another tab and look at the letters, but I haven't. Honestly.
yeah, because if he really wrote them, he would say, "Angeles Taratans." Yeah, I mean, it would be so fast, but he's still searching it.
Anhulet sost arat amnes sidis
Yeah,
sab, sabat cement zating and I said it. There we go.
Nice.
Gomez, okay, fine. Like I'm actually like being like I generally think that actually I don't think you were cheating. So good job. Because I know the first time we met was just a few days ago, but good job, man. Because I think that
Yeah.
this is just the beginning for you, not just about and then you also did the whole entire, la 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 luli la lero, and I will leave you with one, which is the most difficult one. Ah, so that's your last one. You did the numbers, well done, and we also gave you the letters, right? So
A A E I A E I E
Oh.
O U.
Oh.
One more time, do it again.
E O I A E O.
Hey.
Oh Lord, here we go.
You can do it, bro.
We going T or C?
It's the same thing. The vowels are the same. Remember? So
Yeah, but I need to know if I'm coming from the back of the throat or I'm coming from the top.
Way in the back. It's kind of halfway, actually. It's not all the way in the back.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's like the K, but K.
Ko T Ka Ke Ku Ko.
A U I A E O. That's all you have to remember. A U I A E O. So whatever the letter that is thrown at you, you just have to go up and down vowel A U I A E O.
A U I
A E O. Right?
A
So
U
say
I A E
exactly.
O.
Oh, yeah. Say U I A E O. So all you have to do is
I think it's the that's the hardest. That alphabet is hard, so that's what he's trying to go. He goes, but
and
also
it's more so the audio because the sounds they blur, especially the the I mean the O I can clearly hear, but
right.
So let me give you a quick and a final line. I'm not going to really keep you too long, but the way the consonants start are the consonants, and then you do the a u I a e o as the vowel part. So actually, you start with a complete like craziness. So ha le ha me se re se she te te ka ba. Like it's actually you do the consonants and then you do the vowels. So you take all the main letters that come from the top to the bottom, which are really consonants, really, but they still do have they do have some kind of vowel sound. So it's ha, le, ha, me, se, re, se, she, te, ke, bet, there's all these consonant sounds. And then you take those each one letter and then you take it to the side, which is all the vowel sounds. So you say ha, le, ha, me, se, re, se, she, whatever. That's the way that you go down, straight down, just basic. And then you go ha, le, ha, me, se, re, se, she, te. La lu li la le le lo, me mu mi ma mi mu mo, ga gu gi ga ge ge go, ta tu ti ta te to, cha chu chi cha cha chu. The u a e o is just onto the side, but there's all the basic sounds that actually are more consonant sounds. So I hope that if you really want to understand and how it's very Korean like as well. I think Korean, I've heard that it's very similar, and even Chinese, because they're very much once you understand the letters, how to pronounce them is so much easier compared to the Latin language, which is more difficult, really. But yes, hopefully one day we will try to teach you again. But I'm very proud of the fact that you actually did a good job today, bro. So I'm giving you hands up, man. It's not
Yeah,
easy.
appreciate the lessons.
Well done. Yeah, and I know you like to learn the language, so I hope that next time that we meet, you would have learned a little bit more. Well done.
Where you live at, if I may ask?
Like specifically in the States?
Yeah, because if there is an Ethiopian market around you,
stay away from them. They're crazy.
No. So he can pick up the Fidel.
I'm talking about myself.
You can order it also online, but if you are within the community, it would be a lot easier. Somebody even to show you the letters and how the vowels that goes to the side, because we'll get it firsthand from the people. You understand? Because you can get it online and get some audio along with that, but I think when you meet in the market itself and getting a Fidel, we call it Fidel alphabet, and somebody explain you which letter what it sound like, I think you'll have a great experience from that. And so it's up to you. If you have Ethiopian restaurants or anything else, that'll be great.
I would have to look. I'm in the Midwest, specifically Illinois.
Okay, Illinois. Yeah, because Chicago has plenty Ethiopian restaurants. I know that for sure. If you're in the Chicago area. And,
sorry, bro. You live in Illinois? Is that even a state? I have to say that. Don't forget that I'm like in one of the worst states, but hey, it's okay.
No, guess what?
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, you're in North Carolina.
No, we don't talk about that.
Remember? From New York to North Carolina. So
oh my God, from Ethiopia. It's no, it's a long process, and thank God nothing is ever anything. But anyway, Illinois, good for you. Hopefully you're in Chicago.
Illinois kind of big, it's a big state. Really.
On that note, by the way, Biggie, thank you so much. Today was a very long thing. I cannot believe it's been like, I'm looking at the time and it's 6 hours or something like that. It feels like sometimes you just, thank God it's a Saturday.
Listen, did I break my own record?
Yeah, you did, kind of. And it's just me and you.
It was 9:44, right?
So sometimes I feel like I'm talking to myself, but thank you to everybody, because, sometimes we all need to have this kind of conversation.
And we were about to end it about 5 hours ago.
I think you tried every 20 minutes and you just kept staying on. Thank you for doing that.
Because even Sam said, no, we just got started. It's like, we just started, you're going to go. So I just said, okay.
Well, I think sometimes people have stuff to say. Obviously, I did, and Sam did too as well. And somehow, there is some kind
Actually,
of record.
yeah. Actually, we tapped into another discussion, and where it was new, we cannot, I cannot close it at the moment. In fact, after you said it, and Sam also texted, and that conversation went well elaborated when it came into the Ethiopia, the Horn of Africa. Again, that's what I was telling you, that hopefully next week we'll have that Horn of Africa conversation again, bringing everybody from Somalia, Sudan, and have this deeper discussion. And I just want to remind everybody, I'll try to, it'll be a great discussion if you join us, Fikurami, right? And uh, you'll find it very interesting. Usually it starts at like 11 o'clock, and usually if they can finish before 2, it's okay. If not, usually what we do is we bypass the uh, that Smart Talk show and merge the two conversations. So it start early. It's like 11 o'clock in the morning, and everybody's on it. And so basically, from the Eastern African time, it start like 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. While everybody can really talk really the real stuff that's going on the ground, people that live there, and reporting situations. And it was very successful conversation. We had a lot of people that joined us from different networks. You know, we have other networks that we follow, they follow us, and that conversation seems to be always a great conversation. Because again, you know, Jonathan, like you said, you know, it's regional. So when it's regional, it's like you see any tri-state or DMV here, like you see it. There's a lot of things in common, you know, the traffic ordinance or the laws and stuff. Same thing, the way certain thing governs a close neighborhood. We got a lot of similar way of life. So that'll be another great topic coming on next week. And now I just want to pray to Xavier, my Lord, that gives us this opportunity uh, that put us to this 11 hour and 12 minutes and being able to sustain and and having our brother that learned how to count in Amarinha. And we had Addis that joined us, BJ that joined us early. And for those of you that really donated for the Swahili Nation One Africa, and especially Bra, and there was another $20 on the super chat that at the very beginning of the show, and we would really appreciate that. Anything that you donate, anything that you put in Patreon, everything that you help, it'll help Mika greatly into what really pursuing. It is 100% Coordination One Africa, working on day and night, bringing different events. So that would be great. That helping out Mika in this aspect of it. And we have a lot of other hosts that also host 7 days a week. Again, we told you about the Swahili lesson that is being given by Paul, and one thing that Dil La Democracy, definitely he put in 1999. We ask what does it mean, but it's a donation, so we'll take it as a 99. And thank you so much. And again, you know, we're trying to, not trying, but we will establish it. The Swahili Nation.
You're talking about me?
Office. No, we're talking about the Swahili Nation One Africa.
I'm looking at the Gomani thing going on down there with the S thing. I'm like, is that like I'm still trying to read your name. I'm so sorry. Dude, what does it say? Komani. I mean, I'm really trying to understand how you pronounce that name.
Didn't we give it a new one?
Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Okay.
Yeah, we gave it a new one.
It's well, you guys gave it a new one, but it's Finn Generis Umani. I mean, I only that's just a name from when I was researching, Espanol and trying to learn that and learn that came from Latin and stuff like that. So that's the only reason why I hold on to that. However, I don't know. Who knows? I may get into some Polish and have another name. No, but no, I'm I'm no. There's a lot of languages that
That's
I
what
would
we're going
like
to be
to.
calling it the encyclopedia for language. We don't need to Google. We'll
Yeah,
call
you
it.
know, I think we'll give him a name today. Let's start with Fallaga. Fallaga Zaring. Oh, Fallaga Zare Thought? No, that's not good.
That's too long.
Falla. It has to start with a Falla. So you're gonna have to. I
Uh,
mean, we're gonna have to give him a name and an Abisha name, man. At least some kind of his name. Uh,
Falasha. Falasha.
no, we have to give him a name though. Falla.
you guys could be cursing me out for all I know.
No, no, I'm not
No.
really. No, no, no. I'm not a religious person like that. But
And at
I'm
the
trying
same
to
time,
understand
if
what
we
your
do
name
that,
meant, and I'm trying to give you the same thing, but in an Amharic way.
no, we said Macharashau Yazo.
Oh yeah, it was the end because like Finn I think
Yeah,
in Latin means
and
the end,
the
and
end.
then Generis Humani is like of humanity or
No, man,
humans or
Macharashau
something.
Yaz. He said Macharashau Yazo. Macharashau So. Or
Yeah,
the
yeah,
end.
that sounds a
Yeah.
little.
Matarashayazo. Damn, that's
Macharashau.
no, nobody deserves that name.
No, no, no.
Matarashayazo means it's like to the end. Oh, no, wait, no, he's not there yet. You gotta give him like a good name, but not that one. Matarashaw is like too. Don't you think that's a little too excessive?
No,
You pronounce
Macharashau.
Matarashayazo Malat is to the end they hold, right? That's what it means,
Yeah,
right?
because of the
They hold
name,
to the end.
the translation too.
And anyway, so listen, I don't agree with that one, but I will give you one. Um,
Can I ask a question here?
Go ahead. I'm thinking, so go ahead.
How many languages do you guys know?
Wow. I mean, I know that he speaks a lot of languages, so I cannot speak for myself. Go ahead.
I speak Tigrinya, Amarinya, French, Spanish, Italian, a little bit Hebrew now. That I know that my language, Tigrinya, is pretty much close to Hebrew, and I've been stayed there and lived there for a while, and I started understanding Hebrew. It's just a matter of to go back again. If I stay another 3 months, I'll be fluent with that. But
Man,
French,
I didn't know you spoke all those many languages. I knew you spoke French. I didn't know you spoke all that, man.
yeah, because I had half cousins, Italian half cousins, so kind of something that comes in with the territory. So we got to speak to them in Italian. And for me at that time, speaking French and bringing Italian was a lot easier. And Tigrinya has a lot of borrowed Italian wording in it too, so it helps. And as well, it has Arabic.
Well, I don't speak that many languages, but talking about names, I think I got a name for you. It's called Zalalam.
Zaladam, very nice. Yeah.
It starts with a Z. Like that's a
Yeah.
very difficult.
Yeah.
At least it starts with a Z for a reason.
Zalala means forever.
Thank you.
There you go.
There you go. That's your name from now on. Whenever I see you, I'm gonna say Zalala Mata.
Yep.
It's
And
forever here.
and sometimes they abbreviate those names for Zulu. Zalalam. Zalalam comes to Zulu.
Allah means world. Zala'a means forever. So Zala'ala means forever. If because since you want to understand languages, and so Alam is really it sounds like it means the world, but it actually means the universe. Alam.
The universe, yeah.
Zala means forever. So Zala Alam means forever for the universe. So
It's
I just
infinite.
give you a name. Zala
Infinite.
Alam. Yeah.
That's infinite.
So that's
I
my name for you,
mean,
bro.
well, for sure. I guess. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I
I had
don't.
to think about it. Like I really did. I had seriously had to think about it. But I think you deserve it because I know that you're all into the linguistic and people don't do what they do unless they are actually thinking they are Zala Alam. So yeah, you are forever. Meaning you're out there trying to discover and good for you. Thank God, like we all do. So welcome to Zala Alam world as well. That's what.
Yeah, I put it on the private chat, and actually on the I'm going to put it also on the as a referral
I got it.
on the okay.
It's a very Hebrew name, by the way, Zal Adam. It's semantics, but Zala Za it is a Z, and you know obviously it is what it is because Za is always the end of everything, which never really is.
Right.
I just know
Alam
I
is
can break the matrix, so I don't want to, go off the train tracks.
no, I know. Normally, like I would have kept that for my children or for somebody else. But the truth is that no, some people do deserve Zal Alam. So there you go. I'm giving it to you. I think there are a few people that deserve that name, but my name is better than that, so it's okay.
There you go.
My
Yenatan.
name is Gift Forever. So
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, Gomez, you know that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, always thank you.
That's why me and you. That's why me and you go from Jonathan to why Jonathan, Jonathan,
Yeah, Nathan. Yeah.
Jonathan,
Yeah.
not Jonathan.
No.
So you see, there's a difference in the naming. So he's Jonathan, and there's Jonathan. That's another name.
No, actually, there is no such thing as Genatan, by the way.
Yeah, Jonathan, but the way they pronounce it.
Yeah. Nathan means gift. And
Yeah.
Nathan El, like
Okay.
Nathaniel, for example, means a gift of God. El is God. Or
Right.
Nathaniel means a gift of God. I'm just a gift. I'm just Nathan. Gift. I love that.
Jonathan.
I don't need to be anybody's God's gift. I'm just a gift. So I love that. Because I don't have that L part of my name. So that's how I like my name. Simple, just a gift.
All right, Zalalam. Zalalam. Hey,
Zalalam is the same
Zalalam.
thing,
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Zalalam. I'm gonna say
I don't like
something
to
to
say
you.
anything.
Next time, call him not Nile.
No, that my name is not Nathaniel. No, it's just Nathan. Just a
No,
gift. Not
not
no
that.
L involved, no God involved, just a gift.
You
I like
guys are
I like to
funny.
just say no, it's not. It's the truth.
Yeah.
I'm not a religious person, and we always talk about this.
You guys are funny.
I know Zelalem is also a great name because it doesn't have anything the word of God in it. It's just
It doesn't have L.
yeah, exactly. Because you could
All
have
right.
Zalalim and I'm thinking something. Well, no, well, just keep the word "it" out of my name. Just give me the name. And my parents gave me the greatest name ever. Just give. You know,
There you go.
they did. It's not Nathaniel. It's not Yanathan. It's not no. It's Nathan. Just give.
Nothing.
Yeah. Anyway,
Well,
I
I
always
guess to
wanted.
add to the, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I
Go
was gonna
ahead.
say, I guess to add to the mix here, they say Latin is a dead language, so that's why I got that. Anyways, I don't know.
Are you kidding me? Like we're like, thank God you finally figured out the fact that like Latin, really seriously, it's like the most newest language. Like if you really want to learn languages and go back, first of all, learn how to like go back to the clicking to languages. I mean, Latin. Are you kidding me? That's just so recent and it's not even that important. It's important because of English. That is true. That is the root of English. I get it, and we all speak it.
Italian,
But
Italian,
yeah,
Spanish.
but
Yeah, and
if you
Spanish.
really want to go back and learn languages, come and like let's start. I actually want to go back to South Africa and learn how to speak in those regions where they are clicking because and that's what I was trying to teach you earlier.
Yeah, that sounds Zulu.
Well, I mean, it's just those
Oh, the
kind of things.
clicking one. That's because the
Yeah.
clicking.
They have the oldest languages, the clicking languages. And so, yeah, when you talk about the Latin thing, and you said that the other day, and I don't even, I'm trying to control myself not to even say a word, but you like talking about, I think you said Portuguese and Spanish, and you were talking about, tu hablas español un poquito, un poco. Like
That's
really seriously, the Latin language, like no, like that's great. I definitely want to learn it because I think it's a very interesting language. But learning languages, and thank God, and that's why I'm here to teach you how to say and teach you Amaringa and Swahili that you're trying to come and you learn on Wednesdays. Thank God and welcome to learning that because trust me, because the Spanish and the Latin stuff that is so new. And go to India, go to China. Oh my God, there's so many other languages. So
Yeah,
don't be so like in the idea of this little language that dominates the world. Yes, it's true. We all want it. We have to know it.
I'm going
But
around them ways as well.
yeah, exactly. So don't let that be
Mandarin
the manifestation of life either. Like learn all the other stuff. And I think we all need to learn how
this
to
guy
speak
showed
them.
up.
Yeah. So I hope that we all, even on SNN, eventually in different channels or different times of the channels, including the ones that they're already doing with Swahili. I'm trying to learn, by the way. I'm slowly learning. As an Ethiopian, we just, we're neighbors and yet we don't even understand each other. I'm trying to learn. Um, yeah, it's okay. But don't let this Latin thing that you want to like, don't make that the final, you know. We already
for
speak English. We all have to. So that's
for
already there.
Latin. No, no, no. I like I said, I wanted to go up to like Ches and what is that? No, not Creole, but like the other ways, all the way west, Polish, Dutch, German, and I'm not even trying to speak out of it in that sense. It's just like
There's like
I'm
30 million of them. There's like 500 million in Africa alone that speak just Swahili. Like, no. Like, we don't need to speak their stupid languages. No, we don't. I'm serious. And we need to stop saying, like, no. Like, I understand that the normal English language to communicate, yes. But no. To understand it and be nice about it is okay. Well, it's not funny. It's the truth.
oh my goodness. I was, it, I don't know why it tickled me. It just tickled me. You're like,
This is
no.
true. But Africans
No.
are trying to finally saying no. That's why it's called Swahili nation for a reason. We have to stop saying to each other that we have to speak that stupid damn language forever. The Polish language or whatever that you just brought up, or English, whatever we do. English, I understand the English part of it. We have to speak. All of us have to speak English. That is the economic base of. But within the continent where there is so much more people living there, no, we don't need to speak that. We need to speak Swahili. Maybe we need to speak Amariña. Maybe we need to speak both and English. But I don't necessarily think that. I think it's not just about the language. It's the mental idea of the stuff that we have to get rid of, because they are telling us that's what we have to speak. And trust me, honestly, we don't need to. We really don't. Honestly, we just have to speak English. That's true. It is a thing, but I don't have to be told to speak that either. So no, there's a lot going on. You need to come and speak Amariña and Swahili. That's what you're doing, bro. So welcome.
One of the
I
thing.
hear you.
One of the thing of the language. Okay, language is always.
White people should speak Swahili. That's what it is.
Yeah, but now the way we go about in Africa now, Swahili is really getting as momentum, and people really, it's easy language from what I heard, and it's easy to learn.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting as well.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's a fast moving, because a lot of trade routes now that's going all the way from the eastern part to the western part of Africa, and going a little bit southern in the African people are really understanding Swahili. And in fact, it's so easy that they really commonly use it mixed with their own native languages. So language is always great. Let's say in the old days, they used to say you got to speak, if you can speak English, French, Italian, Arabic, you can communicate for most of the trade routes. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And now, I mean, if you look at the most spoken language in this world, everybody says English. No, it's Chinese, really, if you look at it by numbers.
No, it's English. Don't lie. It's English.
No.
Yeah.
I was like, really? You can put our world.
I'm not an ignorant person. English is going to always be, and thank God there is at least one language.
No. What I'm saying is really a language, not a borrowed language, a straight language within the Chinese. That's 1.6 billion people, and that's spoken by one straight family.
We're not going to speak freaking Chinese or whatever. It's not going to happen.
Oh no!
They got like Mandarin and
well,
they got Chinese
it's
and
not gonna
Japanese.
happen. Like, we have to be genuinely honest with each other, okay? Because the reason that we all
You got the Uzuru
is because of English. No.
Listen. When you start learning a language, okay, you start learning the culture. Chinese are here to do business with us. I definitely want to know how the body language comes with the language. So for me, when I speak French, I'm a totally different person. My body reaction, my views, how I think is different.
Nobody wants to speak French. Are you kidding me?
What's that?
No.
What's that?
No, that's not gonna happen.
What do you mean?
Let's just be honest with each other. It's gonna be English.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying, Nathan. It's not about English that I'm talking about.
You said French. I'm like,
no.
I want to speak French. I'm not drinking wine every day, you know?
No. When I speak English versus speaking French, I'm totally different in personality. My mind is the same, but at the same time, the way I'm gonna do and say things is gonna be a lot different. But now when the Chinese comes and when they do commerce with us, when they start taking over on certain construction work, I really want to listen to what they have to say. I really do. Because my English is limited. Because they're not speaking English, they're speaking Chinese among themselves. And within my country, they're speaking their language. It doesn't mean I'm going to say, oh, speak English. No. I might as well say speak Amarinya. But
English is the language of commerce. I mean, it is what it is. Let's just be honest.
So
we cannot, no, we have to be honest about that.
It's not being honest and not being honest. What I'm saying is...
No, it is the honest thing, because
when you have
you went to lycée, right? You went to lycée. My nieces go to lycée. And right now, they're having a very difficult... Thank God. Thank God. They also were raised and born here as well. They went to lycée in Ethiopia. And so they have this whole thing going on right now, and they're trying to figure out about college. And they're like, oh, shit, you know? And thank God. It is a problem because at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, French is not the language of lingua franca. It was back in the day. It might have been in the courts of the countries that basically colonized everyone. No, it's true. It's not. Like, it really is not. You have to speak English. You really do. So, no.
Not really. For me, let me tell you something. For me, academically, we're very advanced. Very advanced.
Math and science. I'm talking about
so when it comes to learn English, for me, it was an easy jump. It was a very easy jump.
Really? Is that how
my academic
that actually speaks French?
Listen, we take English classes. We have English classes, but all our subjects are given in French. And all our books and editions are changing yearly. Every year there's a new edition. Every year
you cannot be competitive.
And guess what? No,
but China, their power is like I wouldn't even say it like that, but like they've been a tight country for a while. Like I kind of understand what Big E is talking about. You know, if they come over and they're talking business, they might talk in English. However, in the background, they're still gonna be talking Chinese.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Listen, Tonchaha becomes John. I mean, come on. Like, no, they might be Chinese, but I swear to God, they even changed their names. Like, I hope that we Africans do not do that. But like, you do need to speak English. You have to operate with English. Even the Chinese know that. I mean, they're so. Oh my God! Thank God we're not that crazy in a lot of ways, because you know what? At least our name is still Ababa, you know, or whatever our African names are. Even Nigerians, which supposedly are the most educated.
Yeah,
but we don't know, but you still have to speak English. The English is the language of.
I'm not denying that fact either, you know, because again, I'm not denying that either. Like everybody, it seems like it's easier for people to speak
like
English.
Trump, you know, you sounded like Trump right now. What I'm saying is, yeah, it says speak English. This is English.
You have to, and I've never, ever denied that before. So I'm gonna be honest about that. Yeah?
What I'm saying is, in the rest of part of the world, especially the francophone part, they said no, we don't want to speak French, and we're gonna be talking our own.
Francophones? Are you kidding me? You might as well go back to I don't know what the gutter. Even the French know that they have to speak English. There is no such thing as French. Does not even exist anymore.
Let me tell you something. When Haile Selassie did the education system, he sent out people to learn Italian.
Haile Selassie.
He sent people to learn Arabic. He sent people to learn English. He sent people to learn Dutch, German. Because on who we're going to be doing business with, we have a fluent speakers in-house. So if I'm going to deal with Chinese, I'm going to speak Mandarin. It's not to honor them. It's to really to understand exactly what the hell they're thinking and how they do things.
Right, because you don't want to get flooded out. I don't know. My heart kind of dropped when I seen that like it was languages kind of being like X'd out on the chart and actually being a dead language. Like I believe like they say Latin is a dead language. Here I go breaking the matrix. I believe Latin. They say it's a dead language, but it still lives because of all the languages that come from it.
Listen, at the end of the day, no matter where you come from, the idea of Latin language, I'm talking about English. It is basically the whole entire way that look at us. Like I'm here. I'm Ethiopian. There's so many people that are on this channel that come here. We all communicate because of one language called English. We cannot deny that. Like it is what it is. There is this language called English, and it comes from this family of languages called Latin. It does not mean that we don't have to be proud about ourselves. That's not the point. But if you really want to actually survive within the system of the craziness that we live in, you have to look at everything. Every single thing that we operate in the world is within that language. So I don't want to lie to ourselves, because I think that's a lie. That's a lie to tell ourselves that oh, let's just speak this. No, I think that it's important that we understand our culture and understand our language. I get it. But we are all communicating because of this one language. It just happens to be this Latin language called English. I don't want to say that it's French. That's a lie, because it's not. That used to be back in the day, when maybe in the courts of the kingdom of England, where they all spoke French, because that was so important to them. Yet they were living in England, because the Queen of England didn't even speak English; they spoke French. No, that's over. It's not. We're not there anymore. That's not the way it works. The Chinese are not speaking that. We all have to communicate.
I got a
with each
question.
other.
I got a question. Then I got a question. So, let me just ask this: if everyone dropped English, would English still be vast? Or are you saying that, like, English will avalanche over you or something like that? I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
The truth is, whether you like it or not, computer systems, numerical systems, everything that's programmed, everything is English. It is already that's how we communicate in the world. That it is what it is. Like to say sometimes to just be like, oh no, we're gonna just become like, oh, we're gonna start speaking and that's what it's gonna be. That's crazy. It's just not gonna happen. You can say that we could have a combination of this or whatever, but the truth is English will always dominate. It is what it is. Like honestly, you cannot kill it.
I'm not.
You can. That's not going to go away anywhere. Here we are speaking in English. This is how we communicate.
I think now I got it, because I think you're getting you're missing my point, because
No,
I
don't
didn't
think
say
I'm missing
drop.
that. Go ahead.
I didn't say drop English. Okay, but what I said is, if there's another, like the Chinese comes, and
There's going to be no others. What my point is, there is no other. It's impossible.
they're already there. So
No, the Chinese do not do that. They are operating with their language called English. I'm telling you, like the whole entire computer system in China is in English. It's not in Chinese.
no, it's in Chinese, by the way.
Oh my God, that's not true. That's not true.
Believe me, believe me. It's well, I can bring you some of the information system and how they operate, but they have.
I disagree. Coding. I don't think that's what is happening. No, that's not.
They have their own coding. They use the English codings, but for their own advantage, because they want to know how it's working. They want to really know how this country is operating, and they want to know the technology, how to steal it. They've been stealing so much
It's all
stuff.
in English. I swear to God,
Yeah.
it's all in English.
No.
That English is the
You're gonna tell
language
me.
of the
You're gonna
world. But
tell
we
me.
have to admit to
You're
the
gonna
fact
tell
that
me.
we have to deal. It is the truth.
You're gonna tell me that
Do you are you in
the
China? Do
Chinese.
you know what's happening in China? I
Yes.
don't know.
Have you seen the telecommunication, the network and everything else? It's in Chinese, but you have to translate it to make sure that we get a software that's going to translate that, and that's why it's banned because nobody understand what they plug in on your chip. The next thing you know, your technology is being robbed just by putting this little strange chip on you.
Since we were talking about languages in general, like that is absolutely. I think eventually we have to realize that we should be very proud about the language that we have.
Let
You
me
know
ask you
how I
something.
feel.
Let me
Go
ask you
ahead.
something on
Go ahead.
from any business aspect of it. Let's say you're
Mhm.
dealing with a lot of Arabs, okay, and some of them speak English, some of them they don't, okay. But you want to do commerce, and one of the
It's
guys,
all in
he-
English. I'm telling
look,
you.
look, oh my God.
I am telling you.
But
I swear that I'm
I
around it
think
all.
one no, because what you really putting information is to say, oh, for me, if I have an ability to speak Arabic at that time, at that moment, I can understand either it comes in English, it can come in French, it can come in any other language for that I speak. I can communicate with that person, and I'll be very effective than the guy that's going to be bombarding this poor Arab guy that didn't understand the English part. He misses the information. Oh, can you get it translated? Who's going to be efficient? The one that speaks the language. Okay. And
Well,
then
I
at the
don't
same
know. The
time,
whole
the
time.
Okay.
language,
All right.
okay,
I got something to add.
Go ahead.
So take it. All right. I'm a level with y'all. I'm a level with y'all. Just take it from my perspective. All right. Spotlight on me. You know, there's a lot of people who know the English tongue, and in trying to learn other tongues, you go from well, I guess that's when you got to read the other books, but you try to translate it from English to the other language, and from that you
Mm.
kind of get like where the business has been had. So um yeah, it's that English is long. It's long. However, if you know people enough, you know what I'm trying to say. You know.
Well, I don't know. I could tell you that just yesterday or 2 days ago, the Ethiopian government, thank God, which they're always very honest and open, when they showed the world, like generally, with systems that showed everything about what was happening in one of the most biggest things that is Ethiopia is doing, which is the dam, and filling the dam, not just filling the dam only, but also the second. They say the second. I think it's more than the second, but they said the second. What do you call it? The turbine that they opened. All of that is in English. It's Latin numbers. It's that's how they have to do because you have to communicate with the world with a common language. So the idea that you have to always constantly be so, I love languages, don't get me wrong, and I understand all of that. But when it comes to global issues, no, you have to communicate with each other. And it's not in Arabic numbers. It was not. And it was not in Amharic numbers because you could use Giz numbers. They did not do that. They used the simple language, which is the language of break off the world, which is English. So you
let me say
cannot
something.
go.
Have you seen Putin talk in English? Have you seen some
But do you
leadership
see the
talking? They
putting
speak
ration
their
numbers?
language. They
No,
speak their own
no.
language.
They
You
do, but
know,
they do that
no.
with their
What
media?
I'm
They
saying
don't.
is, the French speak their language. They don't speak English.
Nobody gives a shit about the French, neither do
No,
I.
no, you see,
They
that's
all,
been, that's
no,
been
I don't believe
ignorant.
in that.
If you're
No,
gonna
but
say,
that's a cultural thing.
I
What you're
mean,
saying is a cultural thing is one. There's a difference
it
between
is.
that.
It is the expression, because when somebody speak a borrowed language versus speaking really as a native, the same language is different. It's totally different. It's not something that you learn an alphabet right off after you finish your high school and start making some senses of the actual culture. If you are really gifted with languages and you start early age, it comes with the culture, it comes with the philosophy, it comes with the history. There's a lot of information that comes with the
No
language.
wonder Africa would never get
But
anywhere because we're always trying to figure out.
what I'm
You know
saying,
how many
is,
languages we
for
have?
me, for me,
Like,
let me tell you
which
something.
language are we going to use?
Anything that you use, okay, before,
This is exactly the problem.
before it was colonization. A colonization comes if the colonizer is French, everybody speaks French. They enforce that. Okay, if it is English, they enforce English. And if there's German, Dutch, they enforce Dutch. But now, the basic language that we internationally speak in commerce, like you said, is English. Okay?
It is. We
High
have to
level.
admit to it
But
and be very
it's
frank
not,
about it. Like,
it's
not
not,
lie to each other about it.
it's not, no. You see, you're not
So
gonna,
what do you want it to become? Like, what
what
I
I'm
don't
trying to
understand. Like,
say,
what is it gonna
what I'm
change?
trying
It
to
is gonna
say,
come to what, Swahili now?
you got, no, it's we are a long way to go, Swahili 100% within Africa.
You
Long.
cannot, because you cannot compete
But
in the world market when you're speaking Swahili in Africa and the rest of the world is speaking English. Like, you cannot do that.
But the good thing
Ridiculous.
is,
You
when
cannot
you
do
learn
that.
Swahili,
You can't think
when you
like
learn
that.
Swahili,
No, you need to speak English first, foremost.
listen,
That is the language of the time. I'm sorry,
they
I don't
speak.
agree with you on that. No.
Let me tell you something. It's not. I don't know where the disconnect is, but what I'm trying to say
It's not
is,
a disconnect,
if
bro.
you no, because you're telling me if I'm doing business with a Chinese company and they speak in Chinese on the background just to give me the lips, okay, and I don't know anything in between that they talk, and you become tota. But if I have the chance to speak the language and understand that I'm going to do a long-term enterprise with them, then I understand what they're talking about because I'm going to be at that level. I'm not going to be, okay, this is how this transaction, it cannot be cut and dry all the time. There's always ways of doing things. So the language, when I say
There's also a thing called
to
ratio.
understand Chinese, because if you notice when the Chinese comes, they
Then
automatically adopt the local language.
why,
You see,
why are we speaking even English? Like, that's my point, you know?
what's that?
We all know that this is the language that we all can communicate with right now. So you cannot say all of a sudden you're gonna like start a whole entire thing. I'm okay with within the, you know, like the UN does, like 5 languages. I get that. You know, the African, you can do that. Do that. But I guarantee you, we cannot communicate. There's too many languages.
I got
There's
a question for
one
the
language
both of you.
it's called the world language of all communicating. It's called English. And to tell people don't,
I'm not, you make it sound like I'm against the English. What I'm trying to say is if there's a language that you can learn all the languages you can. Nobody's going to stop you
no, I
from
don't think
learning any
that
language. And
yeah.
especially when it comes to language, there's a lot of things behind it. A lot of things comes with it. It comes with the history. It comes with the culture. Why this word is said, how, why. There's a lot of benefit. I'm not just talking about English. English, you're going to be talking. You're going to do business with it internationally. Nobody's going to deny that. But what I'm saying is, if I have a bunch of Chinese that's going to do business with me, I said, hey, understand a little Mandarin. In fact, there's books from Amharic to Mandarin translation, dictionaries that's been created. Because that's how much is needed to, because they go to China and do their commerce. They buy things from China. When they get in the local and trying to communicate deep inside in China, they don't speak English. They don't. You're there.
No, I am thing. I am actually like trying to understand you.
100%. 100%. When you communicate, try to make commerce with them
I
inside,
completely
they
disagree,
don't
but
speak English.
that's what is great about our conversations. I completely disagree.
Hmm?
I,
What do
I
you
think
mean?
um,
They have a whole manufacturing, they speak English. That's what you're telling me? They don't.
it's it's just the time that we in. I mean, it's like both of y'all are hitting, but like it's because like Big E saying, you know what I'm saying? With the language comes history. You know, it's just not everything you can fully translate. You know, like even for me,